to add into the stage?
No, it just said you had to add to stage or something. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe I just didn't click the right thing. I don't know.
yeah. Here, let me put. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to hop up.
Let me see if I can find it on the live thingy.
I'm gonna step away for a second, Dano, if you're okay for a minute.
No, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep me up here. I'm just gonna not be here
Okay.
for 1 second. Wait, how do I mute this? In case my dog starts barking.
Did you throw the link up?
Yes, yeah, I got the link in there. It's in the chat.
Some weird
And
reason
we
our live
got
is not.
Turlos is in here and Getting Greasy's in here as well. So we
Oh,
got
okay.
2 people watching at least. Where's the total number? Oh, and
See,
you
here's
got
the weird
Billy.
thing.
There
Huh?
we
There
go.
we go. What's
Oh,
up, boys?
Billy.
Billy
What's up, boys?
Bobowski.
What's up, man?
How you guys doing? What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Oh,
Good,
getting
good.
by.
All right, don't go anywhere, Billy. I'll be back in a second.
Thank you. Don't worry. I just came in. I'm so sorry I missed the trivia.
Nah, you're okay.
Ah.
You were at the end.
I was
That's
right at
all
the
right.
end. Who won again? I'm so sorry. What was his name?
Neverborn
Oh,
S10 Addicts. Yeah.
Mr.
It was a
Frank.
good game. It was pretty unpredictable, which I always think is fun, you know.
Hey,
Mater's in
615.
here.
What's up, man?
Yeah, and 615. What's up? All right. Now I'll be back.
all
Make
right.
it fast. So what's up, Billy?
Nothing much, bro. Doing good. If Bryce shakes his board in twice, we know he's playing with it. So I don't know. That's how we're gonna start it off right now. The after party. That's how we're starting it off.
Well, hell, I shake it more than that. I ain't got no one else
Yeah.
to play with it.
Yeah. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? I'm all right, man.
I was almost late to my own game show. Sitting here sneaking pieces of my Subway as we're playing the show because I'm like starving to death.
Yeah.
This time changes just suck. Because Bryce doesn't change, so he's on the 7 o'clock. Well, it backs me up to 6 o'clock, so now I lose an hour. I'm like, man.
Yeah. It's 5 over here right now. It's 5.
Yeah. So I got off work, had to go to the doctor real quick, ran and got my daughter, went and grabbed some Subway and ran here, and 15 minutes to spare, and I'm like, good Lord.
Yeah. Start the ground sugar without me. That's fine. Go ahead. Play it. That's okay. Let me eat my Subway. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll be sponsored by Subway. Sponsored by Subway.
I felt bad for the chick working Subway because, there was a line of people. That's the other thing. I'm sitting there going, hurry up. And then some guy comes in and orders like 6 sandwiches. I'm like, are you flipping kidding me? And she's doing it by herself. So it's not her fault. I mean, she was hauling asses. That's what she could. And, so I gave her a tip, of course. I don't mind tipping the ones that work hard. So.
Yep, and the one that making your food. You know that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Man, what's up, buddy?
Heck yeah, it is, Fox. Well, I don't know. I could be wrenching hanging, but then I wouldn't be able to talk because I'm like back and forth. Hey, what's up, Joey? Let the show begin. You got that right.
Yep. What's up?
I don't know. That's a crazy thing is I keep trying to go back to pull up the YouTube version of it so I can see what's posting, and I can't do that.
Yeah, I feel you.
I don't know why it's not letting me do it.
When you go back and you see it.
Because I'm only seeing the StreamYard part of it.
Yeah, there's a delay on it too. So,
that would make sense.
Just stick on the StreamYard one, I think. That's the best way.
Well, it's usually what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Hey, John, what's up?
What's up, Don?
Oh, man. Well, that was interesting. I was like half cocked through the whole game show trying to come up with some answers because I didn't know. He's doing good, though. Bryce never lets me know what he's doing. He'll tell me, I got some really good ones for you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, I'm going to stump you on this one. I'm like, okay.
I like that.
He's really trying hard to throw some good questions out there.
Mm-hmm.
The ones you ain't got. Yeah, it's in progress. I'm working on it. For a while there, it was just a gigantic storage unit. I'd open the door, throw some stuff in there, and close the door again. Kind of how
Right.
organization's been. Yeah. No, I'm building another shed, so a lot of this stuff's headed out. Like this engine here, I had covered up over there in a big mountain of crap and plastic and everything. So I pulled it out, cleaned it all up, just kind of show it off a little bit. Same way with that one, but trying to get organized. Well, I'll convince you of that later when I'm done, but right now you won't believe me.
But it looks great. I mean, you got a nice garage. I mean, it's a big garage. It looks wonderful.
Well, see, that was what's important. The shop is about the size of my house because I only go in my house to sleep and eat, right? So I hang out here.
Yeah.
So. And that was the one thing when I'm buying the place. I'm like, I got to be able to put up a huge shop. Otherwise, we're not buying it.
Cool.
Right on, Frank. Thanks, man. Good job on the game show, by the way. Come from behind win. That's awesome. Doesn't happen all the time. But that's pretty cool. I like seeing all kinds of different people win that thing. I'm definitely not there to win, and I'll be honest with everybody. I'm voting.
Well, you won
but
a lot,
I'm never
right?
voting for myself. I'm always voting for somebody else. I never vote for myself. Never have. When you do the voting thing, when Bryce puts it up.
Oh yeah, when Bryce, yeah, when he puts it up, yeah.
Yep. Never vote. I never voted for myself. I always vote for somebody else.
Even though you know if you have the answer right.
It doesn't even matter. I'm
like,
usually,
and
it's usually the underdog is who I'm voting for.
That's cool.
Just it makes it fun, you know. It's all it is to me is just have fun.
Yeah, it's great. I know. I came right at the end. I just got home, pulled up. I'm like, oh my god, you guys are on. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah.
Well, it's like you said, it's 5:00, and of course, because we keep it on Bryce's time, that means it's an hour earlier for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Which I think the East Coast guys probably like it better. Yeah, John. I think we call it a hoarder mess now. I've kind of turned it into hoarding at this point. Don't worry about that. It's not so much about not knowing the hot rod stuff. I mean, that's how you learn. I mean, Bryce, there's a lot of stuff he didn't know, and he's just in the last couple of years I've been with, we've been really good friends. The amount of stuff he's picked up has just been insane. So just keep at it, I was fortunate enough. My dad was into this crap, which is, I blame him for all of this because I'm the same way now. It's an addiction, but dude, it doesn't, you don't have to be an Einstein. Just have fun doing it. As long as you have fun, that's all that matters.
Yep. As long as you can hold a wrench in your hand and wrench, just go for it, man.
And let me tell you this. Most of those answers tonight was complete, utter BS. Oh, there you go. Hey.
Hello. Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, you caught me eating.
You didn't see me eating through the show?
His Subway sandwiches.
Well, you were talking about marijuana in there, and I thought that dude's got the munchies, so. Fix this camera a little bit.
I'm eating my beef jerky over here. I got my beef jerky.
I'm eating some leftover stuffed crust, whatever this thing is, from Joe's Pizza that I got for lunch. And it's really good. It's spicy.
Nice. I just had pizza too.
Is it still cold pizza too?
No. I warmed it up.
Usually if it's good cold, it's really good pizza.
Billy, is that Spam jerky? No, it's not. It's Jack Link's teriyaki. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't know if it's right there. Hang on.
Ah, nice.
It's not Spam jerky, but I could use Spam jerky too. It's freaking awesome.
What's up, Joey? What I miss?
Hey, Bryce. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Not much. Hey, what Neverboard said there, that's why I kept voting for him, whether he got the answer right or wrong. I just felt sorry for him. He just seemed homeless,
He just had a kid. He's probably not sleeping.
I thought he needed a break and a win for once in life, so I just kept voting for him.
Hey, it worked.
Yeah. Sorry.
Frank, it gets easier. Go back. You want to see something really pathetic? Go back and watch what our first 2 game shows, Bryce. They were disastrous.
So brutal.
Or better yet, watch my first few videos. You want to talk about someone who can't talk on camera. It gets better.
I'm getting better.
I'm
We all improve. Everybody improves. Everybody good.
Yeah.
Even though I'm trying to eat beef jerky and talk to you guys.
Winning is definitely winning, Everboard. I'll send you my PayPal later.
Hey, Jeff's in here.
See, I had Honest Peyton Speed Shop on my show, and we did a automotive trivia, and they nailed it, man. Well, Chad, Honest is like, what's that? But anyway, yeah, and a lot of it was European stuff and then American stuff, but they did good, and she won a welding helmet out of it. So
nice. There you go.
Yeah, my next show will be February 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and my guest is going to be Treetop Garage. Very interesting story.
Really? February 9th.
Yeah, what I'm planning to do with my show is to showcase these smaller channels. You know, even though I know these big guys that are on here, eventually I'll get to them. But I told Arco, I said, I'm going to get all these smaller ones first before I get to you. He's like, why? I said, well, I want to get all the good ones first before I get to you. He's like, F you, man. Which I don't know if you guys know who Arco is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Joe, you hear me?
Huh?
There he is.
What's up?
I like Arco. I get a kick out of him, and he's a pretty crafty dude, man. I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying over on Bryce's there in the chat, I was telling Chad, don't sell your Clyde card to Bill because I need the room on the trailer to get my stuff back. Because if he buys the car, my stuff gets left behind.
No way back.
Right. No way home.
So Neverboard S10 Addict 1, right? He's the winner?
Yes.
Yep.
All
He's
right.
the winner.
That's the man of the day. Good evening.
Awesome.
What does he get for winning?
His name on
Kicked
the
off my
board.
show.
Oh.
We have
I
to
didn't
send
know.
money to him in a PayPal or something.
I didn't know if he got like microwave dinners or something.
That'd be high class even for me.
Where'd he go? What happened?
He must have dropped. He kind of locked up. Must have dropped.
Mm.
We've
How you doing, Bryce? Sorry. Hello.
Hey, John.
Hey, Bryce. How's everybody?
Yo.
My man.
Oh, there's Neverboard back. There we go.
There he is.
I don't know what happened.
The magic of internet.
Dude.
Well, you know, when you're on McDonald's Wi-Fi, it happens.
I'm on coconut wireless right now. See, I'm on coconut wireless now.
No, I got
Yeah,
there you
that
go.
fiber optic stuff, so they're just computer spazzing out, I guess.
So what's everybody working on right now?
Hangover.
My diet.
Yeah.
I'm working on this beer right now, so I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, it's funny you'd say that because my cousin asked me the other day or yesterday. He says, have you been exercising or anything? I said, well, I ran twice today. He's like, really? I said, yeah, I ran out of wine and I ran to the store and got more.
Yeah.
Hey, J-Ride, what's going on?
I'm just working on a few things, trying to update the white truck as much as I can while I have free time because I work in vegetables during the spring to fall season, and I put in 60, 70, 80 hours a week. So from January to April is about the only time I really have free time and weekends off. And kind of been relaxing a little bit.
Right on, right on.
Do you see the chat? This is awesome. I can comment as Ollie's.
You just freaking
What?
hold on a minute.
How do you comment as Ollie's?
I don't know.
He's hijacked my life.
Wow.
What
Are
did
you really
have?
not a Ford
Wow.
guy? Are you?
Oh,
You're,
just
what?
wait.
You're
Game
not a
shows
Ford
me
guy?
like- me?
Yeah.
That's all that's in this garage. Well, except for that crap. But yeah, that's all that's in this garage.
Oh, I thought that was a junkyard behind you. I'm sorry.
Ooh, blasphemy. Blasphemy.
I know last time I said something, he showed me a small block Chevy. So
Well, I do have one of those. I do have one.
and it was inside, not outside.
Yeah, it's
I love
you know,
I love
I would
S10
sit in
Chevy.
that
I used
car.
to have an S10. Oh, Chevy, it was awesome.
I mean, it's cool you keep something classy around. So,
I
right?
got a lot of Fords, a lot of class.
He got it for the insurance.
All right. I'm not going to pick on you because then you're going to pick on me, and I don't think that would be right because you're a Ford guy.
I thought you'd pick on me because I'm the Toyota guy. I'm the only
Oh.
oddball. Yeah, I'm the Toyota guy with the lifted Toyota.
There's nothing wrong with Toyotas.
Yeah,
Is that Tacoma?
the 2008 Toyota Tacoma, brand new, my brother.
You know, I've had one of those. It was a 98, and I love that truck, man. I could take it anywhere.
They're pretty
Yeah.
good, man. They last over 10 years. It's been good.
Yeah, me and my friend Carlton, we're in Kentucky. He's driving a Chevy Silverado 4x4, and we go up to the side of a mountain, and we get to the top where the ridge is, and we got to get out of our trucks, and he says, "What are you doing?" Because I was leaning up, at the front wheels. And I said, "I'm locking it in 4-wheel drive." He says, "Wait a minute, you climbed that hill and you wasn't even 4-wheel drive yet?" I'm like, yeah, it's a Toyota.
Look at that. Only has all the scrap metal in his garage.
Bunch of wise asses tonight.
How is that? Oh, Mater. It's fucking Mater. What's up, Mater?
Fuck
Holy
you, my
shit.
scrap metal's gonna be worth something.
Scrap metal in his garage. Mater, join us, Mater.
Wait for China to build another dam, damn it.
Amen, John Shokar. But yeah, seriously, I thought, with the way you're dressed there, I thought you was a garbage man, and that was where you work, where all the garbage trucks are.
Don't make me rip that arm off and beat you with it. You won't have any.
Oh man,
Classic. I'll be right back.
I'll hit
Give me a
you.
beer. You guys are
I'll hit you
classic.
with so many rights, you'll beg for my left.
Oh, I'll take the beatings. It's all right. It's part of being a Ford guy, I guess.
How you know I only got one arm anyway?
Because I used to watch your channel.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Well, I went away for a while.
You
Not
did?
to prison. Just got away from social media, and I got rid of all my social media accounts, everything, and recently just restarted Mill Creek Fab Shop, and it's basically going to be for doing a few projects and where I run and get a lot of classic old parts and stuff across the country, stuff like that. And then my show is on Fridays. So
Well, you had another show. You had another channel, though. You were repairing small engines or something? Or
well, I was doing that on Mill Creek.
okay.
I was building I built Trikezilla on there, motorized bicycle. That was all on Mill Creek before I got rid of it.
Okay.
But now it's just, I'm not going to be doing any of that. Although I do got my square body truck. That's why I said on the show with Bryce that 4-door square body, I thought $6,500, that's a drop in the bucket for that. If that sheet metal is good. Because to me, that's like buying a grade A steak.
Well, out here on the West Coast, anything with surface rust gets scrapped.
Oh, wow.
Up here, it's probably the nicest thing we've seen in a while.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna eventually get around to just all the channels, everybody on, and do a show. And my sponsors that I had before, they're on board, and they've been sending me stuff to give away during these trivia things. So
You were farting around with springs in a Dodge or something back when I subbed you. I can't remember what video that was.
yeah, that was a 2004 Dodge Ram 2500.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. My son drives that now.
Oh, right on.
Mhm.
I wonder what happened to you because it's like poof, all of a sudden you're gone. I'm like, damn.
I had to take a break, man. After that raised the roof event in Youngstown, seemed like just everything went to hell in my life. So I thought, screw this, I'm out of here.
Oh my!
Well, glad to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, just be like me and just not put any videos out, pretend like you're somebody. That's all I do.
Yeah, well, it's hard to when you got all them blue garbage bags behind you.
Well, you know, it's going to be worth something someday. I'm banking on that.
To who?
Somebody.
Okay.
That's what he said on the last stream. That's the last.
Hey, it doesn't matter. When I'm dead, it's somebody else's problem anyway. So I don't care.
Right. Thank you, Fox Can Fix It. I appreciate that.
Billy's gonna let me move in, but Billy said I have to bring all my Fords and offer free repair work on the Toyota.
Left
Is
arm
that
is
Bryce?
just-
Is Bryce doing that?
Yeah, I'll put it back.
Wait a minute.
Bryce
was that?
is doing that. Bryce is
The
doing
left arm is just an innie. The right one is. It's not a freaking belly button.
that. Jesus Christ!
Jeez, no respect.
He's a Marine. He's not all there. God, for crying out loud, Bryce.
That explains a lot.
No,
Billy's gonna
no.
let you move in.
I am not anything to do with Libtardia that lives here. They moved in. I was already here.
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're cool.
That's awesome.
Forwards and offer free repair work.
No, it's
Yeah.
Bryce screwing around again. I mean, we're
How
fast
the hell
forward
is
that
Bryce
shit.
doing that? That is awesome. Bryce has hacked your shit. He just hacked Oldie's garage right now.
That's it. I'm dropping the grenade on the next freaking trivia show.
I love it. I love it. It's the little things in life, I'm telling you.
Just to put that out there. That's great.
Hey, Bryce, I dare you to type in there under his name that all of my Fords are built Ford Tough with Chevy carts.
No, ain't no way.
Oh, that
And
is
then we'll all,
Just
Then
because
we'll-
Chevy valves fit in Ford heads don't
That
mean
is
they
so
need to be
bad.
there.
but then we'll all screenshot it and share it out across social media.
oh my God.
You
There it is.
suck. You
There it is.
freaking suck.
I succumbed to peer pressure. I can't, I don't know.
It's a good one, Bryce. You moved up a notch for me there, Bryce. You're at notch 1 now.
Hey, I'll take it. I was in the negative, so I'm in the positive now, which is good.
Yeah, well, you were never in the negative with me.
I love it.
That's good.
I love it.
That's good.
You actually went up half a notch when I found out you have that car instead of that. But you still have the truck. But
Oh yeah. Oh,
that truck, though,
Frankenstein, baby. Hell
yeah, that's actually a cool truck,
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
I gotta
I
go
love
for a little
it.
bit, guys.
Well, all right.
Hmm?
All right, we'll be here.
I didn't love my truck today, but I mostly always love my truck.
Hmm.
I went to go out to drive it today, and the fuel pump died on me.
Oh shit.
I'm like,
What?
when can I be done with the fuel issues? I swear. After this, I mean, it's the last thing to replace on the fuel system, but it's such a fun truck to drive, man. I really love my truck. It's awesome. The 52 is cool too, but it's been quite the learning experience. It's funny because Ollie's and I have been sitting there going through manuals and trying to find like different parts and things. It's it's kind of been a fun learning experience. You know, it's a cool car. I love it. I got lucky with both.
Morticia.
Morticia.
I like parts hunting.
Yes,
Don't say it's a Ford thing either, Joey.
What?
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
reading. I was
Exactly.
reading. What'd you
We'll
say?
leave it right there.
All right. All right.
No, I love the hunt. Hunt's fun.
The what?
The hunt.
Hump? You like humping? Is that what you said?
I do too, but I'm too fat.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh,
And it costs me money every time I do it, so we're not doing that anymore.
yeah. I don't even want to know now. I'm sorry I even said anything.
The only way to increase the value on a Ford truck is power it by Dodge. Right
Son
on,
of
Mater.
Who the hell said that?
Mater.
Who the fuck said that?
Increase the
Mater.
value. Wow, Mater. That's deep.
Delete.
That's classic.
Block.
Block.
Classic.
Hey, there's Dancing Alone. How you doing, old man?
Oh, hey.
What's up? What's up?
Get to the comments.
Every time I see that name, Dancing Alone with Rentals, I picture him dancing around with a mop.
I'm not even going there.
I know. I've been trying to get that out of my head. Counseling can't even help me with it.
So, Billy, what's new with you, brother? I see you got them beer reviews going on.
Yeah, I mean, been doing the beer reviews and stuff. I've been getting supplied from my friend Don in Hawaii. He goes, I'm not live, but I'm with my friends. My wife's like, "Are you live right now?" I'm like, no, honey. Well, we are live, but only's in iSpider and no, because it would do I don't want them to get a copyright, so keep your music off, lady.
Well, put her on the camera. This way we can finally open our eyes.
Yeah, she come here and she can see the camera. There she is. All right, love you. Thank you.
Oh.
Ouch, fucking ass crack. Okay. I called her my mama bear because she's like my mama bear, and I like to hibernate between her boobs. But anyways, joking. But Bryce, thank you for asking. Yeah, I've been doing the beer reviews and all that stuff. But my friend Don in Hawaii, he goes to Hilo and he goes to go. He's always looking for beers, and I'm always looking for beers. And some of them I had never tried. So like the Voodoo Ranger and the other Voodoo and all that. I never tried those. I never tried that ever. And I've always stick to, like the Heineken, the Corona, the Budweiser, the Bud Light, whatever.
Yeah.
But I never tried other different beers, so I started to do that. And a couple of gaming videos and
I'm gonna have to send an Arizona beer over.
I would like an IPA from Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's what I would like.
Yeah.
I went on his website and they don't ship to Hawaii. So I'm like, fuck, because I wanted to order that shit. But no, they don't ship that shit.
So you're in Hawaii?
Yeah, I live in Hawaii. I'm on the biggest island of Hawaii. I'm on the big island of Hawaii.
Yeah. Yeah, that one island, I've been reading up and seeing a lot about where the Amelia Earhart, they think around the area she had disappeared, which is not far from Hawaii, but it was on another island that's only like a half mile wide. But they had to stop there to fuel up. And the last radio frequency they had gotten from her, I forget what it was, but anyway, it was the last thing she'd said on the two-way radio thing. And then after that, she disappeared. But they're now thinking they may have found her plane. So
I feel like there's a joke coming on.
No, this happened like this happened like 84 years ago.
It's fucking
and,
I don't.
No, I wouldn't joke about that.
No.
Yeah.
I'm all good. Same old thing. Try to keep up with you guys. Thank you, Bryce, for watching all the fucking videos. You always check me out when you comment.
Well, Billy's got a lot of Call of Duty gameplay videos. But a lot of times I'll watch those while I'm doing other stuff, you know.
And I got vlog and I got a bunch of shit, but it's just crazy. But I got now I'm doing the beer reviews and then changed my channel art to like subscribe for a beer. So go to PayPal and go ahead, hit that.
See, Billy said if we watch every one of his videos, we can have a party at his house. So.
Yeah, of course. I'm a barbecue. We'll do it, everything. I mean, I don't have a big shop garage like Oldies, but I have a regular.
I don't either. I have a storage unit.
Yeah.
We all just show up randomly.
We can just show up randomly. Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm like, fuck. As long as you guys bring beer, I mean, that's all good. That's good, but no, I'm fine. And then if you see the picture behind me, that's my boy's MG. My boy Don White. That's his MG. I've washed it and cleaned it up for him.
Nice.
Oh, so that's not yours?
It's not mine. It's my neighbor's.
Oh.
No, it's mine, but you can see me driving it. I drove it. As one of my friends, Don in Hawaii, that's his MG. And I fell in love with it, and I'm like, fuck, I want to drive it. I never drove one, so he let me drive it. We cruised it. I washed it for him. I cleaned it for him. And then everyone, yeah, so... and then we gotta work on the head gasket. We need a new head gasket. So I thought, well, order this shit. We'll put the head gasket in. We'll do this. We'll do that. Whatever. I always try to help them out. So yeah. But other than that, cheers, guys. You guys have a great one.
Yeah.
Oh, you're taking off?
Day. It's Groundhog's Day.
So how much more winter do we have?
I don't know.
6 weeks.
6 more weeks of winter, I guess. The groundhog sees his shadow, right? Some shit. Like
did he see his shadow? I don't know.
I don't know. We gotta go check out Punxsutawney Phil. See if he's doing it.
Yeah.
Possibly he did. Shut up, Bryce. Damn it. See that special report? You read that special report. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Only just flying through the episode to kick Bryce's ass. How the fuck is that happening? How the fuck is that happening? Bryce fucking hacked Oldie's? Oldie's getting fucking hacked right now.
That's right. That's right.
Fucking hilarious.
Well, Mongrels pick anything but a Ford or Mopar.
Well, that's
hey,
just,
Mongrels. What's up, buddy?
Nothing here.
Mongrels is a great guy, too. What's up, Mongrels?
He is. He's awesome.
Mongrels is awesome.
Yeah.
Great guy.
And since you missed the trivia, Mongrel, I have a trivia question for you. See if you can get it. What has 5 toes, but it's not your foot?
What has 5 toes? Wow. A potato? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know.
Now, let's see if Mongrels gets it.
Mongrels are going to get it because he's I don't know. To me,
he's probably Googling it. He's probably Googling it right now. That's why he's taking so long.
He's a pretty smart dude. He's
a pretty smart dude. Mongrels is a pretty smart dude, too. I agree with that.
Shit. Mm-hmm. He really does.
But out of all the trivias, who won the most? Oldies, right? Oldies been the most in Mongrels, or what is it?
Tell you.
Bryce. Yeah, Bryce. Who? I think it was Oldies and Mongrels and
maybe me by 1.
He says, I don't know in the chat. Well, Mongrels, it is my foot. It's that simple. It's my foot.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no.
That's like, God, it's like that joke that 2 guys walked into a bar and the third one ducked. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. A 4-wheel steering automobile.
Oh, right there. Oldies Garage.
I'll put that back up there.
I'm seeing that. Oldies Garage. Mongrels won 3 times. Fucking 4.
Mongrels was on a roll there.
Mater got it.
It looks like 6-5 versus you.
Hey,
and
Mater got it.
Right?
Mater got it. Yeah, Mater. Wow, Mongrels is he had a 3 in a row.
Dude, Mongrels was killing it. When we were listening to the show, he was killing it.
Yeah.
So what do I got to do to be on that show?
Talk to the Olinator.
Just tell me you want to be on, and I'll put you in the next spot. I think we are 2 months out right now.
Well, just write me down, and about a week before, let me know. So I'll be
Absolutely.
ready for it.
Are you on? You're not on the Facebook thing at all?
I'm on Facebook. Yeah.
Okay. All we're doing is we're just keeping track, and it's Bryce's deal. It's a little page that's just for YouTube channels and whatnot, sharing information, whatever. I can tag you in it. That way, everyone sees you're there, and hopefully, you get more traffic. You know.
You want
All
me to
right.
pull
What is the name of the thing?
I'll show right now. It's
Oli's cheated. No.
Yeah, go ahead and use it.
Oli cheats. Oli cheats to win.
You gotta have
Oli's
smart
cheat
too.
garage or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is. There
It's a garage
Oh,
YouTuber support group.
Oh shit! That's the one you sent me on the Facebook.
Yeah.
Garage
Yeah.
YouTuber
I
support
feel like a
group.
moron. I know you sent me that like a fucking months ago.
So just, I mean, you know, we'd love to have you there too, Joey. We're just sharing channels and information and stuff. And then I keep a list of who's doing what, like a kind of update list
Oh shit!
of our trivia show.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. There you go.
There it is. Yep.
Hang on, I gotta take this call real quick.
No problem.
Right.
So, garage YouTuber support group. Why isn't it coming up?
Yes.
Y'all got me blocked.
Hold
Oh,
on.
yeah. Bryce and I are Ford guys. You're fucked.
I put the link in the chat, Joey. If you click on that.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
See what
Mongrels is here. How's long he been sitting in the lobby?
Oh, there he is.
There we go.
All right. Join group. I just now joined. Oh, the join questions is: do you think Ollie's is gay because he's a Ford man or not?
You're dead.
Let's see.
I don't remember putting questions on there.
YES.
It's cheaper
How
being
much-
gay, I'll tell you that.
How much do you think a Ford costs when it leaves the car lot? 0. I'm kidding. There's no questions. I joined the group though. Thank you.
Nice. There you go.
Hey, Mongo.
I think I got a picture for that, Ollie.
Uh-oh.
There's
That's a
Joey.
cool
I don't
looking.
know if this will show up, but we'll see.
That's a cool Pontiac behind you.
See if I can get
But you know
What
what?
a big.
I'll send it to you via Facebook Messenger or something.
It's not a picture of me, is it?
No, not a picture of you.
Okay.
Let's see. Do I even have you on Messenger? Let's find out.
I don't know. You sent it to me or Bryce?
I'll send it. Either one.
What year is the Pontiac there behind you?
That's a 67, and you'll note it's not a Ford and it's not a Dodge.
Yeah, no, it's Pontiac.
But
My grandmother had one.
I was going to say, I work on stuff besides Fords and Dodges.
Right. Sometimes you got to look cool when you're on stream, so you change the picture.
Sometimes.
Hey, I work on Chevy.
There you go, Bryce. Incoming. You can send that to Oli.
There not be naked pictures laying across the party.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'll switch to my other camera and I'll show you the Chevy I'm working on right now.
That's funny. All right,
Nice.
Daniel, I send it to you here. I'll send it to everybody.
It's a little plastic model truck.
Hey, a
that's
60
always-
Chevy that won't rust out. That's awesome.
That's always
Yeah. Hey, thanks. I gotta go now. You missed your chance of being on the show, buddy.
I've missed every chance in life there is.
I'm kidding. I'll let you back on there for $39.99.
Sounds like a fun.
That's about time I hang up. Just when you
I'm
start promoting.
gonna have to go back and rewatch the trivia now because I missed it.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
My PayPal is HVA97200. Ollie,
Oh, I'll get right on that.
make your payment there.
Hey, I got PayPal too. I put it on the description of each video. So far, I'm up to $0.
Bryce has sent me a pornographic picture. Looks like.
I was passing with Mongrels was sending over.
Wait, excuse me.
That was a good one, Mongrels. That was
It
good.
says image sent in message requires it covered because of the pornographic image. Tap,
It's not that.
tap to see blurred image.
I don't think it was that bad.
No, it's not that.
I'm just kidding with him anyway.
They do that to his phone because he's on the sex offender list.
Wow. Dang. Oh my God. How are you so good at that? Ford owner. That's all right. You know what? When I fire up my my square body, women's panties fall off. Can you afford to do that?
So do the inner door panels
Yeah.
and the rockers and the best.
Shut up. That's not nice. I would not say that about you.
Let's see what kind of crap we got floating around in interwebs here.
Well, that's like e-brake turns. We all think that makes the ladies' panties fall off too, right?
Oh, mongrels.
Oh, did you get it?
Oh, yeah.
Bryce, I added you on Facebook.
But see,
All right.
that's how we get them to moan, mongrels, because they're really good at doing that.
Well, you got
see?
good practice.
What's up, mongrels? Hey there. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Sorry, I was on the phone, guys. Sorry, I was talking to one of my friends.
You have
Now
friends?
I know what that bad smell is.
Wait a minute. I was
It's Subway, damn it.
I was stumped at when he says talking to one of my friends. You have friends?
Yeah,
No, I
I
don't.
I got you guys, and then I have somebody else. Yeah, I have friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Well,
got-
actually, I was talking to one of my friends. He was like, "Did you try the Voodoo
What's up,
Ranger
6%?
9.5 IPA beer?" And I said, "I didn't. I'm scared of it right now. It's a 9.5 IPA. I don't want to drink it right now." He's like, "Did you drink it yet?" I'm like, "No, I did not drink it yet." But I sent him the link, and I said, "I'm live with my friends now." So my new friend, my friend said, "Man, yes."
Right.
But,
You're a good friend to have.
There he
Bill,
is, right
because
there, Don in Hawaii.
there
Don't
you
be
go.
scared,
There you
fucker.
go.
That's my boy Don right there. You gotta check him out. That's my boy Don.
So
in Hawaii.
you actually have evidence. You have a friend. So
Yes,
hey,
I have
Don.
a friend, and this is the MG I was showing you guys. That's his MG, Don in Hawaii. Don, check this out, right there. Your MG in the background. Yeah, that's my boy Don in Hawaii. He bought me the beers to do the beer reviews and the tasting and whatever.
Oh,
He supports my
dang it.
channel.
I wanted that car.
But that's his MG, and I washed it for him and cleaned him. We're gonna change the head gasket on it. We're waiting for some more parts coming in, but I'll help my brother Don in Hawaii. He's a great guy, and he's just like you guys, and you guys are wonderful. Don, go subscribe to all these wonderful people. Yes, so.
Hey, Bryce. Only
Yeah.
if you got to be able to mention it after he sends it to you, you're gonna get it and everything. Do a few things to it. You're shipping it to me.
Well, I just want all the drivetrain stuff, and you can have the body of it.
That's
I'll
what
Hey,
make
Bryce,
that deal.
I just got your message.
That was you were chatting on the other line, but Mongrels fished that out to everybody.
Oh,
it's
God.
yeah, it's pretty good.
Ford owners.
That Duster's pretty cool, though.
I do like that Duster. I was bothering him for that a little while ago. Now I think he's just poking at me now.
Okay, Don.
I was thinking about coming down and
I
buying
meant
it off
nothing to
him.
deny everything, and you better have a video. I know, buddy. I know. He's waiting for the 9.5 Voodoo Ranger video. I know that. And I shared you out, by the way, Oldie, on my community page and my YouTube, and he found
Awesome.
me, and I said, yeah, so share it out.
Fantastic.
But thank you, Don. I love you,
Nice.
brother. He's my neighbor down the road. He's a great guy, and We're buds, and he's such a great guy.
Cool deal.
I
Which
am
Trans Am?
not to deny everything, and you better have a video. Oh God, shit!
Yeah.
I had,
And Ollie,
I had the beer for like a week already. I had the Voodoo Ranger beer for a week, and I have not made a video because I'm scared of it. It's a 9.5% IPA alcohol. I don't know why, but I just haven't not made it.
Ollie, that's nice of you to send your duster to Bryce.
Oh, good. I checked your duster for the.
We got the evidence right there.
That's it. I'm moving to Hawaii. Yeah, come to Hawaii,
It's a
man.
written contract.
Come to Hawaii. It's all good.
It is.
The duster is for sale, but not to Bryce.
You can come live on my porch.
Bryce, you don't have room for other cars, anyways.
No, I don't actually, but I'll have to park it on the roof or something.
Well, just be like your neighbors and park in front of their house.
Yeah.
I'll park it at Jack's house. He won't mind.
Well, the one thing that Bryce, they can't complain is him parking it on the grass in his front yard because it's like, what grass?
Yeah.
So what's with all the rain
What
in
gravel?
Arizona?
What's it?
Yeah, it's been raining actually. It's been
What
kind
the
of
heck,
crazy.
I come down to visit and it's like clouded over and rainy and cold.
Yeah.
Just trying
We
to get
got
away from cold.
Here right now.
It was kind of nice. It was raining today actually. I was like, what the heck's going on? But it's not bad. I mean, every once in a while it's okay. I don't want it to rain all
You know what it wasn't doing here today? It wasn't raining today. It was actually sunny for once.
Go load up while you got the sun. Go load up that duster. So you're not.
I got to move all my Fords that are broke down in front of it out of the way.
Actually, take the duster, send it over to Mongrels. Mongrels will take the Trans Am and drive it down here.
Ooh.
And then,
Which
and then
Trans Am?
Mater, I don't know what you get.
No, you can't have the 78.
That is true, Don.
That
Pune is
78
the
was
best
awesome.
growing in
That's what I'm
Hawaii.
talking about.
20K, build a home in a tiny home. Everybody's doing it right now on the
Hey,
big island.
Mongrels, what? Oh, sorry, Billy.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about Don in Hawaii. He's right. Pune is the fastest growing area in Hawaii right now. In the big island. It's crazy. People come and buy lots, build little tiny houses. That's it.
What's the average house go for over there?
Oh my God.
Oh, Hawaii's expensive, dude.
I say it's fucking
Yeah.
expensive. We're talking $250,000 to $350,000,
Well,
and
that's,
that's like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
That's not bad.
that's not
Dude,
bad.
that's cheap.
That's
No,
cheap.
Yeah, that's
maybe
kinda
more
normal.
higher than that, but we're talking like used houses. We're not talking
Yeah.
brand new.
Yeah.
Shit, where I lived in was like
Yeah,
400.
you know what houses here?
Yeah, it's like not brand new, like used.
I thought like when I was in Maui, and that was like, I don't know, 15 years ago, it was like $1 million just for a tiny house.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. But right now the lots are going off like crazy, like a half acre or an acre. People are just buying them like crazy. They're just building like a little 2-bedroom house or something on it, whatever, or just a 1-bedroom house. Like a lot of bachelors, maybe a lot of single people. Some lady just right across from where I live, she made a container home, and she put a container on it, just slapped it in, fenced it in.
It's
Right on
pretty
our lot.
impressive what they can do with those containers nowadays. They make
Yeah,
some
it was.
awesome
yeah.
buildings and
She said it was about 10 grand. It was about 10 grand. Bought her like a 20-foot container, and she just converted it into a fucking house, right?
You can
Amazing.
buy a house at Costco now.
Yeah, you can buy the little tiny houses and
Parking
shit.
on it. Yeah.
What?
You can even buy a house from Amazon. The little
Yeah.
tiny houses and shit. It's
You
crazy.
can buy a house from Costco. It's like one of those container things. Just
Yeah.
drop it there, you're good.
Drop it
Nice.
right in your
Yeah,
lot.
They
You
have
get a lot.
garages and shops too. I'm gonna have to check that out.
I mean,
I
the
don't
lots.
know. I haven't dug into it. I saw some reel or something. But
I seen someone, they took 9 of those containers, was it the 10 by 53? And they actually they set 3 down on the very bottom and it's 3 up. So,
Yeah.
3 by 3. And
yeah.
they went in there, cut the sides and everything out for pass through going from one to the other and had staircase going up. And it's like, damn, that looks nice.
Yeah, that's true right there. What Don was saying, our property taxes are fucking sky high right now.
What?
Especially where we live in Hawaii, we live in a lava zone too. So 600% raise of all the taxes and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, if you're paying $209 a year, I'll take that any day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
smoking cheap.
Yeah. I'll take that over what I gotta pay.
I pay $209 a year for 3 bed, 2 bed. Yeah, he does. He has a half acre too, like a half quarter acre, whatever. But yeah.
Wow.
You know what I pay, Billy? $3,500 a year.
Holy shit.
I pay
That's for-
$4,500 a year.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, and it's on a little 3rd-acre lot.
We got our problem is the lava zone thing that we have because since the lava erupted and all that shit and took out some shit, now there's like lava zone 2, lava zone 3 and 4.
Well, just
If you're
build a wall of
two,
Chevrolets around
It's
it.
like fucking crazy, and the property taxes and the fucking thing, the mortgages just go crazy. Banks over here in Hawaii don't want to loan you money unless it's like a mainland money or some shit, or a mainland bank or whatever. But it's crazy.
What's a gallon of gas go for over there?
Well, we're probably at $6, I would say.
Jeez.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, there it is.
Yeah. There we go.
Not like you do a lot of driving in Hawaii, though.
yeah.
$6 is about it.
Dang.
About 525, maybe the 6 something. Yeah,
Double Arizona's price.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we're about $2.40 a gallon here.
Jesus.
That's pretty good. That's
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah.
$4.59.
I'd have to do math to figure it out, but I'm thinking we're around.
And what's your gallon of milk? For us, for a
Yeah.
gallon of milk is like $12 a gallon.
Yeah,
Really?
Margo,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Margo,
We got-
don't strain the last few brain cells you got left.
Yeah, no, I know. I gotta save those.
Yeah, I
They
know.
gotta get me back. You know, you gotta last a few more decades.
I
Hey,
get
I
through
tell
this.
you guys, I
I'll be
got the
happy.
rebuild kit for
Yep.
Morticia.
Oh, you
Right
got that
there.
card kit?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
the card.
That's the one right there, Don.
That's a problem.
That's the problem. Yeah,
$10 a
right there.
loaf?
Yeah.
Yep, $10 a loaf of bread, $12 a gallon of milk. Yeah, because we're right in the middle of the Pacific, so they gotta import all that shit to us. So we pay fucking double. It's
That's
crazy.
insane.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to have some cattle shipped over there and just make your own milk?
Well, we have cattle ranches here too, and all kind of stuff that they do too. But it's crazy.
You guys got a Costco over there?
We do have a Costco. We do
Is
have
it
a big
still
Costco.
$2.50 for a hot dog and a drink?
I might be. I think so. I haven't been there in a while. It's on the Kona side of Hawaii and the Big Island. They live. I'm like way across. I'm like here, and the fucking Costco's like way there on the other side of the island.
You gotta fly to Costco.
I gotta go like 2 hours to drive to Costco.
At $10 a gallon, yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. I gotta probably 2 hours get the Saddle Road, go to Costco. But every time you go to Costco, you gotta bring some coolers with you. You gotta bring some shit. You want to buy some meats. You want to buy things. You want to load up, put it in, and then take it. And then you pay that $50 membership. Yeah.
Well,
But yeah,
if
we
you
have a
get
Costco.
if you get the bumped up one, you get credits for all your purchases, and usually you get your money back on it. if you do that.
Sometimes. Yeah,
Yeah.
but if you're gonna go to Kona, that's the automatic. Go to Costco. You have to go there,
Yeah.
and then put gas with Costco too. They have their own gas station, the whole thing. If you have a Costco, go put gas over there. It's cheap too, and it's banging. But yeah, it's
I
all
live
good.
walking distance from a fucking Costco, and I never go there.
Wow.
I love Costco. Costco's
Anti Costco.
Yep, somebody's right.
Well, the Costco we have here has the best spinach dip I've ever eaten. It's really good.
Which one?
Costco.
No, I know, but they got a couple. Are you talking about the artichoke spinach dip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
That's yeah.
I know what you're
Or the
talking
chicken. You got to get the chicken. The chicken Costco. You know what I mean? You get
about.
the,
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
cloud tarts, and you get like half a turkey.
Yeah,
That's
get
what
that
we
little
get
chicken.
like the California rolls and
Oh,
stuff
man.
there too. That's
Banging.
pretty good deal.
Yeah,
Get a big tray of sushi
yeah.
for decent
That
price.
whole section's good. All those pre-made little meal. Yeah.
I'll buy a bunch of fucking batteries. Like, the whole big fucking battery. I don't need AA batteries, but I want this whole fucking thing. Thank you. Give it to me.
I just bought 2 new car batteries from there.
Yeah.
This is the best deal.
Nice.
I got a story about that actually. I went into Walmart to buy my new battery for my car. I brought an old battery with me for the core, and they wouldn't take it.
Wow.
I was like, well, I pull up though. At first, they were telling me, so I bring the battery up. I said, well, I hope you can help me. I want to buy this battery, and they're like, okay, well, we can't. We can only give you $15 for your core. I said, yeah, but your new battery says $20 for the core. And they're like, oh no, we can't do that. They try to scam my old battery, and who's doing that? Is that a you, Ollie?
Nope.
It's
I got a disease in my channel. It's called Bald and Bryce.
Yeah.
Sounds like you need to do some cleanup damage here and throw that one out.
So
he's gonna get his game show wrecked on the next
trying
one.
to get them to understand what a core charge is, and they're trying to explain to me that no, I only get it back when I bring that particular battery back.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? You know what? Keep your battery. I'm gonna go over here and go buy one where they'll actually take my core.
Boski, why is my 73 behind you? Oh,
Plug the ear.
Don, you were in the mainland, and I went over your house and I washed your MG, and I moved it around. You were in the mainland. That's why I took a picture of it with me and the MG. So that's why. If he's asking, thank you, Don. Yeah, I was taking care of your MG for you because you was neglecting it. But that's classic.
Dang, Ollie, that's TMI.
And I don't know reverse. That's true. I didn't know how to put the fucking MG in reverse.
Participation
that was
right
the dumbest
there.
thing ever. By the way,
I suspect Bryce might have control of all these chats as well. Yeah.
how the fuck is it? Oh god.
I don't know. I kind of think that was Ollie typed that one.
Nope.
TMI, dude.
That's great.
Is it reverse like up this way, Don, or was it on the left? I forget. I don't know what the hell it is. My face connected to the ass is gonna be my boot.
That's awesome.
Oh my god. Bryce is classic.
Love it.
Bryce is just fucking hacking everybody's YouTube right now. He's gonna hack everybody. It's over. He's gonna hack us all.
He won't hack mine.
We're gonna hack it.
No. Joey will beat me up.
I won't beat you up.
I think Tall John's quoting Austin Powers for us there.
I won't beat you up. You hack mine, I'll crash your computer.
I don't want
This thing
that.
will probably crash on its own.
Yeah. Hey, did you get that? The last time I was watching your video, Bryce, I'm trying to remember what it was. The brake lines. You were bleeding the brakes. Did you get them pumped up good?
On the 52 or on the 74?
The 52.
Yeah. Actually,
You were live, so.
Oh, yeah. On the last live. Yeah, we finally got that sorted out. So finished that, got the carb rebuild kit. Jack and I rebuilt the carburetor. And so actually tomorrow I'll probably try and drive Morticia down to Jack's house. So
Gotcha.
pretty good, yeah. Making good progress.
Did you get your headlights working?
Headlights are working. I don't know why they weren't originally, but they're working now. So
What I think you should do eventually with that car is get a subframe out of a Firebird, Trans Am, Camaro, whatever.
Yeah.
And graft it into the existing frame, kind of like what Ironhead Garage is doing, Chris, with that truck.
Oh, okay.
He took a subframe, which is a lot better suspension, that also gave him an upgrade to disc brakes at the front and lowered the truck. And it looks sick the way he's got that in there. Next video, we'll see it welded in, but yeah.
Well, we have a live project in the works or planning in the works. Oli's garage and Mongrel's garage are going to come down, and we're going to swap or do something like that. But I got to get all the parts first.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and Billy's going to fly over from Hawaii, and so will everyone. Mater and Joey are going to be there too. Why not?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
We'll just all go.
Is it?
I'll be there, you said?
Yeah, why not? It'd be fun.
Yeah, well, I can give you a hand.
There you go. Why
You
not?
just tell me what to do. Give me a wrench. I'll fucking do it.
Oh, hey.
I don't care. Fuck it. I'll do what I can.
Type in the chat. He'll give you a wrench.
Give me a wrench. I'll give it to you.
Oh, man.
What is
I happen to have
I'm missing
a
something.
79 Trans Am.
I'm moaning if you. Oh my god.
Well, we did
What
that.
the fuck is happening?
Oh,
We did
you're
that.
horrible.
We did that same type of setup on my cousin's 57 Chevy stepside.
Oh,
And it looks awesome the way that was put in there.
I don't know how to change it.
Well, I mean, you got to have tools like angle grinders and sawzalls, and maybe even a plasma cutter would help, and a welder that's bigger than 110, because you want to get a good penetrated weld. So you probably might be able to get away with it using a 110, but I wouldn't chance it. So yeah, I mean, if you don't have that, it'd be good to get with some friends that have those tools.
Right.
And that could be, if you're doing it right and paying attention and making I call it cardboard aided design, which would be CAD made out of cardboard templates of how you want to cut things, and just lay that on there and mark it out, cut it exactly the way you marked it. And then everything will just fit right together after that.
Nice. I like it.
But I think that would really set that car off and give you even more options for lowering it. Like if you wanted to change the spindles to a 2-inch drop or even a 4-inch drop, you could do that. But in the rear end, you'd have to ditch the one that's in there and go with something newer.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with ditching that one.
Right.
I don't know how to fix what Oli's did here.
Oh my god.
It's not letting me open it.
How are you both doing it? What the hell? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, it doesn't let me change it. How weird.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'd recommend going and watching Chris's videos on how he did it on that truck. It's an old GMC truck. Yeah, it was one of the few GMCs made back in the day, back when the Chevrolet warehouse where they housed all their engines burnt to the ground, and they had to have something to put in these trucks. So they were putting Pontiac engines in them. And that's what this truck came with, was a Pontiac engine. It was the original engine to that truck. Yeah.
It would be a proper engine for a truck. All that.
Yeah.
That would be a proper engine with all that torque.
I know you're just pulling my leg, but
Yeah.
yeah. Every Pontiac engine. The last Pontiac engine I had, it wasn't fast enough to get out of its own way. It just had no balls, and it was in a Trans Am. What was that? What was that engine?
400s and the 455s.
Yeah. What was that engine they put in those? The 4-point something. Or maybe it's 5 something. I don't remember, but it just had no power at all.
I don't know. The 6.6 I always found that's a good go to it, and the 7.4.
Is Billy okay?
I'm doing the hula for you guys.
Please stop.
Hula.
I have enough problems that I talk to my counselor about. I don't need this. All he says, "Where's my medication?"
Probably in the fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to keep it refrigerated? Oh, darn.
Well, I was just kidding about running out of wine earlier and then running to the store to get some. I don't drink alcohol at all.
Oh, I need to be drinking right about now.
I need to be drinking about right now too. So. And usually
Yeah.
I usually don't run to the store. I usually just jump in my car and I go pick it up.
Yeah. For those of you that don't
Drink.
know me, for those of you that don't know me that well, just ask Bryce. I don't need alcohol to be crazy. Yeah, every now and then you might see Jason Voorhees on my channel, or Batman, or
You're awesome.
Or I'll be wearing an Oscar Mayer wiener on my head, and I tell everybody stop staring at my wiener.
That's cool.
I just never know. It's random.
So Bryce, are you a fan of the third gen F bodies now?
I have no
I mean,
idea.
I'm
What's going
kind
on.
of a fan of everything, but of course I love my
Oh,
Fords
Mark,
first.
this shark is here.
Hey,
What's
Mark.
up?
Hey, Mark.
The only thing I
Driving
don't
jet.
like is I don't like electric cars. But if it's gas powered, I probably like it.
Isn't there
Is
like,
that-
like a gas powered Prius with the solar on the top of the roof?
Yeah,
It's electric, but
Prius
it's
can
gas.
be in that electric
Yeah.
category. You
Yeah,
can kick that out.
I'm with
too.
you too, bro. Like,
Hey,
yeah, when he
Bryce,
sent me, of course, I come and join Oldie's Garage and come check it out. I showed
Bryce,
him,
you
like,
can
a
probably
movie.
get a good deal on EVs up out of Chicago right now.
With the what?
Probably get some good deals on EVs out of Chicago.
No, you will never see me driving EV ever, never.
Dancing? I don't know what you mean. I've been in the same spot since I got here. I
What's
think.
up, Mark the Shark?
What's up,
The one
buddy?
two I keep seeing. Well, holy shit! All of you moved.
Yeah, we keep
That's
moving that
freaking
fucking
Bryce.
all around the place.
That's Bryce.
Dude, you need to.
We look like a fucking Rubik's Cube right now, just going fucking crazy.
It's like freaking Hollywood Squares going on here.
Yeah, well, right now it matches. I gotta go shave my head bald so I can match you guys right now. So I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh,
We're
Yeah,
still
me, yeah,
fucking-
okay, me and Oldie's, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, well, me and Bryce, we have the same barber, so.
That's
Yeah,
right.
same barber on that.
Here, we'll put
wear
all
the
the
hats
bald
folded
people
on there.
the bottom.
Yeah, me and Oldie's is good. We're the hat guys. Then she put the hat guys, the bald guys, and the hairy guys.
There we go. There we go.
The two hats,
Almost there.
hairs,
Almost
and
there.
the two balds. Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
Good
I
one.
love that Trans Am you got though, mongrels. That thing's awesome. What
I
are
got
you
three
doing?
of them.
That?
Which one?
The 78. How many? Wait,
Oh, the 78. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that car too.
you
It's a
know,
lot of fun.
Smokey the Bandit style.
There's
Why
three of
not?
He said he has three of them. It's awesome.
Yeah, but they're not all that gen, right? They're different.
No, I've got the second gen, which is a 78. I got the third gen, which is an 88, and I've got the fourth gen, which is my 99.
Oh, okay.
I am looking for a first gen Firebird, so just kind of round it all
I treat
Hey,
my
man.
sack like a Rubik's Cube. Fucking Jesus. All I see is Oldie's laughing for a second, and I'm like, why is he laughing? And then I read fucking Bryce's fucking name.
I keep it, and I can't change it. For some reason, that's the only thing it won't let me change.
I don't know what the fuck. I see Oldie like kind of cracking up. Mongo's just trying to talk. Oldie's fucking
out. That's okay.
like laughing. And then I'm looking at the screen. I'm like, I treat my sack like a Rubik's Cube. I'm like, holy fuck.
Hey,
Oh
there's
my
nothing
god.
wrong with that.
Not
That's
for
fine.
kids, people. This is a good one. Fucking Jesus.
It's past their bedtime. They need to be in bed.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
I wonder if it'll let me edit his. No,
I
I
don't know.
can't edit any of them. I can't even edit my own.
Ugh.
He's
hilarious.
locked you out. You can't control it anymore.
It's just classic. It just reminds me of a joke I heard, probably on a TV or something. Shit. there was a rich man and there was a poor man, and they wanted to buy something for their wives for Valentine's Day. So the rich man buys a diamond ring and a Lamborghini, and the poor man goes, "Why?" He goes, "Well, if she don't like the diamond ring, she can have a Lamborghini." And the poor man goes, well, the rich man goes, "What do you buy for your wife?" "I bought her a pair of slippers and I bought her a dildo." "Well, why you do that?" He goes, "Well, if she don't like the slippers, she can go fuck herself."
Oh, wow.
Again,
But I'm bumped.
yeah, wonk. That was like a Joey joke. I know Joey was on it on that one.
Oh, I was
Joey's,
just
right now,
saying.
Joey's fucking thinking right now. You see how he's thinking? Like, yeah, dildo, yeah, I got that, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard that on a movie, Billy, from last year.
that
Last
that
time I
was
fell off my dinosaur. Fuck.
that was dirty in a sexy way, but
Yeah, that was a sexy.
yeah.
Like Bryce.
Hey, Bryce.
Sent me a free shit. Oh my
That's
God.
right.
Bryce,
That's
I sent you a
Free
picture.
stuff. I will take it. I love
This
it.
should be a free shit. Is that what it is?
Ollie, are you running a car in your garage with the door closed again? What
It's
the hell?
cleaner air. It's been through a catalytic converter.
Is the fumes? Is a car on in there? Is
I
the
think
fumes,
so.
fumes going? Is there a
He's
car?
getting to him. He's getting a little loopy.
Hey, Bryce, I sent you a picture.
I think
I'm
Ollie's
sorry.
got
Let's see.
Yeah, Bryce already sent me a
90
picture.
bottles open.
Is that from?
He's at my mercy with the names. He can't
That's
do nothing about
awesome.
it.
Oh man.
Should I share it?
Yeah, that's why I sent it to
Why
you.
not?
Just don't get me banned. I don't give a shit.
No. It's not gonna do that.
That's why I told everybody to shut their music off. I don't know.
You
what
won't
the fuck
recognize who this is.
Holy shit!
It's Bruce Wayne.
I reckon.
Listen, how that came about
I'm Batman.
is during the I'm Batman. During the Raise the Roof event, or before that started, everybody, the YouTubers that was involved in that build, it started from the top. Like Arco was the top one that got recruited by the owner of this bus. And then he called the next one, and then it just kept going down the line. And Bill Cameron, Edge of Eternity, he called me. Well, Bill had no idea because I knew the call was coming. So I put my Batman mask on. I took that picture at the same time I was on the phone with him. And he's talking to me about this Raise the Roof event where we're going to raise the roof 18 inches on a bus, and I'm over there like, yeah, that sounds great, And then he's like, but no fooling around, no joking, no nothing. I'm like, oh, man, what? Well, anyway, Stacy David from Gears Nation, he saw that and freaking rolled out of his chair laughing. And at the event, he asked, he's like, which one of you guys is the Batman? And Arco's like, oh, man, why did he have to ask about Joey? Everybody here, and he asked about Joey. But that was hilarious.
Awesome. I love it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark. Mark has to charge the EV for work. Pain in the ass. I know, Mark. Anyways, have a great time, Mark. Go easy, man. Great guy.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, is that Sharky? He used to be called Sharky. He's got the, I think it's a 55 or 57 Chevy in Hawaii. Is that the same one?
That's Jaws.
Jaws.
Oh, yeah.
I follow Jaws too. He's a cool,
Yeah.
dude.
Hey, Jaws. Oh, he's not Jaws, but
No, he's not.
He's not John.
I'm-
Mark the Shark's a different guy, yeah.
okay, yeah. I was thinking of Jaws. though.
BNC Performance, I think, is his name.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. We actually snuck up on Mark while he was charging the other day. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I seen that. Seen that video.
He's a cool dude. Mark's cool.
Yeah.
Dancing Alone, that was in January of 2021. So, yeah, about 2 years. We had the 1 year reunion on the Playing in Traffic show, but he didn't do that this year. I don't know why. But I was just on a show Sunday with Stacy David and a bunch of other guys. It's really cool. It's on my YouTube.
Nice.
All right, nice. Well, anyway, gentlemen, I'm gonna head it out. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. You guys take care. I love you guys all. You guys take it easy.
All right, brother.
Mongos,
Thanks for
Olies,
stopping in, Billy.
Meters.
Billy.
guys. Joey, nice meeting you.
Same to
Guys, have a
you.
great one. Take care. Put your link in the bio, the chat, and we'll hook up in that shit.
Yeah.
I
Well,
always say put the link in the bio. I don't know what the fuck because it was on Instagram. Like, put the link in the bio. Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah. Well, without
In
a
the
wrench,
bio. With a
without a wrench, yeah, you can't drop
Hard
your
to
link in
thank
without
you.
one.
I know, but anyways,
Ollie
you guys
Stingy.
staters. And
All right.
I'm a Ford guy. Mark said he's a Ford guy, so okay, whatever.
Yeah, there you go. See, you know he's a
I
good
afford what I
dude.
can.
Well,
Nice seeing you guys.
see you, Billy. Good to meet you, man.
All
Later,
right,
guys. Aloha.
later.
Bryce, when are we doing the build?
MCFB. What is
We
that?
are-
That was your channel.
No.
Mill Creek Fab OB. Ah.
Yeah, I don't know who MCFB. That's why I asked. I'm like, who the crap's MCFB? Were they better than me or something?
You know what? That's what your name says. Here, let me look at your name.
Yeah.
That is you.
Oh,
Yeah.
it does say that.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Let me edit that.
And I didn't even mess with it.
Bryce, you better not be messing with me, man.
Garage of spiders.
There you
No,
go.
Mongrels, we gotta get that 52 done.
Yeah. We're going to put a Hemi in it.
As soon as I can swing it, as soon as I can get one.
Wait, you're not putting a Hemi in that, are you?
Why not? In the 52?
Dude, we can't be friends if you do that. Sorry.
What would you put in it?
I'd
It's
put a
got
small
no
block Chevy, a 383 stroker or something in there.
Yeah, but it's a Dodge. I mean, I'd be fine with that too.
Wait, I thought that car was a Chevy.
No, it's a 52 Dodge Wayfarer business coupe.
Oh, well, then, yeah, throw a Hemi in it. Throw a Hemi in it. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, don't put a Chevy in a Dodge because then that will just ruin the engine. So
I think it ruins the car.
no, I did not say that backwards. Okay?
Now, if you put a Chevy engine in a Dodge, it makes the value of it decline.
Well, not because of the Chevy engine.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude.
You put a hamster in there and make it better.
Charge it, know it, right there.
I'll get the Heavy, and then we got to get everybody down to do a build. We'll do it all in one weekend. Yeah.
In a weekend. Oh, that's
You're ambitious.
that's ambitious.
How many people do we need for that?
Well, that would be cool if we did that again, like we did with the roof raise, because there was a bunch of us in that. Arco and then Bill, myself, Tyler, Long Shot Performance, Terry at Coverman 66. Which Terry, he's from Monster Garage. He was there for that. Who else was there?
Well, it took us a week.
Iron Horse Garage.
Oh,
Iron
yeah, the
Horse.
guys from Idaho, right?
Yep, they were there. Man, we had a freaking blast that weekend. It was so much fun. But that would be cool to do that. And Paul Lyons was there, and he had said that there would be a cool thing to do and call it like start, stop, steer. Basically, help find somebody that's got a project that has stalled and help them get it going to where it will start, stop, and steer. Then they can finish it from there.
That's cool.
And yeah, I hope that happens.
Well, Mongrels did something similar too. I don't know if you saw, but they had that LS, Volvo LS build that they did. Kind of similar to like what you guys were doing, where it's live and they could see.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch that kind of stuff because you get involved with the project too. Just following along, you know.
It was a lot of fun to do, but we didn't get a lot of time to visit. So that was a lot of work, right? You're sitting there working pretty much day in, day out. So I did meet a lot of the guys, but we didn't actually get to know each other very well because you're just working the whole time. So that's one of the reasons I came back down a few months later to come visit and meet up with everyone again and actually get to spend some time visiting with them. This is a good group of people. I really enjoyed it, had fun. It's a worthwhile trip.
Yeah.
Night, Neverboard.
See
Take
ya.
care.
Later, Neverboard. Thanks for going on the show again.
Congrats for the win too, Frank.
Yeah.
Good night, Neverboard. I'll never help you win again. Mongrels, I just subscribed to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I would appreciate, and I don't want to sound like I'm begging, but I would appreciate if you guys would take a minute and on your next video, give me a shout out. Ask people to come and subscribe to my channel. Because I think the more people that sees the show, the more people they're going to invite, and it's just going to be a great thing. I want to get Mongrels on there, Bryce, there's several in here. Maybe Neverboard. We'll see how he acts up from here on.
Well, that is one thing Bryce is really good at, is giving people shout outs. He does that in every video.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I tend to not do that, but
yeah. Right. Well, this show, I mean, I had a big channel before, and but like I said, I got so burnt out and just so much going on. I just got rid of it. I had to get that out of my life for a while, and I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did, because I feel recharged and ready to go. So
I cut mine back. That's what I did. Is I was doing trying to do 2 videos a week type thing. I was like, I can't keep this up, not with work and kids. And so I've cut it back to, I put out a video every other week is what I try to do. Gives me time to film it, edit it. And then if I have to go away on a work trip or something like coming up, I probably won't be able to get one out this time. But I think that's the biggest impact you have on yourself as a YouTuber, is keeping a consistent production schedule.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, that's when YouTube kind of just drops you a little bit. It's like, oh, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And the algorithm slaps you down a bit.
Yeah. And that was it. That was what caused my channel to explode the way it did, is I was constantly doing something, whether it's shorts or a video, 10, 15-minute long video, and, just constantly staying in the algorithms. But, like I said, you get to a point where you have no life.
Yeah, you get creator burnout for sure.
Yeah. But while I was away, I thought about, if I go back to this, what do I really want to do that's going to make an impact for other people? And although everybody loved watching my stuff, they love watching a one-armed guy struggle, I guess. But hey, it is what it is. But anyhow, so this show is what I thought of doing. And so that's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Nice.
Hello, Tall John.
What's happening? I'm here to thump all you Chevy lovers.
Bring it on, son.
I like a rod that long because it matches me.
I don't mean about me because I'm Mopar.
You might be tall,
in the background there, is that L1011? What is that?
What's that?
Is that an L1011 you got on fire in the background? What is that?
That's a 727.
Oh, that's a 27. Okay.
Yeah, that's I put it on there because I figured since I was going to show up, I thought I'm going to go ahead and click on this thing. This show's going to crash and burn.
Oh.
Oli can't support it on his own no more.
I fucking crash everything, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, dancing.
Gotta make sure I load the parachutes.
What up?
But we were just having a discussion
Hanging
about
out.
algorithms.
This is the first time I've ever talked to each one of you guys, and I've seen all your stuff.
I know you'd seen mine. I ain't made nothing.
Well, that's beside the point. I'm talking
I
about.
follow Brent. I follow Mongrel's advice. I consistently don't put out videos.
Well, I'm sorry if you saw my stuff. I made bad decisions. I made investments in things that were not very good, and so I apologize if you were
I think
affected.
we can all say that.
I think I get you guys are talking about consistency. I think that's my first video in 6 months. Had it filmed 6 months ago. It's just so hard to get sitting down and make it happen and and you got to go through the thought process and take the time, and you want the next one to be better than the last one, and guess what? You watch it and rip it apart every time you post it. So
I don't worry about that anymore. I just put something together and put it out, honestly. And maybe it shows, maybe it doesn't. But I obviously put some thought and some plan into it. But it will do what it will do. That's how
I've gotten to the point now. If I don't put anything out, I don't stress it like I used to. And like this project sitting behind me, you can't see it, but there's a project. I'm custom building a dolly cart that will house a truck bed and cab. But it will be so easy to roll around in the shop while you're doing sheet metal work and whatnot. And I've been videoing that for the last 3 weeks. I just haven't put anything up yet. I'm just waiting till it's done, and then I'll just put it out in a series till it gets to the last part of it. But it's going to be a neat little cart.
Yeah, the important thing is just get out and do something. That's really what it boils down to, is just get out, film it, publish it. There's videos out there where they're not polished at all, and they've got thousands of views, and I'm sitting there, I don't know why they do, but they do. So people watch what they want to watch, and you got no control over that. So just do what you're going to do. There's a lot of work, and I don't think a lot of people that watch the YouTube appreciate how much work actually goes into some of these channels.
Yeah.
Because if I want to just work on my car, I could probably get it done 3 to 4 times faster than if I'm filming me working on my car.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's the editing and the uploads and everything else, and anything that you want to add to that, it just all that time adds up.
Yeah, it takes a while.
There's a lot of work, and I appreciate anyone that takes the time to do it. And it's like Ollie and Bryce, when they put together Garage Trivia, that's a lot of work. Like, and the and stuff, and that. Well, I know you have something to do with it. Don't.
Yeah.
I know Bryce is the bulk of it, and he's hosting it and everything else, but you help in the background. You're like the stunt man.
Yeah.
No one gives you the recognition, but you're there helping out in the back.
That's right.
Yeah, you're the test. You're the test, Dolly. You're the test dummy.
I'm the dummy, all right.
But Ollie, I appreciate you putting my link in the chat. I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's probably Bryce this time.
I'm trying to put everybody's links up there. I think I got everybody. Just got to get Tall John's on there.
He's the tech guy. Half the time I'm calling him going, how the hell did you do that on his videos or whatever? And he's trying to explain to me what he's done. And, of course, mind you, he's doing all of his editing and everything on a freaking phone.
Yeah.
All his videos and everything is all on a phone.
Well, but to me, I think it's easier. But I think it's easier because I can chip away at it during the week. I can edit a little, like if I'm sitting or doing something, makes it a little more bite-sized, I guess I should say.
I mean, that's what I do.
You know why it's easy for you
or whatever the heck these things are. I don't even know what it is.
Bryce, hey, you know why it's easy for you to do all the video editing, right? Because with only it goes in one ear and out the other, because there's nothing in between to stop it.
No, there's shit in here, so it goes in one ear and slams into it. See, nothing comes out the other side.
Well, what Dancing Along with Rentals just said makes perfect sense, and it's the truth. It's basically sex sales. And what he's saying is, if we had tits and an ass and long, beautiful hair, we would get more views.
Well, I have known that for a while.
So I think we should call a transformation place and say there's like 30 of us.
I don't think
that want to get some augmentations done, so we can make better videos for YouTube.
I will agree to this only to a certain extent. Yeah, no, geez.
No.
Please stop. I have to block your ass.
You get a good looking lady on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. Yes, initially they do quite well, and if they have good content, they'll continue to do well. But a lot of times they have that fast spike, and then you find that it's empty content, and then they just crash.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like my friend Jen over at Banshee Moon, Farm Girl. The reason she gets so many views is she walks around in a daggone bikini in every video.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then her husband Jay, he's filming all this, making money off of her, I guess. But they make good content, but that's the only reason. It ain't because they're interested in that boat or that motorcycle or that truck. They just want to see Jen in a bikini.
Well, you know what? There's something to some of that stuff, but then that just goes to show how much more respect I have for people like Alex Taylor and stuff. Who that's not how she sells her stuff, right? She's
I love her stuff.
Does the work. She's energetic, and there's a whole different reason you watch that channel. Is because she actually knows what she's doing and she's very enthusiastic about it. And she's learned a lot from her dad, and they have a good relationship. And I mean, there's so many reasons to watch her channel. Yeah,
I've been watching her for years. She's grown a lot, and is doing a whole lot more than she originally. When I first was watching her, she was at her dad's shop and she was rotating tires on a truck.
Yeah,
and you know, and that's before I even knew anything about she was into racing. You know,
but that's how most of us started: oil changes and tires, man.
Yeah,
she did the same thing as all of us, so she has the knowledge. She's not one of these people that just go out there and shows off the body.
Well,
and that's
she's there because she wants to be there. She's not just there to say, "Oh, I've been here." She's there because she wants to be. That's the difference.
Right.
You know?
But I was just making it a point about people like Jen. And I'm not saying she's a bad person, because she's not. But that, if we're being honest, that's the only reason people are attracted to that channel, is because of her running around in a bikini.
Yeah, well, that's the initial attraction, but I don't think that's the stay attraction, is what I'm saying.
Pussy's costed me way too much money. It doesn't.
Well, when I first met them,
this is since Pussy. I've gotten more of this.
Yeah. When I first met,
parts are in.
when I first met Jen and Jay, I was shooting national archery tournaments and speaking at Wounded Warrior events, and I was in Wilmington, North Carolina, Wounded Warriors event, and I was shooting my bow for these, military guys and women, and they were there, and they came up and introduced herself to me. She wasn't in a bikini, obviously, but they said, "We'd like to do some video collaboration with you, if you don't mind." And Jay was telling me how Jen likes to shoot her bow on her channel. I said, "Yeah, that'd be great." And I said, "I've got a channel too," which at that time was, I forget the name of my channel. It's something about archery. But so anyway, they told me what they wanted me to do in my video, and then I had to send it to them. Then they would make their part of the video and throw it all together, and then I could play it on my channel, put it on my channel if I wanted to. I had no idea what they were going to be doing. But when it was uploaded, it starts out with her out in the woods with matching bra and panties and high heels on, with a compound bow in her hand, trying to pull it back, and didn't even have a release on, no arrow in there, and she did pull it back, and I thought, please don't let go of that string without an arrow in there. It would explode. It would explode. But she didn't. And I mentioned that, I think, in my follow-up to them. I'm like, that's not good to do that, because if you release that, even by accident, you're going to destroy that bow. And they're like, "Oh, we didn't know that." I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "That would delaminate the limbs and everything." Anyway, you'd have to watch it, the video. It's, let's see, what is it? Farm Girl and Joey Collins is how you'd search for it. But I was being all serious at my part of it, because I just thought it was a serious thing, but it turned out it was just a viewership for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. I never did put that on my channel.
A little bit of both. I think you should have a little bit of humor in your videos. I tried to incorporate a little bit of mine, but I do tend to have I suppose, a dry presentation. I tend to be kind of monotone and stuff. So I'm working on it.
In your videos?
Yeah.
No, dude, Mongrel's I'm not just saying this. I like your videos.
Oh,
They're
I think
well
so.
edited. I usually learn something, and the clip art's usually good too. I'm not just saying that. I actually enjoy your videos.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching all the different content when I get a chance to. Everyone has something unique that they bring. Like and Bryce, it's the go get it attitude that you have that initially got me. Like, it didn't matter if you knew what you were doing or not. You're just like, I'm going to try to fix this.
I just like watching you fuck shit up.
That was awesome, man. And in the end, you got Frankie.
Yeah.
It was around Frankie, so you did it. So congrats.
It was a rough process
to watch.
Yeah.
And then watching the LTD adventure, and now
well, I'm glad that adventure was over. That was the best trade ever, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I was actually missing the LTD the other day. I think it was.
Were you firing a weapon at it?
No,
no, he said missing it. If you were firing a weapon, you would not miss that thing.
This was Bryce.
Hey, I probably would have had it on the road already, though. That thing didn't need too much.
That car was hexed, I think, from the beginning.
And Ollie, your mom's Ford, that thing's awesome. Love that thing.
I know. I need to finish that too before. Oh yeah, she's getting older, and I'm running out of time, so I got to get that.
Well, I mean, that's there's a couple of reasons I got that car done, because that was my grandfather's car, and that was my dad's first car, and it was my first car, and then my son's first car. So
a lot of sentimental value.
There's a lot of value in that car, and when we were talking about I was talking about taking the kids down to Mini Nationals, and my kids, I think, I'm right back once in a while, but they weren't really into the cars too much. But my son had bought that car. I sold it to him. The tradition was buy it for $1. So he came out and said, "Well, if we're going down to the States, could we take my car?" And I go, "Oh," because that thing's still sitting in the field. It's been sitting in a field for like 30 years. Like, and I thought about it. I'm like, listen, we got 4 months. We can try. Sure, why not? So we hauled it out. LS swapped it. Made sure the brakes were there. The suspension was there. Interior, cleaned it all up, and he worked. And he worked on that car hard. And that car is completely road legal now. It's insured, it's registered, it's completely on the road. Unfortunately, we didn't get to take it to the event, but that's okay. Well, we might take it down this year. Come visit Bryce and some other people.
Dancing Alone, the answer to that question is yes. Their headquarters is North Carolina.
Which question was that?
He asked, talking about Jen and Jay, the Banshee Moon farm girl, if their headquarters is North Carolina. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know who they were when they asked to do the collaboration, other than they were there at that event. Matter of fact, prior to me even seeing the video, I didn't even go to her channel. We swapped email addresses and phone numbers at that event. And I remember they told me the channel name, but I totally forgot it when the time I left there. So I just didn't. Once I got home and got rested up, I did my part of the video and sent it to them like they requested, called them. They said they'd get theirs done, and they got my channel name so they could tag me in the video.
Right on.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Well, I have found that was some of the best times I had was some of the channel collaborations where just go meet some of the different. Well, it's been the best part of YouTube for me. Period. Is just meeting the different people. Like I wouldn't know any of you without doing YouTube. It made
exactly.
Friends, very good connections, very good friends. Went on some great adventures.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been great. Of all the people that I've met through YouTube, through collaborations and doing events together, and several of them have been here to my shop. I had a surprise visit from Edge of Eternity. Bill Camry just showed up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude,
Bill's a cool guy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, when he first got out of the truck, I'm like, oh, it's just an Oompa Loompa. So.
I don't think he's in here.
No, he's probably asleep by now. Oh, man, let me tell you a quick story. Not many people know this story. It was about Bill. It was at the Raise the Roof event. We had went in halves on a motel room. And I didn't know this, but he uses one of those sleep apnea breathing machines.
Oh, yeah. That's quite the rig, man.
I swear to God, I was in the same room all night long with freaking Darth Vader.
Yeah. I can see that.
We're at the event location the next day. I'm dragging ass because I couldn't hardly sleep with all that racket. And I think it was Arcus says, "What's wrong, Joe?" I said, "I'm tired." He's like, "Why?" I said, "Doesn't matter. When I leave here to go back to the motel later, I'm taking vice grips." "Why?" I said, "Because I need to clamp Bill's hoses together before I go to bed."
Yeah.
But we laughed about it. It was fun.
Well, I know I went to a sleep clinic and they wanted to put one of those things on me, and I'm like, you know what? I just thrash around too much. I'll just wreck the damn thing. I'll deal with it. I'll be tired.
Yeah. Right. But, well, guys, on that note, I really appreciate tonight. I'm going to head out and
The link is speaking. Hold on.
no, it's posted them twice.
Huh.
No, that was me. I was just, I don't know.
It's because iSpider is trying to make Ollie look like a bad guy. I mean, we already know he is because he's a Ford guy,
Doesn't
but
take much.
but he's posting it twice on purpose just to make Ollie look bad.
Hey, Ollie's can you wrench Taco? It won't let me do it on my side.
He's a Toyota guy. I ain't wrenching a fucking Toyota.
Oh, on that note, guys, have a great night, and we'll see you around again soon.
You have a good night.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
we'll
thanks for
see ya.
coming on.
No problemo. Later, guys.
Later.
All right. How the hell do I wrench him? Let's see. Here.
The easiest
There it
way
is.
is if you pull. Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got her.
Well, this would be interesting. You wrench Taco. Let's see if we can actually ban you.
Kick me out of my own shit.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
I love it.
Did it make him one?
Who won tonight? Oh, no, actually, don't tell me. I'm
never-
going to go back and watch it, so don't tell me who won.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was a good show. It
It usually is. I was kind of upset that I missed it. I was surprised to come down here and you guys are already doing this, but I forget that you don't have the time change in Arizona.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that screws me up too. By the way, are you going to go to duct tape, Bryce,
To duct tape?
Oh,
Yeah.
you should go to that.
Nationals?
next year,
Where is it?
this coming year?
Tucson.
Yeah.
Is it
That's
really?
right. That's the plan. This thing's going to duct tape this year.
Is it really?
Get it out there. All right, I'll be out there.
Are you? Okay.
I'll be out there.
That's what I said when I'm coming down this year to visit, man. It's in that. We're going to duct tape. That's the plan.
Well, you know
How
what?
close, how
If-
close are you to Phoenix and all that, Bryce?
So I'm in East Mesa. So Phoenix is like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know where that is.
But yeah, I mean, shoot, if Mongrels is going, I might drive down with them because then at least if I have an issue, he can help, but that'd be
But
cool.
Destroyer will be out there.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else do I know should be out there that's in your area?
Shoot, we should caravan it down because Destroyer is right by me. And
I'm all for that, man. I'd love it. My buddy might bring his Mustang down. If I get
Cars
them
on
all
the
down,
Fritz
then
is
bring-
over here.
Bring that down.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay, so you have two. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
cool. So you're in Tucson, Tall John?
No, I'm in Nashville,
Oh, okay.
but I'll be
That's a drive.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've been out there for 2 years in a row, and I'm planning on making it for 3.
Nice.
It's a lot.
What is that? 2.5 days for you, John?
It's a good distance, yeah.
Yeah.
I got family in Cali, so what I do is I go out there and visit them, and then I come through Tucson. Music, Muscle City Madness, Ruben, he's in Phoenix, so I go over there, and then we head over to Tucson and go do the race, and then head out there. And you guys talk about the YouTube friends you meet. It is amazing. And that event, I met more people out there that were YouTube, and they're going, "Hey, have stickers or whatever." And I'm like, "Who's this?" "Oh, I've seen this guy's, show before." But anyhow, a lot of fun. So, and I knew you were in Arizona, but I didn't know how close you would have been to Tucson. So you're not that far.
It's I think it's a 2 or 2.5 hour drive.
Is it that long? Really?
I thought it was like about an hour from
I thought it would be like an hour and a half or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an hour and a half. I could be wrong. It's been a little while since I drove to Tucson. Maybe it's an hour and a half, 2, something like that. But
all right.
Well, it kind of sucks that I didn't get time to pop in and see you, but I know that's a busy time of year.
Yeah. Well, when was that? Wasn't that Christmas time?
That was right. Yeah, I was right on like the 21st, 22nd type thing.
Yeah.
So it was right around Christmas. I figured you probably would be busy, so it's all good.
Yeah, I was bummed too, but sometimes it gets hard, just schedules get a little crazy, but yeah. We'll sort it out.
Said I was planning on coming down again, so
yeah. That would be cool. That duct tape, that actually sounds pretty interesting, because we could get a handful of YouTubers, have quite the caravan going down. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd
Maybe
be fun.
we can drag goalies down.
When is it exactly?
This is the end of September, beginning of October typically. So it's like September 30th to October 1st is usually around that weekend.
It's the first weekend or the last weekend of September, October, somewhere in there.
Man, it's right in the middle of my daughter's softball season, so I'm like, damn it. I don't know.
Well,
fly into Phoenix, yell at
Why?
all the way down.
Oh, you can drive down.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Nothing I own makes it that far.
How long would it take you to drive down there? What 18 hours?
How long was that, guys?
That was a bit of a haul. I think it was 17 hours when I picked up the LTD, something like that. But Mongrels is like, that's nothing. He's drove all across the country.
He's like, stop your whining.
Yeah.
You know damn well I don't go anywhere without a car trailer because I'm going to find something on the way.
Like I'm a fan of Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
I've been everywhere, man.
Well, Ollie's just fly into Phoenix, and then you can drive in the truck, and it'll be like, you're used to the Ford truck, so it'd be like the same thing. It'll be fine.
Oh, so we're going to do a 2-lane blacktop, but with Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Anakin driver.
We'll be trying to keep up with Mongrels.
You won't keep up. That thing cruises very nice on the highway.
Yeah. That car is pretty cool.
Well, it's got a 5.3 and a 4L60 in it, man. It actually gets like 20 miles to the gallon, and
dang, that's not bad.
Cruises nice.
Yeah. I haven't taken Frankie on the freeway. It's going to be loud. Well, at least I got the exhaust all the way back now, so that helps quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a few things I got to do to this guy to make sure it's ready to go down there. So a couple of things I got to sort out on it, just tweak a few things, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. Nice. I might get some door seals. That'll probably help.
That's one of the things I got to do to that. Definitely want door seals for that long trip.
Yeah.
So which way are you coming down, Mongrels?
I'd probably come through Idaho and just trying to think what's all on that. So definitely Idaho, probably Montana, move over into Idaho, down into
You'll slide down on the east side of Nevada there.
yeah, kind of in that area, and then into Arizona, and because we're kind of thinking about checking out the Grand Canyon, Antelope Canyon, and stuff like that on the way down. So
Have you been to the Grand Canyon before?
maybe when I was a kid, but my kids have never seen it. So
Well, don't drink a beer.
It's pretty cool.
All over the edge.
Yeah.
if we're gonna do that drive, we want a nice adventure. Because one of the things I'd like the kids before they're too old is I kind of want to try to hit all the states with them.
Nice. That'd be cool. Dang, that's really cool, actually.
Well, just do one a year. They'll be 50 by the time you're done.
Well, they've already got 10 under their belt, so
That's pretty impressive.
I just took
10
Jake.
states and 3 provinces, so they got more states than they do provinces.
Nice.
Yeah, last when it was in fall, I guess it was. I went through Phoenix. I had to do some stuff, and so I had Jacob with me, and we went through and did the Grand Canyon. And we didn't tell him we were going, but it's kind of obvious as you're along the way because there's signs all the way. So I asked him, I said, "You got an idea of what we're doing here?" And he says, "Well, I think we're close to the Grand Canyon." I said, "Yep." So we park in the parking lot. You got to walk about a quarter mile or so. Maybe it's a half mile, I guess. A quarter mile before you get to the canyon ridge. So we get out there and we walk over to the rail, and he looks over the edge and he turns around. And he goes, I think I'd have rather saw trains until I saw this. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I was like, oh, yes.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
The last time that we went, and it was awesome. I mean, you can't beat the view. But we pull up, and I've got Shiloh with me, and she was, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 or something like that. And there was a couple there, and they had their kids just running loose, and they were like chasing them and kind of frantic. I'm like, of all the places to not keep a hold of your kid, because there's not guardrails and stuff. It's just canyon, Like, what are you doing?
Maybe that was part of the plan.
Yeah. Oh, man, maybe.
Maybe.
Hey, chef.
Secondary abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad senses were going off. I'm like, can you just hold on to your kid, please?
Well, the kids and I hit quite a few attractions and sites this trip. Like one of the big ones was Deadwood. I always liked Deadwood and Black Hills area in South Dakota. There, that's a beautiful area. And we hit Rushmore, and we hit Alliance, Nebraska, and went and seen Carhenge. And we went over to Six Flags in near St. Louis there. So we hit quite a few things. We were planning a few other ones, but it would have been a lot more driving. So we kind of just felt like, you know what, we had a good time. Let's just get her home, and we'll go hit some other stuff next year.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool you do that. I mean, they'll remember that forever too. So
I hope so. Yeah.
Awesome memories.
Like Niagara, yeah, that's another area that's pretty freaking awesome. We're a chance to be out there. That's wild. All the history out there, people going over in barrels and stuff like that. It's like, you're crazy, man.
I wonder how the
imagine going over there. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead, Tall John.
I was just saying, I wonder how that Pontiac could do over the falls.
It's a boat. It floats. I think the only state I haven't been to is Alaska.
Oh, okay.
I think I've been to every other state.
Wasn't Alaska more or less the same as the rest of Canada? Buried under snow most
I
of the
don't
year?
know. I've never been there. I think Alaska's probably quite nice.
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah. Some of the guys I was stationed with ended up getting stationed in Alaska. They liked it for a little while. It's the winters that are rough.
and then when I went out to Washington D.C., I mean, there's some great stuff out there to see too. Like all the monuments and everything, and then you go to the Smithsonian, the aerospace side of that. There's some neat stuff there, man. All the World War II prototype stuff and whatnot. It's pretty wild. So you guys got a lot of history down there. There's lots and lots and lots to see.
Well, we're trying to save it if they don't tear it down first.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I've never seen someone trying so hard to erase history.
Oh yeah,
It blows my mind.
You know what? I'm affirming. Leave it alone. Leave the history alone.
It happened.
The good and the bad.
Yeah.
It's both there. Both serves
It's
a
how
reason.
we got here.
Yep.
It's how we got here, whether it's good or bad. It's how we got here.
Exactly.
And you're fighting for what you think is good. We'll continue it and throw your monument up later.
Oh yeah. It's just my
Well, what I get a kick out of is, oh, this person did that. Oh, tear the statue down. Tear the statue down. What about the hospital that person built across the street from the statue? Oh, no. Leave that. That's fine. Maybe change the name, but we'll leave that building alone. Like, it's just hypocritical. That's what it is. It's like
it is.
you're going to recognize the bad things, but you're not going to acknowledge some of the accomplishments and some of the good things. Listen, we all have those sides, so.
But a lot of that bad back in the day wasn't considered as bad.
Exactly, yeah.
Well,
You know what? It's very judgmental to put our societal views on what happened 100, 200, 300 years ago. It's different
absolutely.
times.
Yeah. At one time, kids were growing up in a place that was told them, they were told, just like when you read a book in school, that this was proper. And, I guess everybody's just supposed to grow up, know everything's right or wrong right off the bat instinctively, according to these people.
Well,
And
apparently.
it takes time for the squeaky wheel to finally get its grease.
You know what? These I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I don't care. They can't decide if they're a boy or a girl. How can they decide what's right or wrong, man?
That's
Like, come on.
Yeah. That's an obvious problem.
You want to say this is right or this is wrong. You can't even decide what you are.
I think I'm hoping the problem's ready to go.
I guess I'm just too old fashioned.
Oh no, I don't have a solution for that answer because they've been grooming these kids for years.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, my daughter met her tonight when I was over picking her up from my mom's. We got on the subject of the Bill of Rights and then, of course, the Constitution and everything. They don't go through each one of the articles and explain to the kids what it means.
I bet they don't. Yeah.
And I'm like, how in the hell can you not do that? Because that is the framework of this country.
Yep. Well, it's like here, we don't have the, we don't have a constitution.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Bill of Rights. We have our charter, right? And we don't have freedom of speech, but we have freedom of expression. So it's even almost a little more encompassing. It's like I can express myself however I choose, whether that's speech or signs or whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're supposed to be able to do. Now, are we allowed to do that? A lot of times that gets squashed down. So, yes, I have heard of Prince Rupert. Do I know where it is? No, I don't. Shade tree. Not exactly.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because there's a lot of these annoying bastards too that are the what do they call them? They go around testing the First and Second Amendments, and some of these guys, I'd like to knock their fucking teeth in through their face, but I think they're abusing the right. You know what I mean?
Your founding fathers were very, very wise in the document that they created.
Well, like I told my daughter, that's the reason why we left Britain to begin with. Well, they dumped us here, and we decided to send them the middle finger back. But number one reason was
you didn't want to pay T-tax anymore.
We wanted the freedom of speech. We didn't want to be ruled over a king anymore. Yeah. And you're right, taxes are part of all that, which is why they have the First and Second Amendments. They were really smart, except they forgot to include term limits on the jackasses running the place.
That is the one place where we do have some stuff. Like we do have some term limits up here, but still, the one thing that we really failed at is our prime minister, because at least your president can only be in for 2 terms. Our prime minister, he can keep on going.
They keep trying to change that, or at least talk about it, anyways. Well, I don't know what you mean. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is Obama's 3rd term as it is right now, anyways.
Oh, I would totally agree with that.
Teddy Roosevelt was so Teddy Roosevelt was in for 3 terms or something like that, and they finally made
Franklin
for 2 terms. So Franklin,
yes, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the only reason that he actually served more than 2 terms is the fact that we were at war at the time.
Yeah.
So sitting president cannot leave office in conditions like that.
Yeah.
Well, he was the only one to actually serve more.
We're getting ready. We're getting ready as a country, and I say as a country because it ain't me, to start a war. Is that what's going to happen here? We're going to have a sitting president, a sitting. I'm going to get in trouble too.
Well,
I don't know what's going to happen
because the Democrats are stuck. They're gonna. I think they can see the writing on the wall, and they're trying any way they can to keep the power. It is what my perception of it is. And if that means they got to start a war to have the sitting president, so be it, right? Who knows?
Right. And I
Who knows what they'll do?
Right
It's
now,
just, you got that power's just corrupting. So corrupting.
Right now, I guarantee you, if there's going to be another civil war, it's going to start here where I'm at, because we're tired of everybody trying to come across the border, and that's why our governor basically told Border Patrol, get the F out. We're putting the razor wire up.
Yeah, I've been following that story. That's been pretty interesting. It's good. It's good. I'm glad to see him stand up.
The interesting thing is, and this was completely predictable. Anyone that doesn't think this was predictable, they're off the rocker, is when they start removing Trump from the ballot in the different states. Like, you know what? You're showing your hand when you do crap like that, right?
Yep.
Like, what are you so threatened about? If people don't want to vote for him, they won't vote for him. You don't have to take him off the ballot, right? Just leave it. You're just going to make the situation worse. Yeah, that's really what you're trying to prevent.
The states that are trying to take his name off, he probably wouldn't win there anyway.
Yeah.
It's so exactly. They're showing their hand, and it's just silly. Oh, wait a minute. This time, only this time it works. Way back.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to let Barrows know he's seen this thing.
Hey, Barrows.
I tend to try to avoid political conversations, but I got
it's
very easy to draw me into one.
Well, and I love a good political conversation.
Oh, I do too.
But it doesn't like it. We're being listened to by the commies, so it's like, got to be careful.
Yeah,
I like a good political conversation.
Hey, mongrels, it's okay on this channel. It's not ours. We can do it.
Hey, Canadian expression right here.
I still have to behave myself. I can't go can't speak my mind too much.
All right. Okay, so then what do you think about what our Texas governor is doing as far as putting that barbed wire and everything?
He's doing his job.
He's doing his job. That's what if that's what the people of Texas want, then that's
he was hired to do it.
But the other thing is they're playing silly bugger games with them. You got a whole look, all these people drowned in the river. Yeah, well, no, that happened before. You're trying to pin it on them, and you're making yourself look like idiots. But at the same time, you get a lot of people that don't pay attention that buy into all this crap.
Yeah.
It's like, go do the research. Like, I'm in Canada and I know better. I can go research this stuff. It's
in
all
Canada,
out there.
We're in a bad place.
It's that obvious, but there's people like Brent said, they are that clueless that cannot see it for what it is.
No,
Yeah.
well, they don't want to. And we're all guilty of that. We get into our little groups that support what we believe, and we hang out in that group. And it's very difficult to take in a different perspective. I can recognize that in myself, that if someone from the other side, I'm not saying which side, I think most people that know me know which way I lean, but if sometimes they say something that I disagree with, I'll just balk at them at first. That's my initial response. I'm like, oh, you're full of it. You're crazy. You're on that side, right? And they might have a valid point, but I'll ignore it at first until I actually get my mindset out of that. It's like, no. Let's weigh both sides of this and see where we end up.
Well, one of my best buddies is in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. And it's so funny because every one of his buddies talks just like you do. It's like, how did somebody like the prime minister get in that spot? And I think it's a lot like what we had happen here. There was a lot of cheating going on. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff happening and allowing things to go where it shouldn't be.
Well, you guys need to fix your voting system bad. Like the mail-in ballots and the signature and the
that's
California and stuff. That's just basic stuff. I mean, come on.
How did what's his name up there? What's your guy up there? Trudeau. Yeah. How did he get back in with this? Nobody likes him. He did all the crap to the truckers. He did all the crap that went on.
It's interesting that you bring that particular point up.
All that stuff. How did he get in? The province is there
too. Bear Rose is trying to bring it back around to cars.
Yeah, probably not bad.
You're right in that the last polling that when he did run, it showed quite clearly that he himself was not particularly favored.
Yeah.
But the party was still favored. So people voted for the party rather than the person.
Yeah, like it's a football game.
I would have to say that it's similar to football. You might not like the quarterback, but you like the rest of the team, so you still cheer for the team.
Yeah, I'm from San Diego, so I cheer for the Chargers, right? No matter who, no matter what, right? But anyway, yeah, exactly.
But what it boils down to is a lot of people just don't educate themselves politically because it's a complicated subject. And not only that, they're not taught to educate themselves politically. They don't want you to be educated politically. They want you to vote on the one subject that you're passionate about, and they want to win that subject. So they keep you divided up into these niche groups and everything. Like for me, woke is divisive. It's not encompassing. It's the exact opposite. It causes a lot of division between people.
Hey, there's two of me.
I don't know which one's the real one. I don't know.
I figured he changed his name. It's on his channel.
Ah, my camera's fucking up on me. It's really weird. I don't know why it does that.
All right, we'll bring it back around to the cars. Yes, I agree. My favorite thing is that runs when I want it to. I like that one right there. That's the only one that started when it was minus 45.
Hey, how about the fact that Ford is making it so if you don't make your payment, they'll take your car back. They'll drive it back on their own.
We're talking about cars, Bryce. We're bringing it back around to cars, not Fords.
Hey, my old 69 Ford with points in the carburetor started in 15-degree weather. So what about that?
Ah, there you go.
Minus 45. Mm-hmm. Did you catch that? Not 15, 45.
Well, bring her on. I'll do it 45.
Minus 45? Yeah, okay.
Negative 45, I'll fire.
I don't know if my Barracuda will start at minus 45, but I want to try. I do want to try.
No, trust me, you don't.
No, I really
you don't want to go outside at that temperature.
it always starts. I never worry about it.
Hey, Marco, did you hear that
25 degrees?
Ford they're going to start putting heating elements in the tailgate of their trucks?
Yeah, so your hands don't get cold when you're pushing them.
Well, no, it's that way you've got a nice warm spot to sit waiting on the truck.
Yeah, there you go. Well, if you don't think all the manufacturers are eventually going to go to a subscription to drive, you're kidding yourself.
Yeah.
That is definitely something, or a subscription for, like, I mean, look at a lot of the new cars now. They have options in them that you have to pay for a subscription. Like, your car comes with heated seats, but you can't use them unless you pay for the subscription. BMW is doing that already.
What a deal!
This is probably not too new anymore, but a buddy of mine, Jay, he lives in Montana. He bought a brand new Ram. Had some issues with. He actually works at a Ram dealership. He had some issues with the truck. He brought it back for warranty work, and he told him it's got this miss or it's got this hesitation or something. And the tech drove it around. He goes, I can't find it. And he goes, I'll take you for a ride. So he takes him for a ride. He says, you feel that? Yeah, I do feel it. He says, well, put your scanner in here and let's see what you can see with the scanner. He said, I can't, because as soon as I get out on the road, the scanner loses communication with Mother Mopar and we can no longer work with it.
Really?
And the scanner has to be communicating on Wi-Fi or online in order to do its job, apparently. I'm not totally up on it. My newest car is a 79, so I really don't know.
Well, I imagine there's some data logging capability somehow, but
yeah,
I don't know.
But anyway, he's got this issue with this truck, and they just finally come down to it and said, we can't fix it. And so now he's driving around this brand new truck with 20,000 miles now, because he's been driving it, that hesitates and does stupid stuff. It's just new cars anymore with the connection, the way you have to be tied in, whatever. Man, does that bother me. It's not a not to get back on the politics part of it, but it's not anything to do with having people look at you or spy or be in your crap. It's the fact that you can't do what you need to do yourself at home with the tools that you can purchase. That's weak.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's not just exclusive to cars. That's part of the problem with society in general now. Is no one had you had this big push for everyone to go into university rather than trades. So all these people go and get these administration jobs, these HR jobs, and all this other stuff that I'll keep my mind. I'll not voice my opinions on what I think of some of that stuff, but you get all, and then got away from all the trades. You can't find mechanics half the time anymore. You can't find carpenters. You can't find plumbers. You can't find, because they were all like, "Ew, you're a grease monkey. Ew, yuck. Don't do that. You're a laborer. You're blue collar. That's you can't. That's bad." So then that message got sent. So no one knows. A lot of people just don't know how to do anything. It's a disposable society. Oh, doesn't work. Throw it out. Get a new one. That's the society that we ended up living in because of a lot of this. Of course, that's my opinion.
I think you're right.
I think South Park sums it up really good in the Panderverse episode. And I don't know who's here I'm not a big South Park fan, but I did like that episode because I got a kick of everyone being down at the Home Depot trying to find the handyman to come fix their house, right?
You gotta like South Park, especially when the Canadians are talking.
Yeah.
All right, Ola, you gotta fix the. There you go. You're getting there.
Fucking Bryce.
Anyways, guys, it's getting a little late here. I think I'm going to sign off. Just wanted to pop in, say hi. Haven't chatted for a while.
Well, we appreciate it.
You put a nickel on me. I'm going to get off before you say something I really regret.
Can't happen here, man.
I told you too.
Yeah,
Well,
can't happen here.
All right. Have a good one, everyone.
The
All right,
duct tape.
thanks.
Mongols.
Thanks for swinging in, man.
Yeah. Happy to support the channel.
Yeah, I think I'm about there too. How much longer are you running, Willies?
Well, we've been going for a couple hours, so I don't know. I mean, because you assholes can't do the time chain like the rest of us. There's a few of us still primed and ready to go.
Yeah, well, I need to be able to get back into bed. Considering the fact I am now on a time schedule, because getting up at 4:30 in the morning, because Oli, Bryce, I know y'all didn't hear it Monday, but I started back to work finally.
Nice.
Oh, that's great. What are
Right
you doing?
on.
Yep, I'm working for a place that we do cabinets.
Nice. Very
All
cool.
right.
Yep, and the only thing is, yeah, it starts at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's
Yeah, you
early.
get off earlier though, right?
2:30 is supposed to be, but they're behind, so they've been running till like 3:30.
That's still pretty good. Yeah, that's killer.
Yeah,
Well, I start at 6 every morning as it is now, so
yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, getting up at 4:30 in the morning and on the road about 5:30.
Mm.
I mean, it doesn't take me all that long to get over there. It's
Yeah.
about a 20-minute drive, but still, I gotta. Even though I don't have to be at work tomorrow, yeah, still gotta try and stay on that schedule, getting up early.
Well, cool.
that's awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that is
That is
great.
awesome. I know it's
Yeah.
been a long time coming.
Yeah, October 22 is the last time I worked.
Wow, geez.
Yeah.
Well, good. Glad
I
you
mean,
finally landed.
it's not that bad of a job on the assembly line, putting the cabinets and everything together.
Nice.
It's not hard work. I mean, it definitely give me a workout. Standing on my feet all day, it's like, yeah, that's that, but hey, I'm not going to complain.
Come
Very
payday,
cool.
you won't. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
like,
buys all this crap here. You know,
That's right.
got to do it.
well, yeah, I can definitely tell because you do have a lot of crap in there.
There's some overtime
called
back there.
It's called Ford parts.
Whoa.
Just gonna say, on the
Words.
right-hand side, there's some crap. On the left-hand side, this is from my view. There's some really neat something there. I can't tell what it is, but I like it.
That there?
Yeah,
That's a 318, buddy.
that's a nice piece.
Oh, two of them.
Let's see if I can get the. I'm
That's
wired.
what
So I don't know how all that
that's
works.
an FE motor there. That's
Yeah.
on the right's a FE.
Yeah, what's that, Bryce?
It looks like it belongs in Morticia.
Yeah, that's a 318 with a pretty large purple shaft cam. I don't know. I can't remember the specs exactly. I built it a while ago. And
That's
then
killer.
wrapped in that plastic over there is a stroked FE, which would be like a 416. I got to put that one together yet. And then there's like 3 more straight ahead there that are covered up.
Dang.
So, yeah. I got a collection of crap.
Hey, I mean, free up some space. Just bring that thing down here. We'll throw it in Morticia. It'll be fine.
Well, yeah, I'm telling you need one like that right there.
Yeah.
So
He'll do it
That
as long as you don't make him
that
take the core back.
$250 that I went through, freshened up, it had a lower input in it. I mean, I might be into that motor, $1,200, something like that,
It's
roughly.
not bad.
A buddy of mine had it rebuilt a few years back, but he went with the 340 in his Dart. So I'm like,
Nice.
I'll take that off your hands.
Yeah.
I was going
That's
to put
pretty
that
cool.
in my green Duster, but I haven't decided yet.
Oh, ASO's in here.
Oh boy,
Oh,
there's
shit. Close this thing down. Fuck
yeah. Here comes the trolls.
You gonna be mad if I hop off, Ollies?
Yeah, you're staying here.
I'm
Iron
gonna
button
be
it.
mad, Bryce. I ain't never hung out there before, and then you're gonna leave, you big whiner. I gotta go take care of the kids. Oh,
Hey, I'm
No,
gonna get up
I'm
there
just-
and
in Arizona are sleepy, ain't they?
I'm like a kid when it comes to falling asleep, man. It starts getting late, I just start passing out.
Hey, and I'm an hour ahead of him.
Your eyes are.
Yeah,
Go
y'all always like what 2 hours behind me?
What are you, Mountain
I'm
Central?
Central.
Yeah, you're 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yep. You're 11:31.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 9:30. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed already.
It's 10:30. It's 10:30.
This is the first time I got to hang out.
Well, we got duct tape nationals coming up, so
Yeah, duct tape's going to be fun. I will be there. I'm going to bring this. I'm going to try to, and it's all
Okay.
about money. It's all about money. But I got a Volare that I'm going to put a 360 in and take it out to the duct tape and try to get it into they got the jalopy race. It's not the
Okay.
jalopy race. I forget what they call it, but like if they make a vote on it, and if your car's worth, I want to say it's $6,000 or less, you get to go into a race, and it's a fun deal. Just go look at some stuff on YouTube from it last year. Go check out Birdsong stuff. That's go check out his.
Chris? Yeah.
So go
Nice.
check out his stuff, and he's got a 71 Charger that's just a pile of crap, and he took it out there and ran that thing. So
It is too.
Yeah.
have you seen the stuff you caught up on that one? Golly.
I've watched a few of the videos of that thing, but hey, she's a cream puff. I like it.
I kind of like it too. I told him, I said, hey, if this thing wins the race, I'm buying it because it's going to be worth money in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And he broke it. He broke
Which
it.
way do you go into Arizona?
Who, me?
Yeah, like when you go to Tucson, because you said you're driving.
Yeah, I'll come through the 40. So
That's
I'll come,
south up.
No, Gallup. He'll come from the east.
Yeah, I'll come 40 and then drop down from Flagstaff into Phoenix. That's how
So you'll be driving by anyways.
right. I'll be coming right by.
Maybe we can coordinate something between you mongrels. Maybe if we drag Olies and Maters in.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That'd be cool.
I mean, we got Eric with Destroyer. There's a whole bunch of people that would go.
Yeah. Destroyer's a really cool dude.
Dude, he's fun.
Yeah, he's a really
By the
good
way,
dude.
He can cook some killer bacon.
I hung out with them. We were watching the burnout competition, the Cletus burnout competition over at his house.
Yeah,
And he's got such a sick setup. Half his garage is like hangout space with massive TVs, and then he's got his awesome I forget which Dodge he's got, but that Dodge race car that he's got.
the dart.
Yeah, the Dart. Yeah, thank you. And dude, it was cool. It was a good time. Good dude.
Hey, what is the duct tape? I'm just now hearing about it.
It's a deal that Freiberger, David Freiberger, and Steve Dulcich, they put this deal on over at Tucson at the Dragway. It's called duct tape, and so it's their deal. And you bring your junk out there. I mean, literally. I mean, the name means what the car is. It's still got to be safe, but you're going to duct tape a fender on, bring it out to the racetrack.
Yeah.
It's just a total low budget, go have fun kind of thing. It's a blast.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I saw videos and pictures and stuff like that, but and my brother's in Tucson too. I mean, we could get a good group of YouTubers just out of Arizona.
Yeah. It's a freaking blast. I love it. And then what I do is when I leave there, I go out 10 out through to Texas and out through that way to head back home.
Nice. Okay.
It's a heck of a lot of fun. I've been there 2 years in a row. And if you care about your channel growing,
Yeah.
man, I'm telling you, I go out there and let's see who's out there. Chris, what's his last name? He does the talking Mopars.
Oh, okay.
So he's out there and he's out there doing lives. And he's sitting there talking about whoever we're around. And by the time I got home, I had like 60 extra subscribers. I mean, I get 2 a day, right? I mean, I'm lucky if I get 2 a day.
Yeah.
And I come home, I've been out for 4 days, and I come home and I'm like, what is all this? I mean, I'm happy. What's going on? And it's all Chris doing talking Mopars and doing his lives and shouting out all the YouTubers that are out there.
Right. That's cool.
He puts out a lot of video too. I mean, Chris is on that thing all the time.
Oh yeah,
Every time I turn around, he's got another video out. I can't keep up with him.
Yeah, Chris Albrecht, that's his name. Super cool dude. Bird songs out there. I mean, if you want to meet those guys, they're there. They're right there. Last year, I walked right up to Derek from Vice Script Garage and just commented to him, just, hey, what's going on, man? And he
cool.
turned around, he looked at me, and he turns his head up. He looks at me and he goes, what the hell? And he just got done doing the burnout contest. And I said, I want to see you drive that car with those tires all the way back to Tennessee. And he just laughed, you know. I mean, they're all accessible. You can walk up and talk to them. It's fun.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Like that part of it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The best part for me, though, is going out there and hanging out with all the people, having a beer, watching racing. And because you got your own car out there, and I don't care if your car's a jalopy with a 1-barrel carburetor, go drag race it. You know, you pay your money and you go drag race it. It's so much fun. So much.
Yeah, that's cool.
So anyway, and I'm not selling it because I'm a part of the organization. It was just fun, flat out a blast.
Well, see, that one's a little closer for me than No Name, because No Name being farther away is harder to get to. But either event does the same thing, you know.
Right.
It's a big community hangout, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Duct tape, I think, is a little easier for me to get to, being closer. You know.
Well, duct tape sounds like they've got a lot of heavy hitters going there too. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, No Name is a kind of a YouTube only kind of thing, which is kind of neat about that.
Yeah. I'd love to go to both of them. I just getting time off work, and I'm just, it's me and my daughter, and she does sports, and I don't want to get in the way of that. I've only got a couple more years of it, and I'm done with her and her sports. So, you know, you got to kind of do what you got to do until they're gone.
But if that could work, though, if you flew into Arizona, we could, because then it might only be a day or two that you're out versus the whole drive back and forth, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And let's see. Well, just quickly before I forget, No Name is only 2 weeks ahead of time. But if you do if you fly out, shoot, there's so many people coming through there. We'll pick your butt up and you'll be out your.
Yeah.
See, I already got a co-pilot right here. He lives just out over out in the Beaverton area, not far from me. So I'll bring him out with me, and we'll caravan down.
Is that Greasy Garage?
Full throttle kind of guy.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he lives right over the river, right? I mean, what?
Nice.
30 minutes, if that? Not even. He's hardly even far.
There's a little resort. There's a little resort thing that's like 3 or 4 miles away from the track. And you get a little bungalow. It's not that expensive, and you can park there. There's like 2-3 parking spots.
Nice.
Anyway, so there's accommodations and everything that's really close to the track. It's easy. It's fun. I mean, it's an amazing event. No Name is similar to all the way around.
Yeah. That's cool. Sounds like a good time.
Yep. And when is this race going to be?
It's the No Name is 2 weeks, like the middle of September.
Right.
And then Duct Tape is September, October. It's the first weekend or the last weekend, September, October, somewhere in there.
Well, as long as it's not towards the end of October, that would be a problem.
No, it's not there.
And since I'm in Texas, I'm halfway in between both.
Yeah. Well, you're in the centrals. You're in Central. Where are you at?
I'm just a little bit south of Dallas.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You've already said there. Yeah. So, man, you're close. You're close. It's a day's drive for you. Tucson Dragway.
Yeah.
ASO played taxi cab.
There you go.
So you're going to bring the truck out, or you're going to bring the Dodge out? What are you going to bring out? Bryce?
Oh man, it would be cool to bring the Dodge, but I don't think that's very possible. Maybe by then, I don't know. That's kind of a stretch. That my truck would, I think my truck would be okay. I've never drove my truck that far though, so that's what kind of makes me nervous there. But I mean,
It's like a Band-Aid. Got to rip that sucker off one of these days.
yeah,
Eventually.
there's
Just like-
really, yeah. I mean, there's not. I don't see any reason why my truck wouldn't be fine driving down there, except for the MPG sucks. But who cares, you know? But I'd probably drive my truck. Be probably more realistic.
All right. Well, if the MPG bothers you, I'm sponsoring fuel to get down there.
Well, I'll always take free money, but no, that's okay. It's, I mean, Arizona
He's honest.
yeah. Arizona gas isn't too bad, so it's okay. But
I think it'd be fun. That old truck's an old workhorse. It'd be fun to see that old 4-speed get down the road.
yeah.
Track with the thing. Are you gonna start off in Granny, or are you gonna start in second?
I really don't use Granny too much. It's it's like seconds, you're fine, so I usually always start in second, really.
Because if you're gonna run it in Granny, I want to sit passenger with the camera. My YouTube channel is gonna blow up on that. He's gonna take off in Granny. Can you imagine? It'd be just like dump the clutch, wah, wham, wah, immediately go to second. It would be so fun to watch.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and it was saying just over 14 hours one way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drove from there, from Tucson in the morning, and I got at least to Dallas. I can't remember where I got to. I was headed up towards Texarkana when I stopped. So, it was a full day's drive, obviously. But yeah, that's not too bad. You can do that. Of course, now you got a new job. You might have to build extra cabs.
Might be stuck at work.
Yeah.
Well, I can, I've already talked to him, because I mentioned about the no name. This is the first time I'm hearing about this one. And it's like, all I got to do is, put in requests for the time off and everything. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you get out there, we'll convoy back from there, back past you as I go home.
Well, just fly into Phoenix. You and Ollie's hop in the truck, and then you can convoy back that way.
Could be. I could get over there and help them throw it together. I mean, honestly, there's a bunch of junk here too. You could probably throw together. I don't know if I'd trust it.
It'd be fun.
I like the fact it's closer because no name. That's the killer with no name. Is just so far away. It's like and not so much even the distance, but you got to take so much time off just to do it. To go over there. That's why I haven't gone. But
now
time off's hard to get lately. They're
now the track out there at Tucson, is that eighth or is that quarter mile?
Quarter.
So they run the full quarter?
Yeah, they run the full quarter.
Taco's saying, are you going to trailer it?
Yeah. Are you going to trailer it?
What?
I think he's talking about Frankie.
Oh, Frankie. Well, I mean, that would make it easy. I could definitely do that. It'd be nice just to drive it down.
I drove my 69 from Albuquerque, New Mexico, all the way up here, pulling a shitty green Duster with drum brakes, no power steering, and probably almost 300,000 miles in the poor 351 Windsor that was in it. And I was 22 years old with a 2-week-old kid and a bitching wife. You can do it.
You do the math.
Yeah, and I was 14,500 pounds going through Northern California.
Dang.
That's how much I was pulling in a
Right,
half-ton truck.
Last year, I drove from Nashville area with my 76 D100 pickup all the way out to California, with the trailer that was empty, loaded up my little red express in Anza, and then went out to Phoenix, visited with my buddy, and then we drove out to Duct Tape, hung out there, and then I drove it home. So that old truck can make it. Your truck can make it. Yours is what, a 69, 70? What year is yours?
74. Yeah.
74. Okay. All right. It's going to make it. No problem.
Yeah. It'd be all right.
You can get it to stop leaking fuel.
It's the old FE.
Well, you know what? I got everything's basically been redone. I ordered the fuel pump, which that'll be here on Tuesday. And God willing, it should be enough of the fuel issues, I hope. But that's been kind of a nightmare.
All right, Ford truck guys, I got a question.
Uh-oh.
I want to see if I threw away a rare piece. My mom gave me a 71 F100 with a 360. And I was told that 360 was extremely rare.
I don't.
No.
No.
You know where I was told that was, who's the guy that used to have the old show on TV, had the handlebar mustache with the
yeah.
Oh no.
My classic car or whatever.
Yeah, my classic car. That dude claimed he went, there's a super cherry. It was my truck with a 360 and 71. And he was talking about how rare it was to get that 360 engine. And I'm
rare. Are you kidding me? Damn near every one of those trucks had a 360 in it.
Oh, it was a dog. It was a dog.
The best thing about the 360 though is it's one crank and rod. Was it crank and rods or crank and piston? Crank and piston change from being a 390.
Yeah.
And then all your problems solved.
Yeah. No name is at Sykeston, Missouri.
Yeah, no name Sykeston.
Yeah.
The 360 was actually a kind of a heavy duty block. It had a little extra webbing in it, a little more casting, but it was one crank and piston change away from being a 390. And that's where they run 100 times better.
Yeah.
The 360 was
That's what
big.
I should have done.
I put
Well,
four
I mean,
barrel.
you didn't know.
Yeah.
I put a 4-barrel in cam, did bearings and rings on it when I was a kid in high school, and headers, and it ran better. Right, it did a much better job, but it just, you know what the biggest thing was? It pinged so bad. You couldn't run any timing in the thing. You get to 28 degrees and you're starting to rattle the thing, and it's got like 8.5 to 1 compression.
Yep.
It's like, what is going on with this engine? But
well, the heads weren't all that great either.
It was super reliable. But and somebody did talk, I saw that thing with Mr. Handlebar Mustache, and he's talking about how rare it was, and I'm like, shoot, I probably got rid of the most rarest thing I own. I got a 68 Roadrunner, and that truck was worth more.
It was rarer getting a 352 and a 67 than it was a 390 or 360.
Yeah,
I mean, they stopped putting the 352s in those.
Well, the 352 would have stomped the 360.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, them heads are amazing. That's every time I went to the wrecking yard, first thing I did was I saw an FE and I go, is this 352? Oh, look at them heads. And, that
C1, C3, what's the other one? B, not the B9s. Then you get into the 66, 67 heads, the AERs, the AEHs. I know a few of the numbers. I'm hood diving. If I see them, I grab them. But yeah, no, there's that 360. And Bryce didn't know. I would have been the first one to go, "Hey, don't do that." I'll send you a crank. Just hold on.
Yeah, I'd have done it too.
Yeah. Well, because you don't have to change the rods. It is just the pistons. John would corrected me on that one, so he's right. Crank and pistons.
Yeah,
it's been a good engine, though.
Well, it was a reliable truck, and it was a work engine. It was made to. It was like some of these shop grade compressors where they just sit along and chug all day long at a lower RPM, making air all day long. That's what a 360 was designed to do. Low RPM, chugging along down the road. You know, it wasn't made to run hard or run fast. Just pull a load all day long.
You know, what's funny is when I first started working on the thing, I was probably 14, 15 years old. And I took one of the best things about the Ford carburetor, the Motorcraft carburetors, the fuel line came in the side of the float bowl, and it was a 2-barrel. So you could take the carburetor top off and the engine would still run, and you could watch the fuel run in. And of course, I had an air leak there because it went up to the choke pull off. Remember that? The diaphragm was on the top. And so I'd stick a little piece of paper over there. My auto shop teacher showed me that, and I put it over there. I'm sitting there watching it run. Well, the one stupid thing I did was I pulled the booster nozzle. I pulled something out. I don't remember what I did. I pulled something out of it, and the accelerator pump had a little check ball in it, and I hit the throttle, and that check ball went down in the manifold.
Ooh.
And I didn't know. I didn't know. So I put the thing back together again, and now it's got a big hesitation. The accelerator pump ain't working right. But you know, it still ran good, but it just had this thing, and I'm revving it up, or actually it's and all. Oh my goodness, what the heck! I hit the throttle, it goes hit the throttle again, and the noise goes away. Well, this buddy of mine, Brian, standing at the back of the truck, and I'm revving up. Okay, good. Sound is gone. And he's standing at the back of the truck. He's, oh, shit. It goes down to his leg. This is in California. We're wearing shorts in the wintertime in San Diego. He reaches down, and his shin is bleeding. It shot the ball out of the exhaust and hit him in the leg.
Oh, you're kidding. What's the chances of that?
And so, 2 years later, I'm up in high school in the auto shop class. I'm 16, pull the engine out of the truck, going to do a rebuild on it, pull the head off. And number 3, I think it was, had these little bitty dimples, about 1 million of them on the top of the piston where that little ball was in there. And I scraped the carbon off, put the piston back in with rings, screw it, let's go. At that time, I thought I was doing good, so. Anyway, it was a good running truck. It always ran. I drove it all the way down to La Paz, Mexico, which is the tip of Baja California. And for the Baja 1000 one year with a friend of mine, drove all the way down there, no issues. It pinged all the way down there, and it pinged all the way back. It was a great running truck. I kind of miss it. I'm a Mopar guy. I miss that truck.
Those FEs are hard to kill. I drove my 56 to the beach, and I think I ended up somewhere along the line. I dropped down to like 10 pounds of oil pressure on the freeway. Now, this ain't good. So I get off the freeway and start running the highway, and I'm just starting to lose more and more oil pressure. Well, finally, I don't know what happened. Something let go, or I think one of the bearings finally it lost all clearance it had. Whatever clearance just got enlarged 10 times. Anyways, I found a CSK Auto or whatever, Shucks, whatever the hell it is. They're O'Reilly's now. I found the bottle of the thickest goo on the shelf. I turned them all upside down until I found the one that flowed the slowest. Poured 2 bottles of that thing. Finished driving it to the beach. Drove it the whole weekend. Turned around, drove it back home with a rod just slapping like crazy. I mean, it was hammering. By the time I hit Longview, which is about the halfway, I mean, I swear to God, I was looking for somewhere in the shoulder to pull over. And I just kept going until that thing launched out of the block. It never did. Got me all the way to the shop. Shut it off, and that was the end of that one. I pulled it out, threw a crank back in it, took off the next year, and did the trip again. Those engines are freaking hard to destroy.
It's awesome. I love it.
What's going on?
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, well, I'm going to go on and get out of here because it's almost midnight. And, yeah, usually about this time, I've been catching Z's.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, I'm trying to stay on schedule, okay?
I think Bryce is normally about this time catching Z's, too.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm out here, guys. Y'all have a good one. I'll see y'all next
All
time.
right,
See you later, Mater.
You can last another 15 minutes, Bryce, and I'll let you go.
15.
Yep.
Alexa,
Hey, did we guilty him into this?
for 15 minutes.
Hey, peer pressure still works. What can I tell you?
It does.
Tried and true.
Absolutely.
He wanted this shit on my channel. That's what he's gonna do now.
Yeah.
I put it on your channel so I could kick off and you can keep going.
I know what you're doing.
All right, 15 minutes here.
Well, John just came on, so I wanted to get him on for a little
There
while.
you go.
Whoop, yeah, I'm here. So I'm one of the rare
There you
days
go.
I actually have time off.
Right?
What's funny, I came in and I guess we were talking about, white collar versus, blue collar jobs. And, nowadays the typical person may be lacking skills or survival skills, changing a light bulb is a little bit hairy nowadays, So it's funny because I've done a little bit of everything. And so I went back into trade work. Of all things I do, I deal with hazardous chemicals all day. I work with like bulk chemicals like sulfur sulfide, HCl, which is like hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acids and stuff, but for water treatment. And so, dude, I love the work, man. It's even in bad weather, I'm like totally cool because as opposed to working inside an office, being controlled by overlords, micromanaging you, and if ever you hear the words metrics, bandwidth, things like that, or if you have to mention the word red flags where you work, you're probably working in the wrong spot. You need to find out what's good for you and what you got to do to survive. And after 12 years of working at this place, I work finance for an automotive company. I don't want to mention Volkswagen's name, but anyways, it was. Look, as a veteran, I take a lot of things seriously, and one thing is I'm big on loyalty, almost to a fault. And the funny thing is I've always been geared towards optimism. Even though I had a drill sergeant who was really tough on us, and he says, you know what, if you always expect failure and it works out, you'll be even more happier, as opposed to the guy that walks in with these rose-colored glasses and are like, man, everything's going to be perfect, and they bomb it, and everybody's bumming afterwards, or whatever you got to do at that point in time. And I kind of always took that philosophy, but in my dark little heart, I always was like, man, things will turn around, things will get better. And after like 3-4 years of them saying, hey, we got to do another reorganization, I was like, you know what? One day they had a team meeting, and the supervisor I had, they just talked down to us about some nonsense. And at the end of the meeting, I was like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? I just want to have a word or two with you. And they're like, hey, what's up? I was like, I told you one time that, you guys do this stuff to us again. I told you I'm originally, I grew up in New York, but lived in New Mexico for my formative years. So we're kind of cowboy up in that area. Where you see people riding horses in town and packing a 6-shooter on their hips, and it was just a Tuesday. Nobody worried about that stuff. So, anyways, I says, I told you I was going to tell you, hey, I'm taking my saddle and taking my ass out of this rodeo. And she's like, yeah. And I go, guess what? It's saddle time. I got my saddle in my truck and I'm out of here. Says, I'm tired of your bullshit. And I said, look, you send me a box to come pick up your shit, and I'll send it back, and I'll turn in my car because I had a lease vehicle and everything. I was like, sorry, bro. I says, life is too short for this shit. And I says, you know what? I'm going to take the happiness trail, because some of the warning signs were they started hiring people from overseas. So basically, yeah, you got a call and it's like, what, and don't get me wrong. I'm not one of them guys like, why do I got to press number one, speak the English, my own, anyways. So you get these like overseas cats. They would light these customers on fire, and then they would transfer it to us to try to put out the fire. And it's just like, hey, Jose, what the hell did you tell him? Well, I tried to, as a holy shit, here we go. Just get him over. I'll figure it out from there, and I have to fucking charm this guy for like an hour and a half and get him off the ceiling. And pardon me for dropping a bomb. Anyways, I have to scrape him off the ceiling, just to try to get him to calm down. And then, like I said, the people would quit, and instead of hiring an American-based worker, they would hire like 5 more of these guys. And I was just like, you know what? You guys don't have any loyalty. Dunzo, gone. I'm like, whatever. You sure you want to told you. One warning shot over the head, the other one's in your chest. We're done. So that was pretty much it. And I haven't looked back. Well, I took some time off, grew out what's left of my hair, all three of them, and just went to the gym, did me, and just to reaffirm all the stuff that I went through. The stars aligned, and I found this gig. And ironically enough, me and Ollie got the matching T-shirts. We don't work at the same place, but it's our calling card. That pumpkin orange, the great pumpkin walking down the roadway. But it's fun work, good people, no hassles. I clock in, do my thing. I get there early enough. I can get breakfast. They got a really nice cafe where I work. Actually, I have several, and food's ridiculously cheap. It's like my breakfast in the morning is like $5.15. Ollie sees some of the stuff that I post, on my Facebook. I'm also on Facebook, so if you get into my inner circle, you get that exclusive content of some of the other shenanigans I do. I can't put some stuff on Facebook or on Facebook or YouTube. I got to kind of balance it out. Also on the gram too, so no advertisement, but I try to keep it interesting. Life's too short to be unhappy, and when you got your family, but also your mental health and your physical health, go for you, man. There's enough time to, do crying or whatever on the back end of the deal. But for here and now, man, saddle up, man, ride that rodeo hard and do what you got to do to make you happy, finding happiness. So there you go. I know that a lot of us, we got the one thing in common about we love our cars and everything. Hey, what's financial responsibility and car stability? When you live at that one challenge of will it start today or which one am I taking to work? So there you go. But
I've only got one that runs, so I got that one answered.
there you go. Kind of the limited the field for you there. I know when I came over to your place, you had the O.J. Simpson Bronco up in front, man. That was pretty cool looking.
Yeah. Well, glad to hear the new job's working out. That was pretty awesome.
Dude, I'm so happy, man. Plus, the weather was like really nice. I know if ever any of our guys other than me and Ollie from the great Northwest, the weather's a little chaotic, man. It's like when I was in Texas, they were saying used to be wait around 5 minutes. You like the weather, it'll change to your liking. It's kind of like the same thing here, but it mixed with like almost nonstop rain. So from like October to like recently, it's just been rain. There was a mixture of like snow for like a week and a half. It snows 3 inches and we're done. People don't drive.
We were 15 degrees as a high, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And it was 65 today.
Yeah.
62 today.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
I know.
And it'll be probably subterranean next week.
Well, they used to call it fall spring. The Native Americans used to call that, and that's basically what we're getting is a fall spring. Although, dude, I'm grabbing it by the haunches and I'm riding that thing down, man. So, I gotta get the vitamin D, man. I haven't had so much sun. I'm starting to get rickets. I was all bowed in and everything. I've been at the sea for like.
I can't do the office life. There's no way.
Yeah, dude, it's like
Bryce has got it hammered down pretty good. He's also on everyone's damn channels watching your shit instead of working.
Dude, well, that's one of the good perks of working in that environment because you got your main laptop and then you got your secondary laptop kicking it and like doing the important stuff on the secondary and just your work nonsense in the main one. And they're like, why is your productivity down? No, because I really don't feel like doing the crap you're giving me. So, what are you going to do? You're going to tell me to leave?
Quit interrupting. I'm watching this channel.
Yeah, this guy's got this Holly carburetor that keeps on spitting fuel out of the secondary vents. Want to see the fireball that comes out. Everybody watches for the fail. They don't watch for they get disappointed when you make it. You look like it. I told you I could do it. And they're like, negative feedback, or they get trolled. You get a Brian Cabral, sneaking out of the back of the woods, taking pot shots at you and your kids, and you're like, dude, I don't even know you. Sorry if I offended you. And there's only so many good-looking people in the world, and you want to pick on me,
Yeah, there's something to be said for working outside. That's for sure.
Oh,
weather's nice.
Yeah, even when it's not nice. I mean, you kind of figure out what you can do to kind of, acclimate and do whatever. But, it is, and like I said, going from 15 degrees and I'm sitting there watching a guy trying to offload a truck and and stuff was like frozen. It's like, hey, we ain't offloading anything. And it went my way for like 3 days. Nicest vacation I've ever had. So, and no stress, no paperwork really to worry about. The only paperwork I worry about now is, I have to do the TPS report and having 8 supervisors telling me about the TPS report. I forgot. But, to like my paperwork consists of my time card. And on my time card, they're like, how many trucks you do? 5. And they're like, wow, 5. I go, yeah. I go, that's a personal record. Yeah. Normally I get 2 to 3. So 5, I felt like I was important, so.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Like I said, if you don't mind the perilous thing, you're like staring at some hose like 4.5 feet away from you. It's like busting out sulfuric acid at like 30 pounds in a 3-inch hose, and you're playing the game of, man, this is like the ultimate in Russian roulette. If we make this thing happen, cool. We get water treatment on. We don't. Hey, I got a new look. I don't have to worry about cosplaying. I just go as a prune every year or whatever's left on my face, or I could do the Skeletor thing. I could do like guest appearances, run in. It's like, hey, until next week, and then just run off. So there's always a bright side. There's a way you can earn money. So, hey, I tell you what I will do is, if I can, and I'm going to get back on my page. I know it's been a minute since I posted anything. I'm not, I didn't feel not the need, but the creativity, because I wasn't constantly stressed out anymore. It was kind of like a survival thing for me. I kind of took a break from my Facebook, plus, like I said, with the weather and all that.
Well,
But
you moved and stuff too.
Oh, dude, I grew old doing that thing. I'll tell you what. Next time, I'm just gonna throw a match to it and put my stuff in a little stick and get a little bandana and just go like a hobo, just riding the rails. I ain't doing that thing ever again, But I tell you what, if you're down for duct tape, I'll figure out a way to make my stuff happen, and I'll even throw a better little thing out there too. You're like, how can this even approve? Well, they have me and Ollie in the same state. I don't know if it's legal, so we'd have to check with Arizona, the laws and whatnot. But I tell you what, if I can get to, let's see, I think I'm like sitting at like 294, man. My gosh, and the struggle's been real, and because I think YouTube scrubs a lot of stuff. So that's why you see like your count like fluctuate, and granted there could be like bot accounts and whatnot. They never really tell you. They're quick to ban you, but they're not quick to tell you, hey, this is what happened or whatever. It's just that kind of happens. I'm sure people see those fluctuations. But anyways, if I can get to 1,000 between now and, let's say, I love July the 4th. That's one of my favorite holidays. July the 4th, by hook or crook, me and Ollie will drive down. Like I said, I will drive one way or the other, but like I said, I'll charm Ollie, and I can use ether just like the best of them, and come up with him with a little ether bunny, with sprinkle of ether, and be like, hey, Ollie, smell this bunny. It smells kind of funny. I'm like, what? And I'll wake up, we're like, hey, we're in Tucson, let's go. In order to be a shift to drive, if I get to 1,000 by July the 4th, by hook or crook, and I'll find a beater with a heater. And
it'd be nice
off
and
the
warm.
rodeo.
Need the heater.
Well, you never know. I'm a little cold natured at my age, blood circulation and whatnot. Ain't what it used to be. But
I just don't want to walk halfway back.
nah. Hey, I got a Southwest card, so it's all good. So it's just like,
even if I was hitchhiking, I wouldn't pick me up. So
I know, kind of sketchy looking dudes, So
yeah, it's so hard when I'm like the only guy carting the daughter around and stuff for sports. That's the hard part. That's what makes it so hard for me to get away. Otherwise, if I didn't have her, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd hop a plane, hop a ride.
Yeah. Well,
one way or the other.
Either way, I tell you what, creatively, whether it's with Ollie's mugshot on an air freshener rolling down the road representing Ollie's garage, we will figure a way out. Like I said, hook or crook.
The wrong turn in LA, it's going to be on a fucking milk carton.
Oh, no doubt.
Have you seen me?
Oh, no kidding. I know. It's like Cali's like kind of like a drive over state. No offense to anybody from California.
Drive over.
Yeah, it's drive around. I would say drive by state, but I don't want to get like a strike for violence or anything like that. So.
Well, it's that too, though.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. I like the idea. I need to get down there anyways. Bryce keeps
We'll
bugging
have
me.
a fun time. And you know what?
I
And you'll get real Mexican food.
It
Hey,
was,
I lived in Albuquerque. I lived there for 3 years.
Okay, well, you'll have real Mexican food again. You'll probably get exposed to some Hatch green chili. We'll laugh, we'll
You're
cry,
right
we'll get
about
sick,
that, though.
drink cheap beer. Dude,
Yeah.
what's
Ollie's.
not to like?
Guess what, Ollie's?
What?
My alarm's going off.
Oh, look at that. He sets an alarm.
That's
Oh,
right.
Wuss.
I fulfilled my obligation.
All right, get out of here, you
All right.
slouch.
We'll catch you guys later.
Have a
Later,
good
man.
one.
right.
Oh, gotta go sleep. Oh.
Oh man. Yeah.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. This first time I've seen you, and
Yes, sir.
I'll try to connect in with your channel and all that. But
Oh.
what I've just now heard,
Yes,
I
sir.
want a podcast.
Ooh.
You went off on a thing with the one of
sorry.
the best voices I've heard. You could read a phone book and I'd listen. So I think you need to do a podcast and do one of these rants or your whole thing that you just did.
This is what grinds my gears. Yeah, I
I
get it.
enjoyed the hell out of it. So do
Well,
it again.
You know what's funny is that there's an old saying, I'm almost pushing 60, but there was an old saying that even predates that was, I had a face built for radio. So it's just one of those things that I've done my job so long, I've worked at places so long that, I get a call and I'm really, remember when you get in trouble and you can tell when the teacher called, your parents always had that business voice. I mastered that skill too, because hearing my mom get so many, calls from the school not being happy and whatnot. So I've got that voice guy. And so I kind of flipped that thing on and off. And it's funny too, because like my daughter could hear me when I was doing my office thing. And she's like, you sound like two different people. I go, that's all part of the game. You just gotta give them that big show. The bigger the show, the bigger the dough. So it's funny how people, this is like a small world. They're like, I think I've had you before. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, you're the radio guy. I'm like, oh, thank you. I've been called worse, but I says, I'll take that. I grew up not listening to radio. So, all right, cool. I can do that. And, I think it's just a matter of being able to feel cool. And we're all around car people. I don't know if there's females out in the audience, and that if there are, hey, great. I'm, want to include you too. It's not just a gender biased sport, of course. Anyways, not to sound political, but nonetheless, I just love cars, man. As a matter of fact, Ollie, I know that you would ask you like, hey, you went to the swap. What did you find? Dude, man, it was funny because it had snowed the week prior and they still had the swap meet, but it was reduced down to basically in Albany, Oregon. It's a kind of a rural community, large farming population and whatnot.
Right.
It was down to the size of 2 large barns. And the funny part about the barns is one barn had like a car show going on there. And I was like, I was in heaven. You saw a lot of my pictures. You saw the picture that the 29 Ford, actually 29 Buick with the big black Ford in it. That car was super sexy. But nonetheless, in the swap meet, I go opening up the door and I'm like, because you get used to going to the Portland swap meets and that, or the racetrack swap meet. And it's like, you're there for like hours. Walk in, I'm like, I had to turn to a vendor. I'm like, is this it? And I'm like, that's what we can muster for this year. And I'm like, yep, cool. I'll make the best of it. Elephant ear and just walked around and whatnot. And
now, mind you, Tall John, it's Albany's generally a pretty good meat because a lot of the farmers do bring in all this tin, and it's generally older stuff.
Yep.
So if you have a 30s, 40s, or even 20s car, you can usually find some pretty cool stuff at this Albany meet. However, like you said,
it was slim pickings. And what was funny is a buddy of mine, he's trying to get back into cars and whatnot. And I've managed to peer pressure him into getting a Monte Carlo, but I've also helped give him a ton of big block Chevy parts as well. So I'm the kind of guy that we can go to, let's say, a swap meet. I could be eating a corn dog hanging upside down from a tram with blinders on, and I could spot a car part that I've been looking for. I could just like it's a God-given talent. I could just pick it up and like my spider senses start tingling, and I'm like, oh crap, there's something I need to bring home. And so, anyways, I look and this guy's been. He had two big block Chevy rev kits, brand new, never been used. So he tells my buddy, and we're like looking at him, what do you want? And he goes, I'll take $80 for the two of them. And I look at my buddy, I'm like, eh. But meanwhile, the little kid in me is like, oh my God, we score. So we pick up two big black rev kits. And for anybody not in the know, before the days of roller technology, to help calm the chaotic solid lifter masses because they're so heavy, rev kits kind of help stabilize those RPM fluctuations and whatnot, and better performance and whatnot. It's really good bang for your buck, especially you want to wrap that sucker out to like 7,500 RPM. So, anyways, killer deal. Normally they're like retail for like $250 a piece. Dude was just done with the big block Chevys. Who am I to argue, right? So, e caveat emptor. He had a box of hydraulic lifters, a whole set for only $60, and they were dated 2010. I'm like, wow, before the age of rotten camshafts and or lifters, if ever you try to use a flat tappet cam, like loved competition cams, back in the day, they were, solid gold pieces, good to go. They were almost the gold standard, almost, there were no crane cams or anything like that, or cam dynamics, people like that. But anyways, the quality's kind of suffered, over the past several years. So I figured for $60, what can I lose? So I was too giddy because of the whole hitting that home run on the rev kits. Opened up the boxes today, man, and they were like surface pitted and rusted, and the boxes, they've been taped for so many freaking years. They're literally paperweights. So I'm just like, you win some, you lose some, and like in my giddiness, I should have checked out the items. So if ever you're at a swap meet, kids, check it out before, take a breather, and then break out the cash. And to me, $60 for a set of quality lifters, potentially. I was like, dude, no brainer. I was just too happy. It was like Christmas had come, early again. So, nope, got smoked. However, the fickle finger of fate, as Rowan and Martin Lathrop used to say, as I'm walking out with what I thought was like a home run, this dude broke out a brand new set of slot cars. And I was just like, ooh, slot cars. Holy crap. And it was like 164th. Normally I do 132nd, but the 164th stuff, it's like there's a company out called Auto World that does a lot of 164th, and it's repomps of, I'm sure, I don't know how old you are, Tall John, you're handsome and your youth is still beaming through. So, I don't know, but I can reckon we're probably somewhere within the same neighborhood. But they do a lot of the AFX repops, so, and they're price good, and they're all like magnet tracks, and they can do all these fancy things, and they're fast.
Magnet tracks, I've heard that in years.
Hey, look at that. So I tell the guy, and I'm like, how much you asking for that set? He goes, well, it's a brand new set in the box. I go, that's what we're talking. So what are you asking? He goes, well, normally they retail for like 170. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. As we were talking, I was Googling it, but yeah, go for it. And he's like, I'll take $70. I was like, well, I'm ripping my pocket, getting money out. And as I'm picking up all the nickels and dimes that I just ripped, in my pocket, out of the corner of my eye, his kids start stacking brand new cars in the bubble pack. And I'm like, by chance, how much are you asking for each car? It's $15. I was like, $15? All right, that's a good deal. Who am I to argue? Man, these cars normally go for like $35 a piece. And depending upon the car, they're even more. And what's funny is, even in the slot car world, freaking Mopars are more expensive, So it's just like, bro,
Yeah.
it's a 1/64 scale replica of a Superbird. It's not an actual Superbird. You're not going to take this down to, Barrett Jackson, and people are going to go wild and roar when it rolls across the stage. They're not going to see it. It's a toy, Anyways, so I picked up several cars, and then of course the bug hit me, and then I went to Evil Bay, and man, I hit some home runs there, and I will post it up, some of the goodies and whatnot. But I got a full track, and what I was thinking about doing, and of course I wanted to get Ollie involved in this. We're going to do like a race league, and maybe do like a monthly thing. And I've got a traveling crown that I've made, so whoever wins the meet in that one series, they get to take the traveling trophy home, and you can talk smack on how you whooped everybody's ass, and there you go. So it's I'm from the era. How old am I? Well, I'm old enough to remember that in order to get a trophy, you had to earn the trophy. It's just one of these things that you give people a trophy now. They just look at it like it's a hunk of metal or whatever they're made of nowadays. Peanut brittle. I don't know what they make out of now, but back in my day, it was like, hey, he got the batting championship. He earned it, and it was like, oh, damn, that guy can hit, or that guy can pitch, or whatever. And so I think it's a good incentive to get people involved and hang out and do things. So, again, kind of for us to network. There's a lot of people in the Northwest, and that's how I think I found, Ollie, with us, doing whatnot, and I got a chance to actually meet him in person, and that really nice guy, so he's really handsome in person. He paid me $5 for that, so
that's right.
I'll give you my Venmo information later, so you just
I need a refund from the game show. Apparently my Venmo didn't work well enough.
Now, speaking of age, when I was a kid, slot cars were I'm wrong about the scale, but I'm going to say 1/34, something like that, made by a company called Eldon.
Oh, dude, Eldon, let me tell you, you got me weak right there. I love Eldon cars.
And you talk about the Mopar stuff. Of course, I look them up on eBay, and I'm like, what the hell? Because I want a Charger, and I want a Coronet, and I've got a Dodge truck, and I want all the different ones. And man, I can't afford them because they're too expensive. But the other thing too was the AFX made by Aurora. Remember that?
Oh, heck yeah!
So I got the whole set of Bill Elliott, and then I went and bought the Superbird or the Daytona, whatever the hell they were.
Yeah, well, they had both of them, I think.
Everything you just talked about, I'm like, yeah, I got that, and I'm like, just loving the story. So anyway, yeah, our age is close. You already sort of.
Yeah, well, we speak each other's language, which is nice. Like I said,
I traded a BB gun for my first slot cars.
Let me tell you, yeah, I know. Matter of fact, I remember, I think somewhere in my mom's house, she hid it. I remember I got my first BB gun, but it wasn't until I was in the military where I could buy it with my own money. Because every time I would ask my mom, I'm like, "Hey, can I get a BB gun?" She said, "You shoot your eye out." And I was just like, "Oh, man." But this is like predating a Christmas story, But I bought it and I left it out, and I get a call from my mom, all angry. You're on leave and you bought this freaking BB gun. And I'm like, "Yeah, and your brother Brian's been shooting out the neighbors' windows." And I'm like, sorry, I guess. I don't know.
What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, and literally, my brother's so dense, and he's a defense contractor now. He was shooting out the neighbor's window, literally next door to our house. So there's like no mystery on who the gunman was. Especially when you see the barrel sticking out the window, it's just like, he was 10, but like I said, that's the point of the story. Anyway, lifetime man. But
where my house was, our neighbor's backyard was right where our house was, and they had a swimming pool. I don't know, and I just enjoyed the heck out of shooting that water and see it splash up with the BB gun. And then one day, Mom comes over. She's mad at me as heck. She comes over and starts telling me about, the neighbors came over and they were complaining about little rust spots all on the bottom of their swimming pool, and they went when they went to pull it all out, it was all full of BBs. Is that your BB gun? No, it wasn't mine. No way. But she knew better, the stupid crap we did. But yeah, that's funny.
That's character builders. It's like nowadays, every time you go somewhere, you'll have, people on their phones, kids on their phones, even, really young kids, to kind of placate them. You see kids with phones, just like 3-year-old, playing Candy Crush. And you're like, man, when I was 3, I was struggling to reach the TV, since we were the remote controls, back in the day, you kind of had to learn your job. And especially before you got the newspaper on the side of the head, it's like, hey, adjust the antenna. And you were the antenna too. So you had to multitask.
The wrench holder, the light holder. I mean, you name it. Yep.
Oh, man, the wrench and flashlight holder. Those were the most dangerous jobs. You're directly in the line of fire. Yeah, I wouldn't want them jobs.
That's awesome. BB guns.
Yeah, I mean those were the days. But going back to the slot cars when you're talking about Eldon, I actually do have an original. I think it's like a '66 Dodge Charger with the Dodge chassis, and it's from that one slot car stunt set that also had that pickup truck. But to go even one better, I get the Coronet as well with the Mopar chassis, because the way you can tell that it's the Mopar one is because it actually had the Mopar hubcaps, which was cool. Otherwise, we would just get like the Krager wheels. Nothing wrong with a good set of Kragers, but those were fun cars. And I had a drag strip from Eldon, and it had the whole timer on it because they used to have a 1/24th scale drag strip, which was pretty good. And those things sell for a pretty penny on eBay. But I actually had a standalone tree. Matter of fact, I picked it up on Facebook Marketplace, the Widowmaker. I got it for like $30. The guy's like, somebody come take it off my hands. And I couldn't get there quick enough. But, being able to race, especially during inclement weather, and finding a way to, pass the time without going crazy. Because honestly, the weather, sometimes it's so oppressive. I mean, Ollie's got an opulent, this is a word you don't hear too much, kids, opulent garage to work out of. Meanwhile, if you look at mine, it looks like a episode of Automotive Hoarders, because I literally it looks like a speed shop from 1982 blew up. But yours is nicely organized. Look at the lighting on it. That's why, this guy, he actually has a grow section in the back with these funny plants growing back there. That's why he's smiling right now. He's working on his glaucoma. He doesn't have it because of his product he's been growing back there. So one of those things. They're like, why is the power usage in this one neighborhood so high? What the heck? He's got this solarium back there, and it's just like
my ancient T12s.
You better be putting some lights in them things. It's just like try looking it up. Like T12, it's like, man, they haven't made them since 1985. Man, those are good bulbs.
The only thing available is the max watt bulbs.
Oh, geez. And then you go to Harbor Freight now, and you're like, oh man, I need to get some fluorescent lights. And they're like, what? When did you get out of prison? What do you mean? No, we don't sell no fluorescent lights no more. And I'm like, what? They got these LED things, and I'm like, look at them, they're all flimsy. It's like $19. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot, whatever. Put out okay light, man. But I tell you, the fluorescent, you get that humming from the angels up there, all, and it sounds like you're getting the electric chair. So it's those are times that we can remember. But like a lot of these kids, they're growing up in the LED age where you get the light that's good for 4,000, puts out kind of like decent lighting in that. But like I said, look at Ollie, man. He looks like he's in a professional studio.
I don't know why it looks that bright.
Dude, you got like a supernova going on. Here I am, broadcasting out of Brian Cabral's, basement. Looking like I'm ready to stalk Uncle Tony and that. But it's the cave. It's just one of them things. It's kind of like in the back cave. But
well, I'll tell you what, that bowl of boxes is costing some overtime money. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
should have just replaced the whole fixture.
And I hope you had a forklift to lift them things out of the truck, man, because those things weren't light either back in the day. I remember when we were kids, man, we were all like, "Ooh, look, a lightsaber!" until you hit them, and then you're like covered in dust and shattered glass.
We won't go into how I dispose them.
Oh, to
They
quote a
leave here a lot
series that,
smaller than they came.
yeah, well, let's put it this way: to quote a TV series that isn't on TV and probably unless you watch MeTV, I know nothing, I see nothing. So that's not like Schultz.
I built a resizing tube just for that right matter.
Hey,
You know the kids
A
today.
disposal tube. Hit it here, hit it here, hit it here, and it gets smaller.
but you see, look at it. You're helping reduce waste in the environment instead of just taking it like a spear and just throwing it out, into the street. Being all classy.
Make it fit into tighter places.
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure. Hey, ingenuity. John, you were saying?
You know how things are changing every year. And, we're getting further along as we go, and stuff that we grew up is different what kids are growing up with now. And the one thing them poor kids don't realize is those LEDs don't grow the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The old stuff grew better.
Mm-hmm.
Them old incandescents, man, they really grew the heck out of your stuff in the back corner.
Oh yeah. Tell you about it. Let me tell you. Yeah. Oh, what's funny too is like I've been to Ollie's garage. I remember when he was doing some fab work on the side. He was putting some insulation and some better paneling and whatnot. But a lot of his stuff is like 1970s inspired. The wood paneling in that where it's like sucks up light for days and everything. But again, he's got like a supernova going on in there. You think there's a UFO flying overhead, and they're like, trying to beam him up. It's just, you just can't get it because Ollie ain't going without a fight, So.
Hell, I'm just trying not to run into the walls.
Oh no, he comes out looking like Ray Charles. They're like, man, Ollie's got that drinking problem. He's all stumbling into the dark, bouncing off his Fords and that. And that's why he's got the maze of Fords leading to the back of his house. He just bounces from fender to fender and just hits it. And it looks like it's been, partying at Mardi Gras.
Well, you don't ever move them, so you know exactly where they're at. Like a blind guy, you don't move the furniture. They know where they
exactly.
You're not wrong there because I did accidentally run into one because I moved it. Ow, yeah, that's right. I moved that there. Yeah, yep. I gotta watch it. None of that stuff's supposed to move.
Ollie's so good. He's like, oop, that was the Crown Victoria fender. I could tell. There's the emblem in my shin. Oh, yeah, there's that duster. Oh, I just caught the fender in my kneecap right there.
That's how I describe how you find it. Yeah, just go over there by the end of the custom line. When you get to the duster, turn left and go to the other duster.
You've gone too far. Back up.
That's the other guy's yard. Get out of his yard.
yeah. He's packing heat. He's Second Amendment friendly. You don't want to be there.
That's the car with the Panther chassis.
Yeah. You don't think anyone bought any of that?
I don't know. I sat there going, should I vote for that or not?
You know who's a good one to listen to? Freaking Mongrels. That guy is like bullshit. He's like the bullshitting extraordinaire. The guy, I don't know. He's like an art form to him. He is really, really good at sucking you in and believing this line of bullshit he's trying to sell you.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it, but it just the way it flows out and the way he tells it, the facts he makes up to back it. And you're like, damn, is that really? And I'm thinking about it like this, man, does he know something I don't know? And come find out later, he was completely full of shit.
Yeah. Who's the guy? Honest?
Chad, Honest Peyton's speed shop?
Yeah. He was really exaggerating them, wasn't he? I'm like,
yeah.
Man, he really had a couple of zingers in there, and I'm going, man, he is almost sounding convincing. And then he would sit back in his chair like, yeah, that's it right there. Yeah.
And stir up the pot.
I don't know. I'm over there at the mouse going, which one should I get? He had me confused when he would say his little answer. Man, oh man.
Oh, Taco.
Totally reminded me of Hollywood Squares.
Yeah,
maybe the sixth show or seventh show I've showed up in the last, in the last six. Tonight was just one of them flukes where I came out, turned on YouTube, and I thought I'm gonna hit the live button. Who's doing a live? Well, Wilburn was doing one, and I'm like, nah, I ain't interested in that. So then I'm going along. Well, here's a live that's coming up. So I hit the tag, tell me when it's coming, and then boom, here, and I watch. So then I got stuck here all night watching it because it was fun. It was fun. It was funny. It was just, but it reminded me of the Hollywood Squares.
That was a good show, especially with the Peter Marshall era.
That was a great show. I mean,
Paul Lindsay would sneak in some zingers there, and you're like, what? Yeah. There's a.
It was all the ad libbing because every answer was all ad lib, and it was the people in squares made it funny, and it was enjoyable. And they were also playing with facts too. So it was were they bullshitting you or were they real? Because
they would sell it and be just completely wrong. It's like you look like a dumbass for listening to some celebrity. Not like that. That hasn't changed today. But what do I know? Look at my Lipton tea, Billy.
And there's another guy we have on once in a while, Fox. Fox can fix it. Chris Fox. He was on the show a couple times. He's gotten really good. I think he's figured it out how to really draw you in and just feed you this line of crap. And he's got you, and he's really good too. So we like having him on as well.
I think what's hilarious is the winner could completely have the wrong answer. It doesn't matter. It's not about the answer, the right. You know what I mean? It makes it so fun.
Our job, if the three of us were on the show, our job is to convince the chat you're right.
Yeah,
you could be completely wrong, and that's the way Bryce and I wanted it because it's an open, fair playing field, and it gets the chat involved. So many shows, the chat's not involved.
Yeah.
And then they click off, they go elsewhere, like, oh, this is boring. We wanted to get the chat involved along with it and almost direct the show. Because, like I said, you could be right, John could be right, I could be wrong, but I'm the biggest BS artist, so they chose me instead of you two guys.
Right.
So it's different, because so many trivia shows, it's like, and it's hard to do one on YouTube when it's like, get the right answer. How do you do the buzzer thing with three different people? You can't.
Yeah.
So we decided to spin it a little bit and go, what if snow jobbing the audience is a way to do it? Oh, okay, we'll try it. What the hell? Well, it seems to be working.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny tonight too when I forget who it was. It's like, well, Ole, you went over 30 seconds. He went past his 30 seconds. I'm just busting up going, who gives a shit? But that was hilarious. That was perfect. I mean, it was amazing. It was so much fun.
Well, it's so funny because Bryce will pull us aside. Like, we'll have a little discussion before we take. Well, today was kind of a last minute gig, but usually we'll kind of sit everyone aside and we'll say, okay, look here, try to fill in the 30 seconds because as you're doing that, Bryce is doing some work. He's typing up some stuff or whatever, getting the vote thing ready. So he kind of depends on you to use that 30 seconds to buy him some time. And sometimes people will just give a 1 or 2 word answer, and he's like, "Oh," because he's usually trying to do stuff while we're answering, or he's writing it down or something. Yeah. So and the whole idea is to try to be funny, and come up with an obscure answer. Even if you might know the right. Some of the time, there was one that was like a whole bunch of Fords. And whoever was playing against me was like, oh, well, Ole's going to win this one. I purposely threw the thing. I had such screwball answers. People were like, you're the Ford guy. Well, hey, that's true. And it wasn't. I was so far in left field. But I wanted to make it interesting, I didn't want to landslide it. I wanted some. And as you guys vote, I get to vote too. I've never voted for myself, ever. I always vote for the guy losing, the underdog.
Yeah.
So I always poke my vote in for the person that's not getting enough votes. So, just because I want it to be fun for everybody.
I think it's hilarious. The one tonight that cracked me up was the lightning and the cyclone.
Yeah.
And I, when you went off on yours, it was what I expected. Ford truck, right? And you said your thing, and and I'm like, okay, that's the one I'm going to go for. And then I hear the next one, and I don't remember. Was it Honest or the other guy with the S10?
Frank was after me, so it was probably Frank. Never born.
So he does his answer, and it was just solid about the Chevy.
Yeah.
And I'm going, well, now I don't know what I want to do.
Frank's a Chevy guy.
So then we're going to go with what's Honest at the bottom, and he does his thing, and I'm like, Honest. Because one, you were right. In my opinion, you were right. But I felt like you were having fun, just like, no, you are not gonna. This is the way it is. You're just, I don't know. It was just a blast.
Well, ironically, my dad bought one. My mom and my dad always bought basic truck. You know, my mom always had a decent rig, and he always bought something to get the job done. My brother and I were older now. I think we were getting ready to drive, or we were driving, and he saw the Lightning come out in the paper. You know, he found a deal. It was over in Oregon City. Thomas and Ford had one for like 18 grand or something. He went, showed my mom. My mom's like, go buy it. Huh? Go buy it. Because he'd always had shit. You know, he always drove shit. And she's like, yeah, you deserve it. Go buy it. And he's like brightened up. So I went with them over to Thomason, and we went over and checked the truck out. They had a red one. So there's bucket seats in this rig, console bucket seats. So the sales guy's like, yeah, go ahead, take it for a ride. And Dad's like, you sure? Because usually the salesman ride with you or whatever. No, go ahead. So we went out, jump out on the main drag through Oregon City. I can't remember what road it is. He had the tires boiling from the driveway entrance. We left the parking lot sideways. All I saw was the eyes this big in the salesman. Right? And mind you, for a pickup of that vintage in '94, for a truck to perform like that was unheard of.
Yeah.
The 454 did really good burnouts too. But, I mean, it was just something to see. He ripped it up through, I can't remember what street that was, turned around and came back. And Dad's like, oh, yeah, we're leaving with this truck. So, and it was a performer. I mean, we'd sit in traffic, and he'd time it. You'd be a 2-car gap, and he could poke that truck into that gap, rip it out onto a street. It was a performing short box truck. I mean,
they definitely tore up the 454 SSs. I know, because I had a 68 Roadrunner with a 383 that came from horse's ass, 2-barrel motor with a 4-barrel carburetor on it, and I destroyed a 454 SS with that thing. And I finally one year, I don't know, I said year, but one day roll up next to a Lightning, nail the throttle, and I'm like, I ain't beating this guy. He's got a nose on me, and I'm next gear, and I'm, bam, bam, bam. I couldn't beat him. And I'm, yeah, whatever. I turn over here because I got soccer. He couldn't.
Whatever Ford did to that GT40, they knew what they were doing.
But
they weren't going to do it again.
Did it have a small blower on it?
Nope.
Yes. Well, I think some of the Lightnings, wasn't that an option?
The early ones didn't, but what was that? The second generation ones did.
Okay.
But the first gen, was in that picture, they were naturally aspirated.
Damn.
Well, now I don't know which one I raced.
Oh.
I just know that I lost to it. And so now I'm hoping it's the one with the blower.
What year was that, do you think?
97.
It's the 351 Windsor.
Yep. Because they went a few years. I don't know. What do you think, John? Was that like 4 or 5 years before they re-released the new Lightning?
Yeah.
It pissed my dad off. He bought this truck thinking, oh, this is going to be a collector, blah, blah, because they made it for 3 years. And he took such care of this thing. I don't remember what year it was when they re-released the new Lightning, but it pissed him off. He loaded the bed full of fucking metal and started using it like a truck. I went, no! He was so mad because he thought it was worth nothing. And of course, he was towing the trailer with it anyways, but no big deal. But he started kind of abusing it. And I was getting pissed because I'm like, no, Dad, this truck's going to be worth money. No, it's shit. And because he put out that supercharged Lightning, he thought it was done. And I wished he would have kept that thing. Oh, man, he ended up trading it in at some dealership somewhere.
The one thing that I regret that the automotive manufacturers, remember when we used to have the big three, and you figure Mopar would have answered back with some kind of super Ram. I mean, they have it now. But if you look to the 90s and how mundane their offerings were, Granted, they did have the Dakota with like the 5.9, but it was like some kind of funky like extended cab thing, which to me was a deal breaker. Granted, they painted it Shelby blue and put
Well, no, they
stripes
had the
on it.
RT. They had the RT. And I ain't kidding you, that 5-speed 5.9 did
Yeah.
rip.
No.
I drove one.
Yeah, well, but when you look, when you look at, if you're looking into this, what do they call it, the apples to oranges,
Yeah.
the Dakota, dude, you're how many 100 pounds lighter than an SS 454, Chevy pickup truck, or a Ford Lightning. You're going to have a weight advantage. So to have a 5.9 in it, and the 5.9 is a great motor. Don't get me wrong, especially that roller cam. That thing is a sleeper. They had that pony cake looking intake manifold and everything. So you get a little tuning and tweaking, and that was still the era of. I'm so old. I remember when it was direct connection, and it's just like I got mine from direct connection,
I know what direct
promotion system.
connection is.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that was their shtick.
I'm not admitting I'm that old yet.
Yeah, I know. So they still had. I mean, you could still go down there and get the Bibles, so you can get the chassis Bible, you can get the engine Bible, but they also broke it down to like the V6 Bible or the Turbo 4. Because hell, I remember when the Dodge Daytona, they're like 4-cylinder turbos. That's the way to go. Kind of like with this EV nonsense right now. Not to sound like an EV hater, but I tell you what, man, don't even get me started with EVs. We'll save that for a different topic. But I hate EVs, man.
Politics right there.
Well, yeah, there's just here's the thing. People are getting suckered by some con man. I don't want to mention Elon Musk's name, but they're falling for his crap. And car companies, Ford is sacking up though. They're smart. They're like putting all the money into the Mustang. They're like, dude, people are still gonna want gas powered cars and rip it this way. They don't want to go down to some kiosk at the mall and they go bring their smartphone and like,
I ain't giving Ford any credit. They took that Mustang and destroyed it, turned into an electric piece of shit, and now they want to back up and ask for forgiveness. No, even with your
Ollie, they're going to come by and they're going to come ripping through your neighborhood. You're going to smell that premium gas, the octane just burning in your eyes, and the rubber and that. Meanwhile, there's some kid down at the mall bringing his phone. Hey, mister, can you download a cool engine sound on my phone so I can download it to my charger? Somebody hacked my car and they put fart sounds in it. So every time I start it, it sounds like it's farting. And I'm not getting any street cred. I can buy rims and I can tint my windows and I can put all these stickers on my car and I can say I customized it, but it's still the same electric third that they shot out of this car company, this unbridled, unpassioned car company. Okay, look, I will give the devil their due. Okay, hey, you're gonna be fast in the quarter mile. You might be fast in the eighth mile and everything. But I tell you what, let's do this. Instead of you saying, hey, you'll take me, the first three, let's sack up, because I build my shit to run. And so I'm not afraid of kicking a rod out the side of the block to beat your ass. I'll do what I got to do to prove my point, whether it's oiling down the track or whatnot. But, I'm not going to punk out. But nonetheless, I said, I tell you what, three out of, or 5 out of, let's do, 3 out of 5 or whatever. No, I'm going to do you one better. Let's do a 10 run. And, after like the fourth run, or when your hamsters are dying and you got to go, hang on a second, I got to go charge my car for, an hour and a half using, a power plant to power my car that, EVs are clean. But meanwhile, you left this gigantic crater hole where you dug the, lithium out in the whole 9 yards. We polish up that turd, send it to one country to go ahead and, put some whammo magic into it. And you send it to China, to put it in a cute package, some 5-year-old over there, and they send it back to us. And then we got to pay 12 times the amount. That's dumb, so it's just, again,
all you got to do, John, is challenge him to a cross-country race in the wintertime.
Oh, dude.
Done.
Yeah, wasn't it? I think Chicago. It looked like a graveyard. All the Tesla, charging stations and it's just yeah. Well, think about it this way: Cannonball Run will always be dominated by ICE. I don't mean the law enforcement branch. I'm talking internal combustion engine, because again, like you're saying, hey, what are you going to need? 22 Teslas parked across the United States to try to beat you across country? That's not how it's done. You run what you run, and I hope you brung enough.
Well, they're going to be sitting there charging for an hour and a half while you're still blowing down the road.
They're going to be at Bucky's, thumbing through the catalog. You're like, hey, did we get this one Beaver before? Oh yeah, you picked that one up in Austin. Where are we now? Oh, we're just outside Austin. The charging stations were full. Oh shit, how much charge have we got left? 5 minutes. Holy shit, better roll the windows down. We're gonna die in here. I can't get the doors open. What do you mean you can't get the doors open? The battery's dead.
Man.
Holy crap, But anyways, I wish they would have offered, going back to my original rant, was if Dodge would have had the foresight to put a badass motor and never got rid of that big block and shoved it into a Dodge Ram, how many Dodge Rams do you think they would have sold? Granted, the V10 sounds fancy because it's, everybody's like, oh, it's the same engine as a Viper. That may be, but again, it's just one of these things that when you go to old school horsepower, look, you got a 454 that can barely hang with a 351. There's a lot of different factors going on. One thing is I love compression in cars. When you can turn over a car's, fan blade by hand and it's just like 2-to-1 compression, you're not going to be putting out a lot of horsepower. So you're not going to be scaring a lot of people.
Turn it over with a clutch fan.
Oh, gee, yeah, exactly. You might as well be using a clutch fan. So, it's just one of those things.
Let me pinch the belt. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, yeah, my favorite. Be a man. Grab it by the balancer. Let's see what you can do there, Hercules. Get all chopped up by the fan blade, and you're like, oh god! You come out, look like you've been fighting a Bengal tiger or brand new kitten. Those freaking aluminium claws just clawing you alive, and
that's the aftermarket fans. Those are the good ones.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right here. We ain't gonna sneak off on you. The funny thing, about fans and fan technology. I remember reading on Facebook, the marketplace, aka the Widowmaker, somebody had the audacity to try to sell like an early 1970s fiberglass fan, like as used in 2-lane blacktop, and you're like, bro, that technology, that thing's like 70s to now, almost 50 years old, if not older. Dude, I don't want that hand grenade in the front of my car. I don't like check the time and you come up, pick up a tool, whatever, you drop your trusty Craftsman #1, screwdriver, it shatters the blade and you're walking around with half a fan blade in your jugular and you're testing out the skills of the EMT at the track. And, I'll pass on it. That's, cool story that you think it's the same one as 2-lane blacktop. But again, it had its day in the sun, and you're asking $100 for some grenade like that. Cool. If I want to see the fan, I'll watch it. I
remember seeing some of those.
Yeah.
They were floating around in the 80s. I mean, you still would occasionally see one, and it's like, whoa.
They have the ABS black ones.
Yeah.
Like the offshoots of that. And I think it was, wasn't it Power Master? What the hell? Engine Masters with Freiberger. Yeah, trim my ass, man. It's like, after a 6-pack of Bud, you're trying to work a Dremel. Yeah, good luck. God love you. But I think what was fascinating was when he did the one test about which fan uses the least amount of horsepower to get the job done.
Yeah.
And they tried, the tried and true, the aluminum, throwing star, that fan blade. I don't know how many cars I picked up that I see those things in there and I like freaking cringe. I hate those things. And that's like the first order of business. I've got, if any of you out there want one, I've got several. Just pay for the postage. I'll mail it to you. I'll even autograph the sucker for you. Hang it on the wall. Don't dude, when you get decapitated, don't have your family sue me because you bought a saw blade. But anyways, the parasitic drag on those things, I think the equivalent was like something like almost like 20 horsepower. The only thing I think that was more of a parasitic drag, if I remember correctly, was the actual fixed blade one that you normally find on big block cars and whatnot, or small blocks back in the day, where there was not a clutching unit. And I mean, outside of an electric fan set up on your radiator, which really just draws parasitic drag off the electrical system itself. The clutch fan, I think, only drew like 7 horsepower. So, the king of technology, again, sometimes simplicity, get that clutch fan in there. It might not look pretty, but it's going to save you a little bit of horsepower.
Those ones you call the throwing stars, I don't know how those even ran, because they didn't pull enough air through the radiator to even cool the freaking rig down. So, I mean, okay, so they didn't have any parasitic drag, but then you're overheating wherever you're driving anyway. So what the hell was the game?
Yeah. We're talking about the fan blades that I don't recall the name of the company that sold them, but typically they have like a blue main body. But
Flexolite.
There you go. And then it had the straight edge razor blades, swinging around, and you'd have your buddy wrapping it out. Hey, you rub it up to $5,000, and you see the fan blades, level out and all like. It was like, if something doesn't inspire confidence, it is like poking your head, over the cowl, and you're looking at that, and you're like,
oh no, we stood to the side, way over.
Okay, you got to wear a flak vest. Got to look like the one movie with the guy working the bomb disposal, wearing a flak vest and wrapping yourself up in a mattress and get a motorcycle helmet. You're like, okay, go ahead, start it. I don't want that crap going off near me. But yeah, it's just one of those things, some of the weird things that people still have after all these years and that, and they think there's some kind of an intrinsic value to it. Sentimental value, yeah, I get it. But as far as practical value, where it's like, oh, dude, this is brand new, it's scary. Again, dude, if it's been bouncing around since Nixon was in office, things have changed a little bit. If in case you haven't noticed, and I'm sure you moved once or 27 times between now and 1970. So again, that hand grenade for $100, I didn't know. That's
what he's talking about, John, was John here was mentioning the fiberglass.
Well done.
Yeah, the fiberglass flex blade fans.
Right.
Like what was on Two Lane Black.
They called it.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't seen he knows them well, but I haven't seen one of those since the mid 80s.
Yeah.
And those were like, Chinese stars of death for sure.
Dude, yeah, I forget that. There was one floating around on Marketplace, and somebody was selling one here about a year ago for $100. And their tagline was, "It's the same fan that was used in Two Lane Blacktop." And I'm just like, cool story, but not for $100. I mean, my copay at the ER is going to be like $350 after I lose half my jugular vein when that thing goes off.
Yeah. I mean, $100. It's going to take up a space on the wall. It's not going to be under the hood of your car, if you know what you're
doing.
Hope.
God love you. Don't. Again, nostalgia. Hey, who doesn't love like a little metallic flake, tiny steering wheel, and stuff like the little dingleberries.
Remember the corrugated fiberglass roofing of the same era, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Now that fan was made the same time as the roof, and I don't think my roof lasted that long. So,
yeah,
because everyone had it on their patios back then, and it got crumbly pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, I can only imagine a fan blade.
Yeah, acid rain be like that, but I know I totally get that. So it's just one of those things that's not really super practical. And like I said, it's one of these things. Sometimes a good deal isn't a good deal. So you live and learn if you live.
It's kind of expensive wall art too. So I don't know. That'd be a hard pass.
There's enough people out there that are listening to, I don't know. Should I say? No, I'm not going to say it. Some guy on YouTube giving suggestions, and the young guy coming into the hobby, and when he was younger, they used those and they saved power supposedly.
Oh my God!
And then they go buy it and put it on their car. They're still out there, I'm sure. That group of people.
Yeah.
Well, I think the kids call them now gatekeepers is the key word.
What's that? What's
They,
that,
they
John?
call them gatekeepers. Being like, what? That's what the kids call you if you're like talk about old technology or anything
Yeah.
old. You're a
Yeah.
gatekeeper. It's
Yeah.
like, I might be like jamming out to like some Bachman Turner Overdrive and all that. And they're like, "What are you listening to?" And I'm like, I tell them, and they get this like vacuous look. They're like, I go, "It's like cool music from back in the day. You're a gatekeeper," and it's just like, whoa, what the hell? It's just, hey, it was cool in the '70s, and guess what? It's still cool now, and I'm still listening to it. So, no, so sorry you don't like my music. So get to walking.
All
I'll
I
just
know
go
is
there and jam
if
out.
if they have the right lights and it grows the right stuff, BTO's pretty good stuff.
Hell yeah, taking care of business, baby. TCB. So, look, I think learning and always continuously learning. And granted, there's some things that change and change for the better. You just got to kind of look for it sometimes. But there was this one old dude I knew from back in the day when we were street racing. God, I hate seeing old because now I'm so old too. But this guy was really old. He ran a speed shop back in the 50s and 60s in Marshallton, Iowa. He still had the old shop books when you go to the speed shop and you need to order a part. There wasn't any of these things called computers. That was on Star Trek if you wanted to see a computer. Yeah, get behind the parts guy, flipping through, and you had to go find your part and be in the right catalog or whatever. But anyways, he lived and died by this, mid '60s catalog and that, and then he had a lot of old like crane cams and stuff, but some of the technologies he had was like 1969, and to him that was like the bee's knees. And every time he would try to race some other dude, his stuff was constantly breaking, and he'd be lucky if he get like 2-3 runs, before a rocker arm goes, south or whatever. Because again, things kind of changed. It's like, hey, you might have been able to run at 7,800 RPM and at 427 back then, but how many duty cycles was that? Times has changed, and it's just one of these things. But things are cyclic too. They always tend to return back. Like I've always been a big block kind of guy, and we're in the era where people they're LSing, using an LS in just about everything and anything because it's fairly inexpensive motor. They're all over the place. Good technology, and they run in the whole 9 yards, and you can build a lot of ridiculous power and put your little Wuhan whiz banger on there, and you like 700 horsepower. Where there's guys still trying to figure out how to make 300 horsepower out of 454. But anyways, that's why a lot of the big block stuff tends to be really super cheap because they don't want to mess with that. It just takes up too much space. But I think being willing to change and acknowledge those things will keep you relevant. You don't want to be one of them guys where you're still rocking the mutton chop sideburns and everything. Tornado, hell yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Front wheel drive car was cold, man. It really messed up some stuff. Might be misses over here.
Oh.
Gabbing away. It's like, dude, it's like half the time you're already asleep.
I had one on, but I realized I'm sitting there listening, watching you guys, and then all of a sudden I look at my picture and I see something going on. I'm like, what the heck? So I had to turn the TV on.
Yeah, you were watching Smokey and the Bandit, so I was like enjoying myself.
Yeah, it was Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, I know the movies. You can tell who a car guy is because again, you just watch a couple of frames and you already know what film it is. It's just like it's funny too because I think with car guys, some of the car guys at least I know, dude, I still love westerns, and I'm one of them guys that I can come home, do whatever, and they'll be like Tombstone, not the TV series from the 50s, but Tombstone, Kurt Russell and all that, and Val Kilmer and the whole Doc Holliday thing. I don't care where it is in the movie. I'm just hoping I either get to watch Johnny Ringo get shot in the head, or the whole gunfight scene itself. But I'll sit and watch through it the whole 9 yards, even through the credits. I get all teary-eyed and everything because it's such a hell of a ride and whatnot. It's an amazing film. For anybody that's into cinematography. I mean, considering also some of the backstory that really Kurt Russell was the guy that helped direct it after the original director bailed on him. And so they just kind of like saddled up their ponies and rode that thing. But anyways, great movie, but you'll watch it. A lot of the car guys I know, we watch Grit TV, we'll watch some old school stuff, and it's just good stuff. I like it. but you can
I
tell.
started collecting a lot of those old car movies, ones you don't really even hear of. I'm trying to think of some names off the top of my head, and I can't think of them now.
No,
but there's a lot of them made in the 70s and the 80s that never really got huge notoriety.
Well, the one guy right off the bat, if you're talking about a cinematography obscura, and you're talking about good car movies and that, the guy doesn't get a lot of credit because I only remember Gone in 60 Seconds was H.B. Halicki.
Yep.
He really made had 3 films. There was The Junkman.
Yeah, Junkman.
There,
That was number 2.
yeah, and then there was the cool Gone in 60 Seconds, and I can't remember what the name of the third film was.
Something dead something. I don't know.
Yeah, ironically enough, I think it had the title "Dead" in it, but because he got decapitated during the filming of the movie, and that's so it's kind of a drag, So, but again, great films, but everybody only focuses on, the Gone in 60 Seconds, but then when you mention it to some people, they're like Gone in 60 Seconds, they're thinking about the Nicolas Cage, CGI.
That's
version.
the one I saw first.
Yeah.
So I saw the Nicolas Cage one first, and I thought, this is kind of cool. I didn't even know there was an original. I went back and watched that. I watched the original. I went, oh, the new one sucks. This one's way better because it was real. I mean, he bounced that fucking 71 Mustang off of everything. Literally everything. It was no computer animated graphics, none of that crap.
No.
That freaking Mustang took a beating and kept going.
It had a NASCAR chassis in it. H.B. Halicki took a brand new Mustang Mach 1, got a NASCAR chassis in it, and used it for the film. And a lot of the scenes that this guy shot with that were what they call guerrilla scenes, where that they did not really have licensing for it. So a lot of the movies were like shot on Sundays and that to get the jobs done and somewhat illegally. But you got to keep costs down. But they took the car, which is still actually running. I think his widow owns it or owned it at one time.
She just sold it, I believe. She just recently sold it.
Wow. So they took it on tour with the opening of the film at different, venues and that to show the car and that. And like I said, they showed that thing. Matter of fact, I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere, but they showed it driving and doing circles and, it's like driving today, so, they built Ford tough, and I know Fords get a lot of heat and whatnot, but I do not discriminate against automotive makes other than EVs. But whether you're rocking an AMC, whether you're rocking anything out of the big 3, dude, if it's a car, to me it's cool. Even if it's a 4-door, and I can understand sometimes people get attracted to a 4-door because, let's face it, people are getting priced out of cars, and it's hard, because I remember in a day where you couldn't give away a 1970 or post 75 F body. Those cars were virtually considered worthless because they didn't and don't run. You got to put some work in it to get those things down the road. There's a lot of weight, a lot of emissions in the whole nine. And, still, because, well, again, me and Tall John, me being Little John, I remember the days where you'd pick up the Dandy Dime or the Thrifty Nickel. You crack that bad boy open. Yep. Come out on Thursday. You're there at the laundromat waiting for that sucker to come.
Dairy Queen. That's where I ate lunch, waiting for that Thrifty Nickel.
And Dairy Queen, I'll tell you what, the Texas toast with the chicken strips and that gravy, cardiologist's dream. Anyways, I digress. So you're in there trying to scan the greatest deals in that. You're waiting for like the most vague ads. 1969 Dodge, 383, $800, and you're like, oh dear God, please be a Charger or be a Roadrunner or whatever. It's really a Chrysler Newport or something, and you're like, and who wants a 5,000-pound car? But at least it's got a 383 and a 727 and an 8 3/4, and then you jack it up on the back and you roll the tires. And you're like, please be a Posse, or excuse me, please be a Sure Grip. Mopar guys, don't flame me. Please be a Sure Grip. And it's like, Sure, money. Oh, this car came from the East Coast somewhere. Thank God. So there was value to the car, and that helped get your Mopar back on the road, or you did what you had to do. My very first Mopar was a 1963 Dodge 440. Basically a Polara, but it was a higher opted Polara. T85 3-speed on the floor, 8 3/4. Buddy of mine, actually, my wife helped me. That's when I knew she was cool. We went on our first test drive in that car in November in New Mexico. It must have been about 30 degrees. Me and this other guy were driving. The guy's complaining because he's like, nobody wants this car because it's too ugly. I'm like, oh, really? Cool. And then she's sitting in the back. She's all smiling and whatnot. Got the car for $700. I think this is like back in 89 or 90. I went to high school with a kid that actually owned that car. I didn't grow up in the 60s like that. But anyways, his dad owned a gas station, and that's why I kind of remember the car. It was black on black. No AC, no nothing. Had a 413. With a 456s, man, that car was scary fast.
Oh.
I took it to Love's. They used to have a truck stop here in town, and they had a weigh scale. Paid my $5, had them weighed and everything. With a big block, that big ass car. Granted, I didn't have a headliner, I didn't have carpets, I didn't have a back seat. I just had the bench seat in it. It weighed 3475. So that kind of car with a big block and 456s, that thing ran. That thing was fast. And then back in the day, we didn't pick up the phone and dial Summit and they'd send you a part. The only speed shop I kind of remember from the mid 80s. Remember PAW?
Yep.
Man, I'm going to get that super stock kit one day.
I still have catalogs because I like the reference for the part numbers.
No, that's actually ingenious because a lot of those parts are still floating around. And like people are like, oh man, you want to get this manifold right here because it'll do whatever. And you go to the Bible and look it up. Wait a second.
I still have some of their catalogs.
Yeah, that was it. I remember got an old Chrysler Newport that my buddy had won in a raffle. We chopped that thing up. And so I'm like, what are you doing with the leaf springs? He's like, absolutely nothing. I'm like, cool. Broke down the leaf springs. I went and got the Chrysler Bible. I looked at, how to make a leaf spring. Basically you take the leaves. If I remember correctly, one leaf you flip forward, one leaf you flip backward. And it went from like a 5-stack leaf. I got it to I was greedy. I did 7. And let me tell you what, I did not need traction bars. I did not need a pinion snubber. This is God's honest truth. I could dump the clutch, scaring a bunch of punks in a mid 70s Camaro, dump it at 5,000 RPM, and nobody would want to run it because those old cars. What was cool about them is what you kids call call outs. Where the marquee was for it. It was on the C-pillar, and all you could see on my C-pillar was 440. And so right away, they thought it was a 440 car. They used to have, I believe, a 330. And of course, then there was like the base Polar and whatnot. So right away, people assumed it was a 440 car, but it wasn't. It was granted 413 car, still a big block, but and it was a 413 out of like, I think it was an old motorhome that we had stumbled across and gotten parts for like $50. It was something ridiculous like that. But basically put in the car over weekends and whatnot, like we still kind of do now, except I'm doing it really slower and whatnot. But it's just days like that. It was just one of those things. But anyways, as my first Mopar, I love that car, or I should say I loved it. But we ended up, we're going to have to move and whatnot, and I'd pulled in the motor in it and kind of had my daughter at the time, and so it's like sometimes I had to make decisions. Let me let you out, dummy. Come here. Let me get the sombrero. Get out of here. Dog's afraid of sombrero. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, love that car. First Mopar, always remembered it. And what was cool was it didn't look like any other car in town. It was the only one like that. And so people right away, they saw the car and they're like, don't bother. And I'd race at the drop of a hat. And it's one of those things that street light, coming back from church or whatever, man, you give me a side eye. And I was like, man, it's on. None of this make it 300, make it a raise mother French fry, and whatever. No, dude, it was just let's bang some gears. One guy I had worked with, big old musclehead guy. He had I think it was an 87 Chevy pickup. It was all slammed and all cute with the BF Goodrich wheel sticking out of it, the whole 9 yards. I think it might have been a 305 car. He was telling me it was a 400. Anyways, we were at some stoplight and coming back from lunch, he gave me the eyeball and I was like, bro, it's on. And we just stopped at the intersection, traffic backing up. And I think this is like, almost like 1 o'clock. We're on the way back to work and he got on it, man. He beat that truck so hard trying to catch me, man. He's like, hey, do you hear this? And I'm like, hear what? He goes, let me turn my radio down. It's like, it's like, ooh, that don't sound too good. What's the oil pressure look like? What oil pressure? I go, oh yeah, that's not time for a new motor. And he wound up trading that thing in to get a Pontiac Firebird. I want to say it was like, this is going back to 94, 95, except he got a V6. I was like, bro, sorry, man, try again. You might want to go back and see if they'll try to say, hey, I got the wrong car. I thought this was gonna be for my girlfriend, but I need something with a little bit of power. I'm not driving to church in this car. I'm ready to go. But yeah, anyways, some of the things you would do, and like I said, I think you always remember your first of some things, but definitely having that Mopar was a real character builder because as a car person, if you work on your car, not like some people do where they just, they cash out their 401k when they retire and they buy some guy's car that, went across some auction block, or they, like, oh, hey, let me buy this one car from this one cat for $500,000, whatever. And you don't know anything what you can do with that car. It does not necessarily not make you a car guy, but when the road meets the rubber and you got some random thing that breaks down, or you knew that was going to break down, but you kind of blew it off because you didn't think it was going to break down, but it broke down and bit you in the ass. Yeah. As car people, you will know every nut and bolt on your car. In your dark little heart, you should have fixed. That would have made you go faster, but you decided to skip because you thought them rims looked a lot cooler than fixing a broken motor mount or, whatever. But some of the pains, speaking of pains, some of the pains that we go through, that was my marquee car that really solidified me being a car nut. And so if ever I had a chance to buy that car, move over people racing, that's it. Hey man, Mopar, no car. But it's just one of those things that I think to have that moment, that bonding moment with that car, my head's messed up. And over my lifetime, I've probably owned like 48 cars. But that's the one car that I feel that got away. If I can get that one car back, not even one like it, if I could have the moment, have that car back, it haunts my soul that car is gone. Like I said, it was just such a cool car.
That's awesome. All right, it's 1:18 for me. I'm going to hit it. Oli, thank you so much for letting me hang with you.
Hey, I was glad to have you. I always
John,
see your stuff and never got to meet you in person. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is cool. I'll be around for sure. This is fun.
I promise I'll come back and darken your doorstep as well too.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yes,
John, I'm
absolutely.
so glad I got to meet you, man. You're freaking awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know what? I've always watched your stuff. I enjoy the fact that you get your kid involved, and whether you're setting timing or rebuilding a carb or doing whatever, and you pass it on to the next generation. So that's the important thing. You're a legacy guy, and what you do is iconic in that one aspect because you're sharing that knowledge rather than taking the knowledge with you. So if anything, we can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. And for those who probably might be too shy, granted, you kind of have a celebrity status, so if anything, dude, this dude is so handsome. He kind of looks like a rugged looking Kurt Russell, before Kurt Russell. Look at this guy, Jack Burton over here.
You're making me blush. I'm kicking my feet together right now. Gosh.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys are awesome. I'll be around. I'll be around for sure. Thank you so much for letting me hang with you. Over
Hey,
here.
Aloha. Till we meet again.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. We'll see you.
You have a good night.
Hey, man, it's the most fun we can have with our clothes on.
That's it.
Oh, waka, waka, waka. I'm kidding.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad time to end it out. I'm going to go chase me a Borg Warner T10 tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it just happened to pop up on my worst place in the world, Facebook Marketplace. I can't get off of there.
Well, and you know, all things considered, you know, while Marketplace is somewhat a modicum safer than Craigslist, and Craigslist you could still kind of find things, unless I know in our area, God forbid you try looking for a car part. There's 27 different used car lots selling the same car with all the keywords that we're looking for, or the same tire, the tire shop selling 100 tires. You know, it's just like one of these things you just go absolutely crazy. Anyways, that's why I call Marketplace the Widowmaker, because sometimes, and you know, I'm sure like a lot of us, you wake up and like in the middle of the night, you're like, look around, turn the phone brightness down, and you're like, let me check Marketplace just in case, looking for the magic. Just loaded. Like, holy
every night I'm making and see, you're married. I don't have a girlfriend or a woman here to sit here and bat me over the head to not do that. So it's even worse because now I'm just just looking through that thing, and the next thing you know, I'm trying to line up 6 stops in one afternoon. It's bad. It's bad.
For our area, I think for some reason, and I don't know why it is, but Oregon City tends to be the gold standard.
I was just talking about this earlier today. What the hell's with Oregon City?
You know,
it is the epicenter of everything that I want.
There's no rationale behind it, because you try to think about what would have driven such a large circulation of parts, and whether it's a General Motors part, whether it's a Ford part, whatever, something rare always tends to pop up, and a smoking deal of all places, Oregon City. And granted, it's not the easiest place to get to, but it's not impossible, but it's sometimes worth the trip. But like you're saying, I think strategically speaking, you gotta, again, kind of plot your way on how you're gonna hit things. But again, through the Widowmaker, you can kind of, the magic of doing it through the net and just being patient and, you know, just being ready to go. Because honestly, when there's a smoking deal that pops up, and I know for me, I've got my war chest with a bunch of stuff in it. You got to be on it like a hobo on a ham sandwich. So,
you do.
Because if you're not, somebody else is. And then, case in point, there was a 1972 or 3 Dodge Charger 318 car. Red, looked pretty good. It's like $5,500. It sold within 6 hours of it posting. Well, the jabroni who bought it then turns around a week later trying to sell the same car, but now he's asking $15,500.
Of course.
There's nothing wrong with trying to price things accordingly, or let's say you did some work to it that made it worth that. Then again, hey, if you're trying to swing for a home run, God love you. But you know, I think the people in the know that work Facebook Marketplace, they're like, bro, who you kidding? You know, and you get to see the same cars popping up over and over. Yeah, exactly. You know, and it's just like there's some things that our commonality is that you're like, for me, I check is like with title. Oh, no title. Next, because trying to title a non-titled car in Oregon is virtually impossible.
Well, Washington's
a little bit easier, but I think they're going to try to make it hard. Well, I think the one thing that really kind of changed the game for a lot of people, everybody was going to that whole Vermont thing, but Vermont closed the loophole back in August or July of this year. So that really hamstrung all these guys that thought they were going to be car flippers. And they're like, oh, getting no title ain't no big deal. There's other ways around it. You know, you get a lien title put on something or whatever, and you kind of work through legal channels to get it that way.
I saw my lien title guy getting arrested a while back.
There
went that one.
Yeah. Well, you know, just because you have a notary stamp doesn't mean you should be using it indiscriminately. You know, with great power comes responsibility. So you should be able to, you know,
Well, I don't
using
think
his
it was
skill
for
and
doing
everything.
that particular thing. It was something else that was going on. But
Um,
all I saw was my loophole getting arrested, and I'm like, damn it.
Ain't that a drag? Yeah, it's just like, hey, that guy looks familiar. Oh, wait, he's got handcuffs on. Let me just keep driving. Don't make eye contact. It was like, just,
Yeah, $55 in like 1 month. He'd have me a title for anything I brought him.
yeah.
I was
See,
like, man, to lose that, damn it.
yeah. Well, I'm sure there's somebody out there that still can help facilitate certain things legally, of course.
Well, I mean, he would do it, but it would have to be the fact had to be fairly sure it was a clean car.
Sure.
If it
No,
was
yeah,
anything dirty, he didn't want nothing to do with it. So
yeah, due diligence. But again, going back to the Widowmaker, e caveat emptor. Sometimes people will see these deals and it's a smoking deal, but there's a reason why it's a smoking deal. And just because they tell you the magical, oh, I don't know, chances are they do know, and that's the reason why it's back up for sale. So try to do your due diligence. You don't want to get what seemed like a smoking deal at the time. You get smoked because of this deal, and you wind up
the smoking part.
Yeah, exactly. And then you wind up wearing something orange with buttons in front, and you got to fill out a visitors list, and that's really awkward. And that's a real drag, especially around Father's Day and whatnot. Hey, can we see Dad? Oh, yeah, sure. It's Tuesday. Visitation's tomorrow. So, make it awkward, But I digress.
That Facebook, and you're right about Craigslist. I think here's what I thought about the two markets. I think the younger crowd or the more techie crowd is definitely on Facebook. I think the older crowd, the older guys with the older stashes, the older parts, they're on Craigslist.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I found. Because I find what most of my purchases, like if I hunt down something on Craigslist, I'm dealing with a guy in his 60s, maybe his 70s, or the grandson threw it up or something like that. On Facebook, it's generally someone close to our age or a little younger. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how I see it. Yeah. So I'm kind of prepared when I'm going after these ads. I have kind of an idea who I'm dealing with, and I like dealing with the older guys personally. I think, because sometimes you get a story, or they like to tell you about the parts or the car or whatever it is you're buying. And you get better backstory. The Facebook crowd just pay me. Let's get this thing over with. Okay, whatever, fine. But sometimes it's kind of cool to talk to people and get the links and get, hey, do you know so-and-so? Oh, I don't know them. Or do you know this guy? He's got all these
networking.
Yeah, exactly. And I get more of that from the older crowd or the Craigslist crowd, as you say.
Yeah.
Than the Facebook crowd. So it's kind of, but then again, some Facebook people are daughters, sons, or nephews or nieces of the older guys. They've listed the stuff. You're talking to them and not the actual gentleman. Case in point, the dude in Oregon City, more or less. He's further out from Oregon City, but you get off of that exit. He's got the biggest stash of Tri-5 Ford stuff I've ever seen. I mean, mountains of this crap. I'm like, where have you been? And I met him once at the Portland swap meet, looking for my 56 pickup stuff. I never knew he had cars. I was introduced to him to join their pickup club and all this jazz. Well, I never did because the kids were real young. Anyways, long story short, I didn't get in the club. But I remember the name, Dean Held. Dean was in the truck stuff, but he was also super heavy in the car stuff. I never even knew it. I had his name in my phone already. So when I called the ad or the number that was given to me by his daughter, his name already popped up in my phone. And well, that's weird. How's he already in my phone and I don't know this guy? It was the same Dean I'd met at the swap meet.
Small world.
Yeah, And when I got down there, super nice guy, super cool. And of course, he's got stuff everywhere scattered in all these barns. So it's like an actual
organized. I'm sure he knows every inch, every acre where things
are.
I kind of get an idea,
But it was like doing the American Pickers thing for your parts.
Sure.
It was stuff everywhere. And I'm like, oh, this is great. I must have been there 5 or 6 hours.
Wow.
Just digging through, trying to piece together the recent car I bought to get all the parts for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was only going there for a windshield.
You got the bonus. Well,
I left with a lot of stuff.
Think about it this way. I think the one thing too about car guys, if it happens to be like a business transaction between two car people, and if it's two seasoned car people, and you kind of, it's kind of like you can sense each other, like being Jedis and whatnot. You kind of get the vibe, and you'll know. And then all of a sudden they start opening up and are like, "Hey, man, by the way, I just remembered I got this. Do you want?" And then before you know it, you've known the guy for 10, 15 years or whatever, and there's always something that they pop up on, or like, "Hey, I was thinking about." We need to kind of get back to that. I think we're again living in a world where you got your phone and you're all like, people, there's that personal touch you lose because people are constantly on electronic devices. Granted, we're using this as a platform to kind of help and encourage and keep the sport alive, and the hobby alive. So I think if anything, just to kind of share some things, it's okay to talk to people. If you know that a person is gold, they're good to go. How hard is it just to take a couple of minutes out of a day every once in a while to even give them a courtesy call, like, "Hey, how you doing? How's it hanging?" Or blah 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 blah, and just because, again, sometimes some things will pop up and they're like, "Hey, I was just thinking about you because I found X, Y, and Z." Again, that whole networking thing, or somebody, a part they may know about, you may help a buddy. And again, we're all networking, keeping things moving, and we're not losing those things. I think that's one of the things that I believe that one gentleman that when I'd come on, he was talking about, guy can't even change a light bulb in the whole 9 yards. And yeah, I get it. It's just one of these things where, God forbid, changing a tire. If nobody's actually taken the time to say, "Hey, this is the proper way to, change out a tire," boom, 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 whatever, and, walk them through things. And again, just as a simple example, or, it's like, God forbid, it's like, "Hey, man, your garbage disposal went out." Well, here's the garbage disposal. They'll sell it to you for $50 at Lowe's or whatever. But, to put it in, that's where the road meets the rubber, so, kind of like the South Park that everybody was talking about, you got to be out there with a sign looking, you got to, "Hey, could somebody install this?" And, they've got the power because people have been, kind of generationally kind of redirected from, "Dude, trade work, that's dirty work."
Right.
No, dude, I'm gonna tell you, without trades, nothing gets done. And granted, without the guys pushing the pencil, counting the beans, or calculating numbers, whatever, when that doesn't get done, it's symbiotic. But at the end of the day, trades make it happen. We made the building for you to get in there. Dude, I'm the guy that helps you get that potable drinking water because we're cleaning this water or doing whatever, so we make it happen. And then think about it this way, just to kind of keep it on a simple level. You can go to school and spend $15,000 a year. And let's just say you go for school for 4 years and you're in the whole 60 grand. Well, in that same 4-year period working trade, you go from being an apprentice, getting your training, getting your certifications, getting your licensing. At the end of 4 years, you're making 80,000 a year or whatever. Meanwhile, the guy here, he's got that 4-year degree. What did that get you? Not really a whole lot of guarantee on it. And then by working that, or whether you're being a non-union shop or union shop, whatever, things tend to happen. And so a lot of opportunities and doors will open up. It just takes you got to roll them sleeves up, and you got to be willing to get dirty and make it happen. But, like I said, sometimes it's a thankless job, but again, the money's there. So at the end of the years, you can have either 60,000 in debt, or you can be making 80,000 a year, or 60,000 or whatever. Like I said, it's just one of these things that, depending upon the field that you fall into, and granted, you can have a change in your profession. There's nothing saying that you've got to work for the same company for 40 years, take your pocket watch and go retire out and watch Matlock and, cash in your chips when the Grim Reaper comes to get you. No, dude, it's okay to evolve and decide to do different things or change different fields and try to explore. But at the end of the day, you have loyalty to yourself and to your family and make things happen. And so, if anything, there's nothing wrong with doing trade work. And I love my trade job that I do. It's just one of those things. And I know you're a trade guy, again, here we are, the matching old great pumpkin t-shirts, and we're dressed up for October already. And
Red cone.
Brilliant. There you go. And there you go. Hey, don't hit me. So I got to wear this, my little helmet, and you
Well,
see my helmet
in
on
a
the
way,
forklift.
I seen this on the horizon when they started doing the big push for college. You know,
Yeah.
they wanted kids into college. Oh, everyone needs to go to college, earn money. I saw that big push. And I'm sitting here thinking, now what happens when all these people go through college and there's only like 5 jobs or 2 jobs or 7 jobs?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be a big fight for these jobs. So what's going to happen to all the ones that don't make the cut?
Yeah.
Are they going to hold out? Are they going to try and find it somewhere else? Or what are they going to do? Are they just not going to work? I mean, I saw it on the horizon. And in my opinion, I think it's been great for the industry, for my industry, because now we're short people and these cheap bastards are finally willing to pay us some more money because their attitude before was, well, fuck it. If you don't want to do what we want to pay you, we'll find 10 other people to do it. Now there ain't 10 other people. So now we're standing there going, pay up, dude. I'm the only one who knows how to run that road grader. You know, it's kind of nice. Because before they'd just say, you know what, piss off. We'll find somebody else to run that grader for $1.50.
When you think about it, and I'll use you as an example, and I know you're a veteran, I'm a veteran, and whatnot, but you know the big drawback in the day was always getting the GI Bill or the VEAP, as they used to call it, so you can get whatever educational benefits. I never used mine, you know, so I remember I cashed that thing out because I realized, you know, I'll figure it out along the way. So it's just like, there you go, Highlander rules. So that can only be one. But going back to using you as an example, dude, for a fact, I know, and again, judging, you know, by your empire that you got, besides running your grow shop there, dude, you've got the skills to pay the bills. We're talking, you know, welding skills.
Lots and lots of hustle.
Welding. You know the difference between a 10 millimeter and a 1/2 inch, you know, a socket versus a ratchet, the whole bit there. And there's intrinsics you picked up along the way.
Oh yeah.
So instead of just being a one-dimensional guy, I was saying all I know how to do is generate a TPS report. Ooh, dude, when they get rid of that TPS report, you're going to be pretty screwed. Whereas you could say, yeah, I'm changing from this to this because of this. And well, they're like, hey man, dude, you can weld. And people are like, oh dude, I got a job for you. And you're like, well, cool. What is it? And, you know, do your thing. You know, dude, if you can weld, you can almost be the master of your own universe. Or if you're into the car thing and can weld, you're going to save yourself so much money, especially if you get into something where, you know, needs a little bit of love, you know, has a little bit of, you know, a little bit of rust, and you can cut, weld, and do whatever. You know, if you got a grinder, you can weld. You know, but it's not the oversee flyers.
Have you watched DD Speed Shop?
Yes.
Have you seen his channel?
Yes.
He basically proves that point you just said. I mean, he takes stuff that is literally rotten shit for next to nothing and turns it into, it ain't perfect, but it turns into something usable and fun.
Yeah.
You know, for next to nothing because of those skills you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Turning wrenches and running a welder. That's all it takes to turn garbage into gold, you know, by opinion.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people will scoff at some of the stuff he does, but like he says, this car would otherwise be dead, crushed and sent to freaking China. Now it's on the road. Now he's driving it around and enjoying it. And now, is the work perfect? Maybe not. But he did it, and he learned a lot in the process.
Exactly. And I think part of the thing, too, to encourage anybody that's thinking about, you know, getting into the hobby, as it were, how quickly people will underestimate the amount of work it takes to get a car from dead back onto the road. And one of the golden rules, and I'll say it here for prosperity, whatever you think your budget is, multiply that thing by at least 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Don't fall for these guys that post stuff up on TV or whatever, where you don't see the whole, you know, crew in the background that's actually doing the work, and they come out and spin one wrench, and you're like, oh my God, look at all the work they did. No, it's other people doing the work for them. Or you get these other guys where they go to this boneyard where they got a lead on a car that kind of runs, but you know, they do their magic half-ass work, and they go rolling down the road and doing burnouts, blowing out the transmission, you know, throwing bearings out of it, you know, ventilating a block, you know, the whole 9 yards, and you know, they think it's cool. But as a everyday person like you and I, the practicality is saying, oh wow, I found this one, Ford Maverick, with a 302 in it. Man, let me go ahead and do this, and I can ventilate the block and everything. And let's just say between buying that thing and putting money into it, you got $3,000 into it. You just tore it up. And now you got a dead car sitting in your lot. Now you got this whole dilemma of, how do I get this thing back from the dead? Or do I get it back from the dead? And before you know it, 7 years has passed and that thing's lot rot in the whole 9 yards, and it ain't worth the plug nickel anymore. So I think, working to your ability, your budget, but again, if you know some of the basic skills, like I said, just to go to a community college and pick it up, or find a buddy that knows how to weld and pick up some material and start getting down there and cracking some
Yeah,
flame and
nice. Just pick
learn
up
how
the
to
tool,
stack some dimes. Yeah, you got to do it. Just do it. like you said, just do it.
Yep.
Not a sponsor. Don't send me. Don't give me full night up. Ain't worth nothing. So, but yeah, I mean, you learn by doing, and I've always been that way. I've got to put my hands on it, and sometimes it's a confidence thing. Sometimes we kind of like, man, can I pull this thing off? And then you're like shocked that you pulled it off. You're like, holy Moses, I did it, and I'm alive.
Well,
to tell
necessity is the mother of invention. I on a whim, when I was 15, or it must have been 16 or 17, buddy and I, he had a Malibu Classic, a 78. I had my Ranchero. We wanted to do shift kits. Oh, these are cool. We want to screech tires and we shift gears and what. So we went and bought these Hurst or B&M trick shift kits. Put both cars up on the jack stands. Oh yeah, it's gonna be cool. We put them all in and everything. Put his in. Take it for a rip. His works perfectly great. Bangs the shift, screeching tires. Put mine in. Take it out for a rip. First gear, take off. Oh, this is great. It goes into second gear. It hits so freaking hard. Both our heads hit the back glass. Whoa, Dang. That wasn't supposed to hit like that. But it's cool, so I just leave it alone. And I'm ripping around town in this thing like that, just knocking the tires off it with every gear shift. Well, that doesn't last very long. All of a sudden, I'm driving home from work. It goes a shift, except it does the old RPM climb real steep and then grabs the next gear. Something's wrong. I'm 17 or 16 or whatever at the time. I don't have the money for another transmission. I had barely enough money to buy the kit.
Yeah.
So I'm limping this thing home, going between low and second, trying to grab something, getting it home, rip it out of the rig. I don't know what's wrong. I dropped the pan off of it. There's a broken band in the thing. Oh, great.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to my dad about this, and he's like, well, I can call up and get a band for you, and you can put it in. I'm like, well, how much is that? He goes, $20 or something. I can afford that. Okay. I don't know how to take this damn thing apart, but I got to figure it out here quick because I got to go to work tomorrow. So mother invention. I got to get this thing fixed somehow. So we're going to go transmission repair 101 and figure this out. And that's how I did it, Yeah. Sometimes you're forced to learn things. And my mindset is, if he can do it, he's got 2 legs, 2 arms, eyeballs, and a brain like me, I can do it. I just need to figure out how. And that's pretty much how I do everything. If he can do it, I can do it.
Yep. Taco Syndicate asked a really good question about, have either of us been welders? Like I said, I know that you've been. I know that you've got the skills to build. I can dabble in it, but the best description is that if you've ever seen Young Frankenstein and the Frankenstein's monster, when it comes towards the reaction to fire, I'm that way around electricity. So I have I did close thing I've come to welding really and successfully was I did a set of headers. Somebody had tried to tap it for sensors and just gave up half-assed in that, and I was able to weld the holes using a wire feeder and got that thing, patched up. But, it's just one of those things that I always wanted to. I could probably do it. It's just a matter of sitting down and forcing myself and learning how to stack some. Am I going to stack some dimes and looking good? Yeah, probably not. But do I know how to run a welder? I can figure it out, but I can run a grinder really good. So it's just it's like my bike only has like 22 pounds of welding rod stuck to it in the whole bit. No, well, I won't make it that ugly. I'll use something called the rosette, and then I'll just seal that bad boy up and call it good. Be like, hey, it looks good from here. It's not leaking, so we're money. But yeah, so yeah, sorry. My proclivity has always been either law enforcement or, like I say, customer service, or I can turn a wrench with the best of them. I can do internal stuff, but come time to weld, nah, I'm not going to hang a quarter panel anytime soon.
I'm a son of a diesel mechanic and who later became a fabricator. And my dad was he was a very, very well established, very good fabricator. Did some amazing stuff. He kind of, I might have taken a little bit of it for granted because he'd always do work for me. I did learn a little bit from him, but he kind of left, in my mind, he left early to the point where I couldn't learn everything he had to teach. Cancer got his ass early. He passed away 4 years ago. So there's a lot of things that he did know I didn't get to learn. Some things I learned on my own or I took classes on. I did arc welding. I did gas welding as classes. My dad also taught me some gas, taught me a little bit of MIG. TIG's the one thing I don't know. I had a guy that was supposed to show me. It never happened. So as far as doing sheet metal bodywork stuff, I'm fair. I wouldn't say I'm professional by any means. Like John, we can put it together and it looks all right. I'm going to need the grinder on standby to make sure of that. But it's another one of those things that I know the more you do it, the better you get. You just have to do it. Yeah. It's another skill that takes time behind the wheel. I do okay. My claim to fame, I think a lot of kids, because when I was really young, my dad wouldn't let me near the expensive shit. So I had to use the old crappy acetylene torches and whatnot that he didn't really use much anymore. So I got really good at welding with coat hangers. Because, I didn't want to buy any rod. That was too cheap. The old man wouldn't let me touch his MIG. So I stole mom's metal hangers out of the closet and built an exhaust system with it, So guys were pretty impressed I could stack dimes with a coat hanger. But is that a thing you want to do nowadays? Not really, because gas is really freaking expensive. So, back then it wasn't too bad, but boy, it's freaking expensive now.
And what hasn't gotten expensive? I think, I was reading somewhere that this one guy was complaining about spray paint. That he went down to his local Walmart or whatever, and like paint was now like $15 a can or something ridiculous. So I was just like, I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I mean, some of the things that I got a paint cabinet that I've stored and made, throughout the years, and I've got tons and tons of paint. But I know as things dwindle, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet, and it is what it is. But if you want to play, you're gonna have to think outside the box. And maybe I think the next time we do a little informal chat session, the one thing we might want to talk about, and thinking about some topics is budgets. People kind of don't think about it. How do you take care of business without breaking the bank, or how do you keep your money separate from, hey, I do things this is my home money, but this is my car money. And I think it all comes to horse trading and how we can do things to at least people help things out. Tired when molders weren't really a thing. Yeah, blind fast. Ooh, let me tell you what, man. I know I got a buddy of mine. He had his own shop in the whole 9 yards. But holy crap, man, when it comes to being able to see stuff, he's got the whole Cadillac thing going on. And so he's like, can't weld like he used to. So it's a bit of an adventure, him trying to work a rod. And you're like, dude, you almost stabbed me in the face with that thing. What the hell? So he had
it's funny you mentioned that too, Taco. That was one of my dad's complaints. He was having a hell of a time because the last couple of projects he did for me was my gate. And he was having one hell of a time trying to see.
Wow.
I never put the two and two together, but it makes sense. Yeah, he was having a real hell of a time trying to see anymore. And you don't think of it until I guess it happens.
Well, I think it goes back to, it's a generational thing. We always saw, our role models doing X, Y, and Z, and we didn't know any better. It's just like, for instance, the biggest thing right now, and I know you being a veteran, me being a veteran, tinnitus. Who thought that all this gunplay and car motors and other noises, gives you that wonderful gift that keeps on giving called tinnitus. And that, so, how hearing protection, it is the thing. Well, same thing with welders. How many, if I had a dollar for every time I saw some cat welding and they're all like doing the squint thing or, trying to look through a sheet of paper or whatever the hell it is. And it's just like, that don't look OSHA approved to me, but what do I know? And meanwhile, they're doing the Ray Charles thing, going to the mailbox, trying to stumble around. I get it. It's just one of those things. At the time, we didn't think anything of it, or it was like, we're being, we're being sissies or too high maintenance on that. Dude, you only got one set of eyes, and once they're torched, you ain't got nothing left after that. So they ain't got that whole electronic eye thing they can plug into your head like they can with ears yet. But nonetheless, hey man, your eyes is an important tool, man. Without the depth perception, forget about it, man. You're like dangerous for that damn welding torch or that arc welder or that, that like a nigger tag. You're over there electrifying people like Jack Kevorkian.
Well, even, Dad used to always tell me about, protect your knees when I was younger. You didn't think of that stuff, but I'd watch him and him struggling, getting up and down and stuff. And I'm like, oh man. And now that, I'm 45 now too. And it hurts. If I don't have a knee pad around, it freaking hurts. And you wouldn't have never got me to even think this, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I would, whatever, Now I know what he's talking about, and I tried to do it a little bit more back then. Okay, yeah, Dad, I'll grab a set, whatever. He wasn't stupid. He was trying to, he knew it was coming. I just didn't know it, and I was naive about it. I'm really good about it now. Of course, I have to be. But I'll tell you, with the young kids, I'm throwing that stupid knee pad at them. I'm like, put that damn thing on your knees.
They'll thank you later. Trust me, I'll tell you that, but again, everybody has that tough guy phase when you think you're invincible or you don't realize your own mortality until you face your own mortality. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I gotta watch out for this. And the boogeyman's out there. It looks like Father Time is basically what it is. So, sorry, man. It's one of them things. Yeah, I get the whole brightness. Yeah. Oh, you got to find that happy medium. It's like almost impossible. It's like our bodies are constantly fighting for that auto dimming feature and that. So I get it.
Yeah, there's days I hurt so bad I don't want to get out of bed. I just beat up my freaking knees and my hips are starting to go out now, which sucks. But yeah, sometimes I just want to stay in bed. I don't want to move because nothing hurts. The second I start moving, it starts hurting.
I know. I do the shuffle in the morning as I get up, and I gotta wait for my joints to start warming up as I'm heading off to the shower and that. But you do the old man shuffle, and once you kind of get that first cup of coffee, then you're ready to go and you're ready to hit the bricks and make things happen. But you should have picked up the phone and they offered that extended warranty on your body, but you kept on hanging up. They were like, hey, well. And they're like, I'm just trying to help them out.
Cheap.
Hey, we had a project that we had to do that you had to get the gaskets that as opposed to making a body warranty repair job, so I get it. But the things you learn as you get older and again, don't do what we do, learn from our mistakes.
I try to preach that to the kids these days, man, and just hope they listen.
Yeah, my daughter's really good about that. She knows better, so she always calls me the king of the sketchy stuff. So, if you haven't done anything sketchy, then you really haven't lived. So I lived a little bit. So, but that's for another day. But I tell you what, it's almost midnight here, so I guess we'll kind of conclude and sorry it's been so long since we had a chance to chew the fat, as they would say. But hey, better late than never. But
that's right.
Here's the good news. The year of January has just ended. And so here we are to February and we got fall spring going, but I'll take what I can get. And I think we should look to maybe promoting and planning some things that we can do locally here in the great Pacific Northwest. And I know we've probably got a lot of viewers and anybody else on Taco. I'm not sure where you're from. I'm sensing probably the great white north there. But that's just my spider senses.
He's in California, I think.
Oh, Cali? Oh, in that case, my radar's way off. I was upside down.
So he's actually brother-in-law. Am I right, Taco? You're Bryce's brother-in-law, if I remember correctly. I think that's what he said. And I believe he's in California, I think.
Going back to Cali.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Can't remember for sure. He's connected with Bryce. That's how we met.
Cool.
Got together.
Oh, you're in Oregon?
He's in Oregon. Okay. California.
Too
It
cool.
was either Northern California or Oregon. That makes sense. That's right.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm up in the good old dirty streets of Hillsboro. No, I'm kidding. It's Hillsboro, sort of pretty cool, pretty clean. What part of Oregon you're, Taco? Where you taking
Klamath Falls.
Okay. Okay, Falls. That's a little bit of a drive, but
I don't remember for sure though. I know he said it once. It was either Northern California or Oregon. I just can't remember where.
Well, this is what I propose, even for something for us locally. Around Father's Day, up at Seaside, they do a muscle and chrome show, or at least they used to.
Yep, I've seen that.
What we should do is plan to roll on up there and kick it over there. You know, they'll have their pre-show cars and whatnot lining up the streets, but we can be the old tough guys and just put he's a double shotter, huh? Hey, two hit quitter.
Bedford, okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Bryce ain't here just yet, but I'm sure he'll go through the table like, oh, whoa, wait a second. Yeah, Medford. No, that ain't too bad. Medford. Yeah, like K Falls, man. That's a little bit of a drive, but
so that's Father's Day. That I remember the Muscle and Chrome show. That was on Father's Day weekend. Okay.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I will check, and then next time I do a shindig where we have this kind of get together where we kind of chew the fat moment, you know, I'll kind of jump in and we'll kind of talk about some things. Because honestly, one thing I would like to do, you know, we need to make sure we get our cars out and do things, and so. What I would like to do is this, be able to cruise the 101 and just, let's say, start at, you know, we can have to start from Astoria and work our way down. So if we got kids or whatnot, we could end by in Newport and then stop by and see Ripley's. Believe it or not, I think they even have like a aquarium, or used to at least have an aquarium and whatnot. But just to be able to kind of roll down and admire the beauty of what we have, but at least being able to do it leisurely and whatnot, and do it as a family and friends thing. I think we ought to be able to, you know, do these things. And like I said, if anything, where we want to make sure we can at least enjoy ourselves and again build our brotherhood up and our friends.
I would be happy just to finish a project around.
Dude, you got to pick it and stick it. So yeah, just find something that's the most running thing, and let's make it. You know, bring our little parts.
You're setting
supply
big goals. I'm like, man, can I just get something to drive to freaking 7-Eleven?
I totally get it. But you know, this coming from a guy that I remember when I was in the military, I was stationed in Fort Hood. There's a place I used to go to buy used tires all the time because I didn't have new car tire money. Who did back in the 80s like that? Anyways, the guy had a 1974 Pontiac Ventura 2-door for $75. And I was like, ooh. I go, what's the deal on this? Oh, I got papers. I got this. It needs a motor. I'm like, for $75, what could go wrong? And that was the very first car I brought back from the dead. And I found a little 326 out of a 1966 Le Mans, dropped that thing in there. I drove that thing from Fort Hood, Texas, all the way to El Paso with like 3 pounds of oil pressure, chugging along at 60 miles an hour. Not a care in the world, you know, I was just like, oop, looks like it works, and just kept on going. And I drove it home. I lived in Las Cruces at the time. And so it's just one of these things that, you know, I remember that and I cherish it because it's something that basically that was going to get scrapped and probably got scrapped now wherever it's at. But
maybe,
you know, it's just
it
one of
might
these
still
things.
be running.
Best $75 ever spent on a car.
I've been playing catch up.
What do you got?
The last 15 years I've been playing coach and father and everything. So this last probably since COVID have I actually had the chance to start playing cars like I really wanted to.
I get it.
It's kind of like if you would have seen me 4 years ago, I would have been totally different because I was
Sure.
coaching 2 different teams, dad here, dad, single parent thing,
Sure.
So just because they've gotten older to the point where my youngest is now almost 16, now I can
Wow.
finally get out and play with my toys.
Sure.
So I'm kind of like behind the power curve. That's why everything's a mess. Because I've
You'll
always
make
been,
up for lost time.
yeah,
I can
I've
tell.
been kind of stockpiling, still going, okay, my day's coming, my day,
Mhm.
a bit, and now I'm finally getting here. So I'm trying to get caught up.
Well, here's the
Slowly.
thing. I'll be your life coach, and I'll be your hype guy. I'll be in the background. I'm like, man, dude, you got this. So let's figure out one of your rides that you want to get, whether it's that cool pickup truck you got with the FE motor in it or whatever. Let's pick the one, pick it and stick it, and let's make something happen. And let's get some roadway action. Let's get some content out there. Let's build the network that we got going on here. And let's try to do something. Like I said, if anything, you and I both realize, thanks to COVID, life is really short or really fragile,
Yeah.
whatever you prescribe to. And that's how I got my Galaxy running, was because COVID. I was stir crazy. I couldn't leave the house, but I can order car parts. And so I made a point to myself. I'm like, I'm getting this freaking car running, and got that turkey running. And so need some floorboards and that. So I'll be bringing it by to help, cut them floorboards out, and I'll show you where to weld, and you just make it happen. Just throw a couple of beads in
Ain't
there, and
too
they'll call it
bad.
good. I know.
That's the best place
So
to cut your teeth is in floorboards because you can cover it up when you're done.
the carpet hides many bodies, So
Yes,
there you
it
go.
does.
Listen, well, up here it is 12:01, so one of those crazy car guys goodbyes and that. Well, again, I'm going to say aloha because it's not goodbye. It's till we talk again.
Aloha Street. Yep. That's absolutely. I'm getting so tired I can barely talk. You're absolutely right. Yes. And we will do this again.
All right, my man. Well, we will do that, and I'll see you then. And hey, follow us on the gram, Facebook, and of course YouTube. Like and subscribe. And hey, if you had a fun time just sitting in, just let's rock and roll, man. Let's start networking, start liking, subscribing each other, and let's build that network up. So
get that face out there. We'll get it.
Yep, you know it. We're there. We may not look like it, man, but we're out there creeping around, looking at them deals. Looking over the fences. Seeing who's got one under what car cover and that. Be like, oh, I think that's the. Yeah. So there we go. Well, anyways, I will see you guys later.
Sounds good, guys in the chat. Thanks for swinging in, Taco, Dean. Appreciate it.
Taco,
we're out.
Mean Dean. We're out of here like my hairline. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Night, fellas.
Bye.